Hello, everybody. I think there's something wrong. I might have to reboot my PC. Hey, CanStar. Hey, yo. Didn't even realize. Partner anniversary, April 6th? Now I know. I think my stream PC is okay, but the YouTube stream is... Oh no, they're showing the stage and... Hold on. Hold on. I want to make sure that we don't get into some weird lag situation here. We'll see. If we do run into issues before the match starts, I might boot my main PC back up. But for now, I guess we'll just go with it and see how it goes. Let's see. Seth was looking very menacingly into the camera just now. Ah.
Absolutely. I think some people were kind of expecting it, but at the same time, they were kind of still hoping that DRX would overtake Genji here. Absolutely.
Okay. So we'll see if the YouTube stream buffers more than, well, for more than 5 seconds and/or buffers more than once during the pre-show. Then I may have to reboot this main PC, but I don't think I'll have to restart the stream. I think my stream will be okay. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Hunter, Sus, hello, welcome. Bear with me as I go through my daily trying to figure out how social media works process of the stream. I hope everyone's excited for the matches today. Finally, stage 1. Kind of exciting.
Especially with Achilles here, I know a lot of people are giving Achilles a little bit of heat about this, but let's first talk about the stage 1 schedule. This is very different than kickoff. We're starting off with the first couple weeks that lead into playoffs, Asrai.
Yeah, so as you can see here, we have 4 weeks of the regular stage. It's going to be at 4 days.
Hey, Phantasmic. Why, what's wrong with my title?
Tuesday, and then everything after that is going to be the playoffs, which is segmented between the first part and then the second.
Look at this beautiful calendar. Dude, 4 weeks, and then it's finals. And then it's Masters Shanghai. It's kind of crazy. Well, GE, we rooting for GE today in stream. Woo. I don't know.
We'll break down the championship points in a little bit, but there's way more at stake here.
I mean, I think this first match is gonna be it. I mean, but it could look very different from any type of expectation IMO, just because both teams, I think, were much more disappointing than a lot of people were hoping, no matter which team you like root for.
They're going to be competing within their group. They'll be competing against the Omega group and obviously vice versa. In stage 2, they will be competing within their own group. So every single one of these teams will be facing each other at some point. And of course, the top 3 teams from each group will face off each other.
We'll
go to Shanghai.
Hell yeah. And yeah, you see here, the mid-season playoff. This is where it gets a little bit interesting. I think Kalius was the one that mentioned it as well. The first couple of seeds, if you get eliminated, that's not going to be double elimination, so you're really just out of the playoffs.
Aren't you casting today? Nope. If I was, I'd be in trouble, because definitely takes more than 30 minutes to get to the venue. Today and tomorrow I will be co-streaming, so we'll be watching from home.
If you're in those
And then
you're still very
Monday I will be at the venue.
hurdle, get that first win, and then you're going to be a little bit safer with the double elimination.
Now, what's interesting is not just who will qualify for Master Shanghai. Starting now, every single match win gives you 1 point. These championship points are extremely important because, you know, whoever wins out.
Oh yeah, we got to keep track of championship points from now on, huh?
Necessarily into champions.
Yeah, I mean, there's a multitude of ways that things could really shake out, but just the baseline here.
Empty
is
bottle
as
here.
many points as humanly possible. That is gonna keep
4 weeks kind of feels short,
to get yourself
but I mean, it will just be nonstop. So
as many wins as you can get, winning that final
I am delusional. What's up, Div on YouTube?
in that road to championship.
GE fighting,
GG is off to a
Zeta fighting, everybody fighting.
Those 3 points from winning kickoff, and those are very precious. So every single match really matters, not just for Shanghai, but for champions. Now, what makes Valorant so unpredictable is because we also get new maps and new agents. Sometimes we don't see the agents being played a lot, but there's an introduction of Clove.
How do we want to do?
Scottish troublemaker and also described as a controller.
Where
but I feel like
is?
there's been some debate.
Oh, there we go.
There's been a lot of discussion, a lot of comparisons that have been made to
Hey, YouTube. YouTube getting a little lively early.
aggressive style.
Do you have hope for GE?
Gives you some opportunities to
I mean, I have questions,
abilities on
but quite frankly, I have questions for both GE and Zeta. So
get ready to break down all the abilities as well.
who knows?
Because it's probably the most unique character that we
I mean, do I have hope? Yes. I mean, I guess the short answer is yes.
We did have Harbor, which was compared to a initiator kind of control.
Like, is there a chance that they can win? Like, that's not a miracle against Zeta? Yes, I think so. But thanks, Exco. The playoffs qualification change. I haven't taken a close look at the details, but I have read about it. I mean, neither of these teams in the first match really instilled a lot of confidence at kickoff, right? Like, we didn't really see a clear direction, a clear color, regardless of micro mistakes and things like that. And then on top of that, even the micro wasn't very clean from either team. So it's not the greatest.
being able to have that additional move speed, rotate around a lot faster. I mean, I saw a clip from Tens last night on Twitter where he basically utilized that in a pistol round and was able to pull off a 1v5 ace. So having that haste and be able to, you know, swing and really offset people's natural timing readings, that could be absolutely monstrous for you as a Clo player.
Absolutely. And next up, we got.
How do you? Oh, here we go.
Decay. It's similar to ISOs, but probably a little scarier.
It definitely is. You have a flat damage of -90 or decay of 90, so that means that
Trying to update all my commands and stuff, chat. Bear with me here.
part of your body kill shot, right? So it's very strong in kind of finding those situations where as long as you can hit that, you're so much more confident in chasing those kills down more than anything else.
And Ruse is probably the most controller thing about Clove.
What are my predictions for today? Yes, there we go.
I've ever seen in Valorant.
I mean, it's what makes them
Predictions for today.
to make that argument that they are in fact a controller. But of course, the biggest thing is being able to still contribute to the team and
There we
put
go.
those smokes in.
Let's get back to chat here.
It's something that we haven't really ever seen.
Um,
Something that is very unique. So I'm
How they
curious
barely win rounds, they also know it's transfer win by mind games in time.
which player is it going to be? Because
Oh yeah, wait, is Clove playable?
probably around the world,
I thought.
everybody was saying, like,
Thanks,
"Oh,
Carnage.
Clove is made for Angel. You know, you can IGL from Beyond the Grave. You can still be contributing these smokes and whatnot. But here in Pacific, I'm curious, like, who is going to be able to pick this up first?
I guess so.
That was the question. And not dead yet. Clove's ultimate. It's sort of like the reverse of. Phoenix,
They might
but
just be
also
showing it now so that we can get it out of the way.
ability to
I didn't catch
necessarily
what they were saying in the beginning, but
Yeah, so basically, again, it's a self-res. You got yourself that quick dismiss after.
yeah, I mean, I saw the announcement. It was just I didn't realize until someone brought it up in chat that they were like actually going through and talking about the potential of Clove and VCT Pacific. But I assume we're just
so strong in situations
doing it
where,
now.
You just want do-over once more.
Yeah, and I mean, it's another one of those things that really kind of just pushes that aggression because it's not like a Sage Res where you're just resurrect yourself, you're back in. Like you said, you have to chase for that kill. You have to get yourself in position to be able to do that. So even though you have that little dismiss to be able to pull back, get yourself into a safe position, you have to go right back out into the open and try to challenge right up.
Chat, my cell phone stand is
Now we got some thoughts
slowly
from our
dying.
players as well, our Pacific players, on what they think about Clo.
Self-res, no way that ain't fair. Not enough smokes to replace a Viper or Harbor. Might be similar to Astro Roman.
Again, if both teams have Clove, I think it's perfectly fair.
Not enough smokes to replace a Viper. I mean, yeah, but like who?
For Envy,
That's it. That's such a non-statement from Governor.
is just overpowered. In fact, Envy seems to imply
Huh.
must use
No,
when allowed in tournaments. Do you think Envy?
no, these are no way. There's no way. There's no way these players mean what they're saying here.
Who do we have next?
I don't believe it. I don't buy into it, chat.
Xfero and Texture. Oh, I love Texture's comment here. Actually, both of them. But Texture is like, if you don't.
No, Texture's the most real one.
You're forced to play it.
Oh, dude, Xfera and Texture are the most real. They're so real for this.
Tricks that you can also do with Clo, like after you use not dead yet. If you're able to
So my Asia account hasn't
you're still alive after
been able to play much ranked, and it's currently not rated. So I don't know if that's an accurate representation. On Korea, I think so.
Chat's ability where the Blade Storm kind of makes
I saw a post on the Korean, like one of the Korean forums, where they were like, "Never thought I'd live to see the day when people were trying to insta-lock smokes first." So
I guess we can go ahead and include the outlaw in that. But any new agent, any new
take that for what you will.
You know, we have to wait until we see these pro players bring it out to really know what the apex of performance is. So I'm really curious, especially if it's somebody like Forsaken, who is known for their flexibility, but also known for their aggression in their own right. I think that's where we really start seeing what limits Clove can push. So I'm really excited to see these guys get their hands on it.
And Governor was saying you just need to aim good. If you can't aim good, you can't play.
Okay.
I would argue.
If you can't aim good, don't play Valorant.
I think we're mostly all good to go. Got my commands. We got our timers. Oh, and then we got to do our social media.
Every single one of the 11 teams will be playing this week.
Oh, baby, chat.
What are you guys most excited for?
I mean,
Match of this week is definitely T1 Paper X.
Question marks surrounding DRX.
T1 Paper X for sure. T1 Paper X and Secret RQ, I would actually argue. Both of those. I think Team Secret RQ, I think, is a closer rated match. Though Secret, I think, is much more of the proven value there. But T1 versus Paper X should be an exciting one as well.
So we'll be having on Tuesday, just because it's the comeback into Pacific here for the current kings of the scene.
Well, the other one that I was going to highlight is, speaking of comeback, Bleed right there versus Talon coming up tomorrow.
Dude, Zest.
So many questions.
We're gonna get to see Zest.
Rough start, frankly, in kickoff for the side of Bleed. Now being reinforced.
Isn't that exciting?
Comeback of Zest joining that squad. So I'm curious to see what kind of impact.
I can't wait for Bleed versus DRX, man.
Starting off today, we've got Global Esports and Zeta Division.
Ow.
I know a couple of you guys saw a bit of a preview of what our predictions were. It's heavily favored towards Zeta. We'll break that down a bit more later. And TNC
I mean, I think the thing is I think it's
saying Achilleos, I think
like if you make an agent in Valorant, to make an agent overpowered, like for an agent to feel straight overpowered, they would have to like basically nullify a bit of the FPS aspect or boost it too much, like Chamber. So I think it's going to be much harder for them to make like reasonably but overpowered characters. Whereas I think it's easier to get away with designing OP characters in something like League of Legends. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, it is a gun game.
Zeta Division for the third time this year. What do you think? Third time's the charm?
Yes.
What are you listening to right now?
No, it's very soft, huh?
Super shy.
Super shy, super shy.
Okay, there we go. I don't want to make it too loud. So chat, I think if they ever play the Clove music video, I'm gonna have to. Dude, what is with these photo qualities? What is going on?
I caught all the awkward from the visual.
What?
I don't know what was happening. I kind of wish I knew what was happening there.
Are they dancing to like K-pop?
Dude, what?
He was. She asked
Why
what
does
he
this
was,
look like it
what
was?
music he was listening to, and I couldn't quite catch what the band was. I couldn't see what the image was on his.
What's
screen.
going on with these
It's just
photos?
vibing along to the song, but, the one
No,
thing
I
will
mean, I
say on
think
Grip,
so.
like New Jersey, I
Basically,
like
if
to
you're
look at
signed up for the co-stream, you should be cleared for it. But I guess
first of all, their
because it was
jerseys look
released like at the
cool.
end of
Like, their
Masters,
new
I think
look this
something
year,
might have happened with
and,
my
Zeta's
channel's
on
clearance.
standby for their
So if they
interview. I
play
don't
it
know
today,
when
I'm
they're
gonna
dancing.
probably have to mute my stream or make it really soft. So I'm gonna try to keep an eye out for it. So generally during breaks and stuff or during analyst assignments, I'll probably keep everything soft just in case I have to like step away for a second.
Now, Polvi over there feeling super shy today, but you guys going up against global esports.
Yo, RB back on the raise
Fearless.
for Titan Esports. That's exciting, man.
I mean, okay. Well, they have no fear facing global esports today. Now, Zeta Division was pretty exciting to watch here and kick off with two new
Let me just
rookies
put
on
out the
roster, that's
tweets.
Yeah, Huron and Euron. I think they showcased what they were able or what they wanted to bring. when
Home
they
for
came
the
out in
first
kickoff.
2 days.
Unfortunately,
Someone asked why am I not casting?
might be a little bit
Because
not there yet.
I have
Still
like
developing,
3 days
but
of break for the whole
definitely
season.
looking forward to what
But I'll be there
at
for
least
all the
now
other
they can
days.
bring into, here on stage 1.
Now, these two teams have faced off before, and well,
Yeah, a couple times.
yeah, a couple times since last year, quite a while. And whether it's the old Zeta or the new Zeta, so
Watch
far they've
party
been pretty
is
dominant
live.
against global esports, Kilios.
I mean, dominant, but not necessarily in a sense where the wins were clean. It got better the second time that they squared off against each other, especially on that Lotus.
There
that
we
was,
go.
one-sided affair in favor of Zeta.
And then
But
post on
especially off the rip,
stories.
That first bind, it was one of the more frustrating and confusing games.
Live.
They were able to get the win in the end 13-10, but it always felt like it should have been a lot easier for them than it really was in that moment. There was a lot of questionable decision-making from, I'd say, both teams, but it felt like Zeta should have had an upper hand right off the rip, given that we saw Global coming out with this
Link.
solo Viper controller on bind, which is not something that pretty much any other team has leaned into.
There we
still
go.
struggled there, but Greta, we did get to see the improvements from Zeta in the head-to-head versus
All right, do we see the
Global
bind
coming
again
into
today,
series.
chat? That's the big question.
But then not much else, not much other growth, not much other explosive play for them in their follow-up series, because from there it was basically just 0-2s to, miss out on playoffs and whatnot. So I'm really curious to see how collected they look here today.
And these highlights are not just from kickoff, but
Are they
since
going to
last
play
year as
indoor?
well.
Oh, those are just the
I wanted to add a little
player,
bit on what Achilles
like
mentioned
ready
there, where
rooms.
Teams might not be looking as sharp, but
Just
for
their
me,
team
at
rooms.
least, It feels like it's because Global Esports on their end was doing as many.
Oh,
things
the
as
Pentagons
possible
are back,
in as
chat.
many avenues as
Oof.
possible when they were playing here against Zeta.
Dude,
Thanks to
here's something I do want to see from GE. I agree. I want to see Povey, like, I want to see him have more impact. Like, I'm very happy to see that he's willing to be a sacrificial entry, etc., etc. Like, that's all great. I mean, that's one of the reasons I rate Buzz very highly is, sometimes creating space does not always mean that you have to go for kills and numbers yourself.
But I mean, how
But
can you be compared to the child of God?
It's
that is
just,
Depp?
I mean, Depp, he might not have
it wasn't good. It wasn't good. I mean, just simply put, it wasn't good during kickoff.
Pretty much how Depp always plays. He's never really
So,
seen space, no matter who he's going up against.
I would hope to see a bit more.
And just confident. And for Polvi, this is somebody who has very much put their skill on display. We have had some fantastic moments from him, even in those losses that we saw from them back at kickoff.
Do you think Oh, potatoes. Do you think Fnatic could beat DFM?
I think that Global, they may have just needed a bit more time ahead of kickoff.
Damn, dude. Fnatic's gonna. That's gonna live with Fnatic for until they like win another international tournament. People are gonna meme on them for so long.
Now we have the
Thanks,
Global
Atomic.
Esports and Zeta data here. This is only from kickoff now.
From YouTube, what improvements do you want to see from Zeta? Well, so for one, I hope they're more consistently proactive. Like they looked decently, like it looked messy, but at least proactive. Like it looked like they were willing to take contact, etc., etc. So I was hoping that they would stick with that and then clean it up.
Who said it didn't really matter was
Did the
Global
backgrounds?
Esports coach.
Well, the stream's working.
Oh, sorry,
yeah.
I was actually waiting for someone to
But-
chip in.
The background was animated, right?
Sorry, I just wanted
Why is
to
it
add as well
frozen?
that it did feel like like they're just okay trying.
I don't know.
anything
Anyway,
and everything in terms of the maps. That's who I
but then after their first match, Zeta
I mean, he had a fair point.
looked like they started to just like not even make decisions at all, let alone not play cleanly. So I hope first of all that for Zeta, I hope that they are like they're still willing to take contact, etc. Are we gonna zoom in on the coin? Nope, no zoom in on the coin. So, the thing about the Madrid like, I get why pros are saying that. Like, I get it from a purely objective standpoint. I think, oh wow, the bind ban, man, G banned bind. It's just too perfect. It's just too good. Oh, yeah, that's just too good. Oh man. Oh man. It's just so poetic. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Alright,
Wow,
well,
we just
Zeta continues to
they
ban
cut away from that video real quick.
Twitch and Sunset. Oh, we're starting off with Sunset.
So it was what? Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most interesting
Let's
thing, I think.
see. Let me update our map draft command
One that I
here.
kind of expected, but with Ascent as a bit of a round out map for them, I think that this, I mean, I'm interested to see how this
Sunset,
plays out. Clearly, gonna be feeling confident about
Icebox,
Sunset, gonna be thinking that they've really solidified
Ascent.
their comps on this map, so I'm curious to see how they're gonna be piloting this.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think Zeta has actually played Sunset before, so this is probably just because, you know, we've been playing it inside the lab a little bit more, probably just more confident about how it is going to be, even though
Let's
this is
hold
one of
on.
the
Let
maps
me.
where,
Should be
the Global
working.
Esports
We'll
is
get our
actually not at a
predictions going
100%
here.
win rate, because they did get that one map off of, I believe that was
That's a Frigga TV chat, not Twitch chat.
Sounds correct to me. But yeah, I mean, we did get to see it from Zeta once, and it wasn't the greatest. You know, you can see right there in the attack round.
Thanks,
4
Weil.
and 8 on the half, only able to find 3 more on the back end. So I'm really curious to see if there's going to be a change up.
All right.
Comp, or if they're still going to be sticking with this kind of like fade and reach that they
Where? How do we do this?
Because
Map
get-go,
1,
it seems like that's
Sunset.
very much dominating the meta on Sunset.
Zeta
We've seen that internationally, we've
pick.
seen that from a multitude of different teams. So I think that
What's the
leaning
order I
into
have it in my
that
title? Do I have it as
also
GE
be a
first?
very different look for Zeta.
Just so it's all uniform so
I
people
thought
don't get
they actually
confused.
didn't play
Okay.
it because it just feels like it was a one-off. So
Okay, G
Yeah,
win,
that's my bad.
Zeta
It wasn't
win.
the most impressive thing, so I think it is a little bit easier to kind of forget that they had played that map.
Yeah.
But you know, I think when you see a team
Predictions are up. Get 'em
play the
in.
map once,
Let's see what you guys
smash
think.
on it, and then still like to pick it.
See
you're
who
either
has
working from
faith.
last year, or you have actually cooked up a really good strategy. I love you guys. A really good strategy to get yourself in a winnable position off the rip. So I'm very much interested in seeing what Zeta does have prepared for that one.
They did have a few weeks to prepare for this, you know, since kickoff, so I'm sure they got something. Now we got
Man,
some predictions.
Zeta actually played
I
5
know.
matches, huh? Thanks to play-in.
This is an unusual pick, and I did have a whole justification for it, but then I ran into Global Esports not once but twice in the
I
list.
wonder
The
if-
first time I told them I predicted them, they looked shocked. The second time I told them, I asked them, like, you know, how are things going, and I don't know. They didn't. They looked relaxed, and I
They're
liked that.
they're saving
And
their
when it
ultra
comes
innovative
to
5 controller
real-life
comp for when they
balance,
pull it out to win champs.
game. We've seen crazier things happen in the history of Valorant, especially in other regions, maybe like less so here in Pacific. So I do think at this point, I wouldn't say I'm overly confident with my prediction here, as you might expect, but there's a chance. There's a
I mean,
reality.
I'm
There's a
assuming
timeline
that they
for
the
Global
bind.
Esports
The thing is
together. They have
also
great
Zeta,
than last
I
year.
think, has
You
always
know,
been like
Spin has
okay
definitely
to
been
play
working
bind.
really hard with his team to, you know, try to make this work.
So I think it's
And,
it's
yeah,
probably a
that's it.
combination of. I'm sure they're
I think there's a
changing
multitude
it,
of
but
realities where they get this
they aren't like confident in what they've cooked up.
It might seem like, I think Global with a little bit more time
So-
to continue, you know, working on compositions, especially. I think that they could become a team that is going to be a bit scary out here, and that can take matches off. Of
We
a lot of
shall
other spots that
see.
you wouldn't necessarily expect. The reason that I'm going with Zeta is just because they have the math.
For Sunset,
We're able to take them down twice, and I think
Zeta's
with
never
more
like they
time
didn't even play it during the
they're
off season, right?
better as well. So I'm just kind of going off of, you know,
No, they did play it once. Where did they play it at?
Yeah, I think Global Esports for sure.
Oh, no, they did play it.
They
Oh,
are going
no.
to get
Oh, dude, I
wins
totally...
in their pockets this
They did
stage
play it
one. I'm
against
fully
T1.
confident of that. This is a very different Global than last year.
No, they played it against... Literally, I'm pretty sure the analyst desk also said that we haven't really seen it. It's... We've all erased this from our memory. They played it against T1. Now that I see it, I remember it.
They got Team Castle sales, so I'm sure they're enjoying their dinners right now. From
That's
those
funny.
sales. And
Zeta has
this is
played
now
Sunset.
regionally,
I don't know if they would have kept the
within our
comp though.
region,
They played Breach
who
Fade.
is, you know, who's topping here in Zeta. Maybe unsurprisingly, is second highest in sales, and the rest are Korean teams. They're really nice looking capsules though.
Are you just looking at me because like the only one?
Korean casters went all in on Zeta. Yeah. I mean, the thing is
I think I've got like two of the ones out of that.
I mean,
did by this end.
the thing is neither team gave me confidence, but for me, it's also it's a case of like,
have an interview now with Zeta Division. So
at least I don't know.
let's welcome him
Mechanics
over
wise,
to
it felt
our,
like we could.
panelists.
They still popped off like a little bit more consistently,
Good to see you.
which is crazy.
Please.
Oh, he'll take the tactical.
Oh, nice. Predator powered by Predator coach interview.
Okay.
Carlisle, sick.
Carlisle,
This is
mean,
sick.
This is the first day of the regular season. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. I think we had like some times to fix some kickoff like mistakes that we did. Some time to practice, some time like to try to bring new stuffs for the table. So I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm curious if
Just a little bit.
I'm curious if GE has the same Sunset comp because it's been a while.
I just wanted to ask here, you know, with regards to the performance of Hiroron and Euron during kickoff, it looked like they started strong, but then maybe nerves settled in. Is this something that you addressed during the break?
They
now
played it
going into
okay
stage
at
one?
Convergence.
Or, you know,
Yeah, I think that's gonna be part of the process for the young kids, right? Like they're gonna be like good matches.
Oh, that's true. This is live. This is like 10 minutes before the match, 5 minutes before the match.
Another level.
It's not recorded.
Performance that requires them.
That's kind of
so
crazy,
I'm
actually.
Really proud of them because they have like good stuff.
I mean, mega props to Carlisle for being willing.
More time to them.
I mean, I guess they probably just told him that one team each time has to do it, but
overall, a lot of people have described this year as the year of the rookies across the board. For
The year of the
around world.
rookies.
How are you feeling generally? How your rookies are sitting amongst the wealth of them?
I really like my rookies.
wait, no, isn't Euron with an A though?
Because Inferior was the same thing. Like
I think Euron's with an A.
Rookies, like since that area, so it's things that I really like to work for. So I think they're like getting better and better and better, so I can show that. To the
I mean, the players are like always going to be setting up and getting comfy early.
Have a bit more moldability, and you can really guide them a bit better compared to
I think
somebody
Carlisle
who has a
also,
very
because he
competitive
always has to work through a
mindset,
translator, it's usually always
been around
Junior
the
that's
block
doing
before.
all the talking with the players, and
yeah, for sure,
he's
like
more
the
doing
rookies
like the
are
big
new
picture stuff, and
generation,
he'll
they're
like help
like
decide
more
when to call timeouts and what to
listen,
relay
like,
and stuff.
everything
But
we, like show them and like try to, we can build them as a professional. So a little bit that, but I think the new generation that is coming is really strong, not just here in Pacific.
yeah,
but
if I was
overall.
coach,
So I really
dude,
trust
Carlisle's
the new
sweating,
generation
man.
of rookies.
Now, do we think that's because he's nervous or because it's too hot?
I think we've seen that evolution happening through.
Yo, we get little
the last
VCT
3
Pacific
years.
pins?
Now, your
Do we get to
first
take those
match
home?
is against Global
All the talent
Esports.
have pins.
How are you feeling about that? Honestly, are you nervous,
See it?
comfortable?
Where's
I think that
Asteroid?
for sure
Asteroid doesn't get a
we'll be better
pin.
Team from the kickoff. We won them like twice, but
When does the game start? 5 p.m. I think they'll probably do player entrances at 5 p.m.
I'm feeling confident
The
about
matches
it,
are
but
always
I know
scheduled
it's
for
gonna
5
be
p.m.
a
The
really
pre-show
hard
starts at
match.
4:30.
I'm 100% sure they will be a better team, so we cannot make.
Are the
mistakes.
venues cold?
I'm really looking forward to it.
That's
I'm
a
glad to hear that.
totally
Consistency is
depends.
definitely the killer of a
It totally
winning,
depends.
Mentality, and we have to ask
Generally, the
this question
stage
because
is cold
we've been
almost
wondering this,
always.
earlier this year.
But like
Is
venues, I don't know what the exact setup is because I didn't even go for rehearsal because only the first day people went to rehearsal.
let's see. There's a
I
chance.
think we can get surprises for this first map.
Ooh, I love that.
I mean, hey.
Okay, Carlos saying we might have some surprises.
So I'm crossing my fingers.
It's 10 a.m. for you in Germany? I mean, yeah, sorry, 5 p.m. KST, sorry. So
Well, thank you so
30
much.
minutes.
Good luck on your match against Global Esports.
Thank you so much.
Yep, take
Thank you.
care.
That's
Yeah,
luck.
thank you. I'm gonna take Tac to Bear. Do you want to take him with you? Okay, yeah.
The Korean desk with Zeta over RRQ?
Actually, we were like, we need that back.
What?
That's fine.
Fifteen.
We have
plenty of
No.
Merch store downstairs.
No, you're trolling. You're trolling.
I mean, that's
No.
cool, and I like that. You know,
Not even as an RQ.
ability. Even though a lot of people.
That's
think
ridiculous,
historically
man.
Zeta
That's
has
actually.
esports. Carlisle is, never gonna underestimate.
I don't even.
No, I mean,
What?
like you said, like complacency, that is a killer. As soon as you say like, okay, we beat
There's
these guys,
no way.
time and time again, that's when they catch you off guard, and it's good that they're just gonna keep going.
Dude,
Like
I'm gonna
I
have
said,
to
expect
have a
initial
chat. Who's on the Korean desk today? Hold on.
Well, you
I gotta
can
go
do
into the
that.
Korean
Assessment
stream
as
and
well.
check it out. Who's
So
on the
if you
Korean
just kinda
desk?
slide it into this,
We gotta have a
it's like,
chat, man.
got 'em twice
When do I get to go on the Korean desk? I actually am on the Korean
That's
broadcast
probably where you get
once,
caught off
I think, this
So
stage.
We are gonna go to the stage really soon, but
So,
Astra, I do want to hear a
got-
bit about your
gonna have
thoughts
some
about
words,
this
choice
matchup
words with
for
them.
You know what?
What in the
excited to see
world?
How the matchup between Depp and Colby is going to be, because those two were
Dude,
just
no, I don't
firing
even
all
understand.
cylinders that last
Like,
time, and
I mean,
again,
listen, rating RRQ low is
Well,
one thing.
I'm
Like,
so
that's.
excited for this
I mean, that's
first
whatever, because we
split
still
one
just
here
don't know.
in
But, like,
BCT
how in the
Pacific.
world
Two
are you
representing
reading?
teams already made to the top. Let's
Hold
see how
on.
they do
No, you're
this
kidding. I'm
time.
gonna rewind the
Let's
YouTube
welcome our
YouTube
players.
live. Holy cow! Epilepsy warnings. No, he didn't. I know who it is. It's Tongjin. It's the same guy who we often see on the Challenger stream as well. Oh, Tongjin, we're gonna have. Okay, hold on. Let's watch this.
Genji now up to double digits, 3 rounds.
That's
away.
actually so ridiculous.
He's got it done.
그래도 챔피언으로 시작을 하는 거니까 기분은 좋은 것 같아요.
Texture.
킥오프 처음 신인
Oh no.
플레이 많이 보여줄 수 있었던 것 같아서 되게 좋았습니다.
I guess they didn't have time to change the edit.
DRX가 가지고 있는 팀적인 강.
For anyone who didn't follow the news, Flashback has requested to be put on reserve for personal reasons, so
Pacific is very strong.
he will not be playing for the foreseeable future.
After a big match win, seeing the highlights definitely gives me a big feeling of confidence.
Dude, I hope Governor can pop off again.
And strategical.
I hope Governor can pop off again. It was very exciting to see him pop off like that during kickoff.
Normal thing, I think when I was playing against Zeta Division, I'm hitting a lot of crazy shots.
Yeah, thanks, Night Journey.
We really want to make T1 one of the best team in the world.
Yeah, no. I hope we can see Flashback ASAP, just because, like, the storyline of Flashback, Karon, Izu, like the 3 Korean rookies, that was going to be so exciting to follow as well.
They have to go inside it to defuse it.
After kickoff, we had a lot
Ooh,
of
that jersey does look good on Russ, man.
Very deeply about everything, and
Yeah,
we figured out a lot of things that we can.
I think it's going to grow on me.
まあ試合内容はもちろん負けてるので良かったとは言えないんですけど、最初からでかい目標は掲げずにまず1勝したいと思ってます。
I mean, I was going to say something really mean.
This is a tough group. When we played against Genji, we lost to them and we won against them a map. But it's okay, we'll come back stronger next time.
Why did the subtitle say map wise? He just said they took a map.
And I'm very excited to show you guys what we have for stage 1.
何が問題だったのかずっと悩みました。諦めるつもりは一切ないです。
Aw, baby. The return of Zest.
퍼시픽으로
Whew.
돌아오면서 새로운 느낌의 팀에서 해보면 어떨까 싶어가지고 재밌을 것 같아서. 예이 선수랑 시너지는.
Dude, the fact that he's teaming up with Ye is so crazy too, because Ye used to be the bane of DRX.
킥오프 때 블리드 모습 생각하고 경기하면은 많이 당황할 거예요.
I actually never thought Zest would take on main character energy at some point. It's so crazy.
We fixed some problems during this time coming up to stage 1, and I think this time around it's gonna be different.
そうですね、一番はもちろん日々の練習でチーム全体レベルアップできてる。試合を見て応援してくれてる方の声もすごく力になって。
Dude, a lot of Japanese fans actually show up for the Zeta matches. I mean, it's not a long flight from Japan, but still, it's a flight nonetheless. But even last year, Like they were consistently, and like if it goes late, like if they're match 2 and it goes late, the Japanese fans would like always stick around because they're probably just taking cabs back to their hotels anyway.
Disappointment is having a tough loss. Despite the small losses in kickoff, I still think that I'm the best player flex in the world.
Well, so they didn't change the location because of the delays. I'm pretty sure this location was probably decided ahead of time. I know the venue for kickoff was always just meant for kickoff. That is for sure. But Jake did say he explained what the issues were. If you want to go check that out, if you want to hear from Riot themselves, you can check it out like bits and pieces during the breaks. It's on my YouTube. But yeah, hopefully not too long of a delay. I think probably we'll have like 1 or 2 pauses just because like at any venue, like even Masters and stuff, we generally like it's a rare sight, especially for Valorant, I think, to not have like a single pause. But it's a matter of like, is the pause like a 30-second thing of just like plug it out, plug it back in, or is it like a actual pause?
To VCT Pacific Stage 1 now. We've starting things off with Global Esports versus Zeta Division. Hey, I'm Quack, your cast for today, and alongside me is none other than Paper Thin. How's it been?
I'm good.
Paper Thin.
I'm blocking elevators. I'm keeping
Paper Thin, you're leaning back.
Not yet. No, okay, we're almost ready for games. I might let a few people out. But no, I'm really excited for today. Some really good matchups, some teams that
Paper Thin
make their way to
looking
Masters,
spiffy today.
but still had some pretty strong showings along the way.
Who do I think will get 3rd spot? My prediction was Genji Paper X T1. I predict RQ to come out first in their group, though.
There's a lot of progress that they want to show. And Carlisle was already talking about it, right, during this pre-match interview, that he was saying, we're not underestimating GE.
Are there any other questions?
Just the extra time as well. Everybody's going to get better.
Yeah, we got wallpaper this time. I know.
Pressure on them a little bit higher.
Couches and stuff.
They've already beaten GE so many times before in the past. Now they have to keep those expectations up.
It sounds like stream audio is coming through a paper bag. Oh.
But everyone's still growing. All the pieces
It's too soft.
In place. And welcome to the stage. I mean, Global Esports. Take a
Is this
look
better?
At this. Woo!
We got
spike
the
going off.
Yeah, man. Oh, it's got the capsule banners there as well for the.
Let me know if it's still
That's so sick. Our new stage
too soft or whatnot.
It was coming up at the beginning. It like shook the stage.
I mean, we'll see when the game starts too.
The effects and everything, but of course the players now taking their.
We're all sitting during kickoff. We always have chairs. For kickoff, they had a stand to say hi to the camera.
Again, something to work on, but I mean, you can see flashes.
I mean, the venue's clean. Venue's clean. I don't think it's
that hard carry. He's going to be that guy.
It's it's not anything like entirely new, but it's clean. I like it.
Definitely wasn't nearly.
Is it going to rank in my top 5 stages of my entire esports career? No, but that's also a long career. Dev's getting freaking flashed outside of the game too.
Very good players coming in for their first
He's
time.
like, blinded. He's like, no.
Kind of fell off as time went on, but I think that was more of just Zeta just kind of seemingly.
Dude, the G jerseys they're growing on me.
A bit. So I think with some time off, this should be a rejuvenated Zeta coming in here against GE.
Yeah, right. Like everyone's always trying to.
Wait, is my?
Especially with the
How is my mic? Is my mic okay?
They've got a lot to provide, especially with Coach Carlisle.
Unless you also just mean like Quack gets a stuffy nose a lot, so that might be what you're hearing. If my mic is okay, I'm only asking because it could be my cabling as well. So.
For South Asia, it's not just Polby. Polby is a great entry player.
Yeah, just let me know if anything you think is like potentially on my end. Just drop it in chat.
See them step up. They have shown us quite a bit. They beat Bleed before.
You got the T1 capsule, dude. The T1 capsule is nice, man. I like the T1 capsule.
Showing us their improvements.
If I wasn't a huge RQ supporter, I probably would have bought the T1.
I think they just need a little bit more confidence, a little more teamwork.
It's like that one funny skin in Valo.
Sometimes they're having a little bit of
Which one? Glitch Pop?
And things like that. Previously, it seemed like maybe the coordination wasn't always there. But you've got guys like Blaze King on here.
I mean, I'm
well,
like not listening too closely to it, so I can't really tell. I think I'm gonna start moving back to headphones instead of earphones as well. I think my hearing's actually getting actively worse.
And things like that. So this is a team that can certainly do it. I'm a big fan of Coach Spin. I think he can really get these guys in
I
the
am
right
Korean,
place, in the
yes.
right mindset. But that being said, you're still going up against a Zeta team that's
No, Carlisle was huge, man. After we did that coach video, we took a group photo, and Carlisle had to like stoop down, and he was still like a full head and a half taller than me. That dude is massive.
as well. So, I mean, can they really show us what they've...
No.
Oh my god, pay for the... Yes!
Nice.
I'm so happy right now.
Nice, dude. Dep Phoenix last chamber. Dude, I'm glad they're playing chamber though. I wish more teams played chamber. I think chamber is still worth experimenting with on Sunset.
And I was just saying on the analyst desk and things, I was like, just bring Laz back on.
Meanwhile, GE, the only switches from Fade to Sova.
I mean, you know, he was able to really change the dynamic of Zeta.
So not gonna have as much like trap play potential. But you already still have the Gecko Omen Raise, so I think you're fine on that front.
Hasn't lost his touch with that. Headhunters are absolutely disgusting for him. That is one of the biggest things that sets him apart.
I think the recon, etc.
He's so good at holding the off angles for you.
Actually is a bit more flexible.
For sure, but the other thing that I want
The thing is obviously Laz is playing chamber, so the Prowlers would have been nice.
It's been a while since we've seen that.
Has Dep ever played Phoenix? I mean, I just like all of a sudden I just had it in my head. I'm like, not that I've seen in Pacific. I know that, but he's
Wait, it
maybe played
sounds.
it before. I'm not. He's played it a few times before. Okay, I just looked. It's like he's played it like 5 other times. So not often, but
not often.
Wait, it doesn't sound like that for me. I wonder if it is an audio key routing issue.
Really, really solid. But with Global starting on the attack, seemingly lining up for some kind of
Really? I don't know what you guys. Hold on, let me check real quick.
Paired up at the A side, the rookies look at this mid setup for Zeta. They're not gonna mess with the front of B at all. They're completely on the other side of the map.
They're actually pushing out a little bit. They're just leaving that trademark to cover everything outside of B. Global Esports, though, definitely taking things a little bit slow, going outside of tiles. There's that hot hands. The flash comes out perfectly, but just tampering with it a little bit. Hang back for a second, go in for a couple of trades, and then Dep with the swing. Spike carrier dropped, and that's a lot of information for Zeta. Last player left alive, and Ben has to
I guess I just stopped caring about audio quality at some point, chat, because I don't think it sounds that bad in my earphones.
Yep, this is what Laz does for you. In these early rounds in particular, he could really set the tone.
Okay, all right, first match. Sorry, missed the pistol, but it sounds like Laz just popped off, which is not shocking.
They honestly kind of sniffed it out pretty quickly and were able to make some good trades.
Well, yeah, Phoenix.
Laz was holding down the entire
Obviously, the flashes. Phoenix is there.
And took 3 players out that were trying to.
On the side of Zeta, I mean, Zeta's comp I think is reasonable. Dude, there's something going on with the stream though, huh? The like sharpness and everything's turned up mega high.
So it's a little bit tougher for
that's a recon.
Back to some kind of setups. We've got alt orbs being obtained, while the rest of Global Esports just trying to find what they can
Good spacing and angles by Zeta too. For the potential anti there.
That fireball, so Zeta with the 2-0.
Yeah, just a straight up scrap there. You know, GE
I have no idea. I'm
Zeta on point with those specters and combined fire.
This match maybe not as many. It might not be that full because they sold tickets per match. So
you can maybe get a
it'll probably fill up for the DRX one.
Go in those situations, and they do get one, but yeah, it's a pretty good start here, and so far seeing some okay things out of Dep on the Phoenix. You know, good placement with some of those curveballs, and there with the hot hands, very nicely done. Now we go into the bonus for GE. Already
so this is the reason I like the idea of chamber is because you can actually, I feel like, I mean, it's similar to, for instance, if you're not playing the chamber, oftentimes the Omen does this on A site, right? Is that you hold somewhere in elbow and then you do step-by-step defenses, right? Like you're holding here, and then you're holding here, and then you're holding here, and you shroud step backwards. And you can do that to some extent with chamber, right? In some ways you can get more aggressive because your TP is instant or almost near instant. And then you still have the trademark for the other side. So I feel like you actually have a lot of delay power on A.
Up around A from Benkai, and they can use that to rotate over.
And you can help be a sub entry for attacks as well.
Steady right now. I mean, take a look at how they're positioned.
Yeah,
have some verticality for anchoring.
You know, Laz can just, again, he's so reliable on that chamber.
And especially now with Cyphers, just because
even with just a headhunter in this case, he's got an outlaw as
like
well.
everyone has their
one.
own setups on how they want to clear the util.
Still,
I think we'll start to see people branch away from like Cypher as kind of a necessary aspect here. This is already really risky for GE, dude. That run it back gives them so much space. They were able to recover the spike. That's huge.
Picks off Step with that Vandal headshot, and that gives Global.
So Zeta, if they really were only concerned about winning the round, they might have tried to push it there, but they're trying to just make sure that even if they lose the round, they're doing as much damage, so they wait until Laz gets into market. Uran is good for 2 with the Spectre. Oh no.
With the scope, with the shot, Zeta picks up bonus.
Incredible stuff here from Zeta.
Oof.
Again, you know, with Laz just being able to sit over on A with the trademark down through the A main side and then him on elbow.
I saw some people in the crowd when they showed it, but it might be emptier for this match. Someone's asking you, can you get a day pass? No, but you can just buy tickets for both matches, I think.
The way he plays this round, the way he maneuvers himself, he puts himself in
Jake said most of the matches were near sold out, and the Korean matches were all sold out, so or mostly. So I think generally we'll have like a pretty good crowd turnout.
That's what you love to see from this rookie, who doesn't seem to be missing a beat here. It doesn't feel like really, other than maybe towards the end of kickoff, that him and Hiroron seemed like rookies. They just didn't.
Dude, back to
for this. And that's another thing that
another eco here for GE.
The rookies are. We know how good Def is.
So instead of doing half armor because of the oh, so Laz is actually just going to go up to an operator anyway, but I mean, GE, I think, you know, cutting their losses early, going for another eco here is fine. They're now going to find out about the operator. And, I mean, dude, look at how much space he can take with that rendezvous, right?
No doubt about it.
Obviously, that kill came out of range, but, like, no matter which site you're on, there's so much. If your shot is good, there's so much delay potential. Still gets one. Good from Sugar Zero. And then an instant trade from short as well.
To come up from behind, maybe pick up a rifle. That could have been something different, but now if nothing else, it's just going to be walking straight into depth. That should be, yep, an easy headshot. Zeta
Why is the UI bug?
Well, already we're seeing pretty good comms from Zeta. The fact that immediately I was watching the players on the mini-map there, and they were immediately looking back towards the back end of the site, towards A-Link and those kind of things, knowing that there was some space left open there. So it's really good awareness, really good comms from Zeta.
So far, Zeta looks good, but I'm going to hold my judgment until like week 2, or at least the end of this match. So far, I think it's mostly just the defaults that Zeta has prepared, and Laz's shots are good. Dude, Laz is 5-0. Depp is 8-2-1. Like, everything's going... Like, they command so much.
Global Esports had a win against Bleed on this map as well, so picking it was a bit of a challenge. And the fact that they are picking it up this way...
And look at what they do, right? They basically go for their push early on A short. So now GE kind of has to respect that, right? Especially with the Phoenix and the Omen. So they respect it, and then you just leave the operator here. And he can hold this position because of the rendezvous. He actually doesn't have his...
This might catch Laz, yeah, so he's gonna have to
oh, the trademark's out in mid. So he rendezvous back. So GE suspected it. That's good.
Solo entry on the other side. I guess that works as well. Now
B's a little tough. Okay, you're gonna come with the from the shadows. That's much better. Because I was gonna say B's really hard to hold on to on your own. But I'm really good from GE to use the thrash there, because otherwise it was just like you just have to give so much space if you respect everything.
Already eliminated one player, so 4-on-4.
No, the Holvey dying is a little bit unfortunate. We still have Mosh and Shock Bolts though. He's gonna get half.
Sugar tapping it all the way half. That's enough. So they have a bit of an advantage right now, and everything's being smoked off.
Positions are good from Zeta. They already got half, so they can try to push this out. Depp's gonna run in. They waited, dude. They were waiting for all the util first, and then they're just gonna, because they already got half, man. Oh.
The sprays are too good.
But he gets it.
Despite getting the 4K, is it enough time for Laz? It is.
Dude, getting that early half, man. That was everything.
Zeta just going on a steamroll.
Yeah, I mean, I think GE's doing a lot of pretty good things in that situation. You know, Blaze King, you know, with still a couple shock darts left there in the post plant. The Gecko utility, trying to do their best
from
to
YouTube
delay,
regarding
but
the
Zeta's so clean right now. Their
question
shots
about
are
like
so
LCK
crisp. And then, of course,
and DDoS
there's
stuff, they had
always
put out a
that
statement on what they were doing to remedy that for their venue. I think they're changing the network setup there, so or maybe they already have.
That's what we're talking about. Oh, so good. Rookies, right? But then they come in and they do things like that. And now this is just such a big advantage for Zeta Division.
Look at Laz's positions, man.
Oh, Polvi, though.
He's just everywhere.
With an operator of his own as a raise.
I mean, Depp kind of became the sacrificial lamb there. Dude, the fact that he can just hold that. Okay, takes a proactive rendezvous as well, because you don't want to risk. Dude, the team plays really good from Zeta. Their double peaks, like dude, no one is ever getting caught in a bad position on their own so far.
Extend their limbs a little bit, stretch themselves out, try to get an opening here and there. Maybe a bit of attention drawn towards mid, but it's not quite enough for the solo player Bankai to kind of push into halls. So now, I mean, elbow.
Yeah, T1, like their actual HQ is getting targeted, which is. I mean, that's.
You can see though that Zeta's comfortable to play a little bit of.
Yeah, I've heard that the Val team was getting impacted too. Like they can't scrim in practice as much, which hopefully it doesn't affect them too much. But
a whole lot. Obviously, going to use the wingman to plant the spike, but the Hunter's Fury is just going to.
Bye, little bro.
It did delay the plant, so we got that.
Okay, counter Hunter's Fury. He actually gets the kill. That's huge. Getting that kill is massive.
Even get a tag onto Sugar Zero. Not too sure.
Really swung on the smoke. No, he's going to spam it though.
Might have been a little bit overconfident on this one with a retake. Lightning fast makes quick work. Yeah.
Really nice. That was a really good ping pong in there.
I mean, Zeta probably goes for this, right? You got Tour de Force. They already have an op anyway.
So Euron and Yuriro, man, are so.
Oh, but look at this wrap back around from Blaze King. He just hears that. He hears the install on the rendezvous. They dropped the showstopper. I mean, GE just needed the round no matter what. But that's actually, for Zeta, considering that the post plant was already kind of a gone deal. Dude, getting a couple extra kills and then taking out the showstopper is huge. Nice shot.
And he's able to ping him out and get the 2 hits to go. And again, this ping pong right here, very, very nice from the side of GE. And then the late backstab from Blaze King, able to secure the round there. And now, indeed, the Tour de Force, I believe, going to be snatched up here by Laz very early. Still have to run it back for Depp, but he doesn't look to be maybe going through a mid push. Yeah, Polvi is there still with that op, but not gonna be going all the way in just yet.
I think it's a bit of mental conditioning as well from GE. You know, the past couple rounds they've let Bankai kind of lurk around.
Zeta looks like they're waiting for GE to utilize mid a bit more aggressively at some point.
But that's not the case anymore because Global Esports is trying to send a bit more
ballsy line swing out, knowing that it's the Tour de Force. If it was an op, sure, but thankfully for us, Laz whiffs on that one.
Tendencies to play on that chamber, so good jiggle peeking
there. So Zeta's read does come true. It's just that they have to respect it. They have to give so much space. This Euron has to go huge on this round. The run it back is just meant to buy a lot of time. And oh my!
The flash, the run it back.
The screen, man.
All that's left for this round for Global Esports.
Oh.
Blaze King can't really escape either. Able to take down Euron at the very least.
30 seconds left.
He's got to save though. It just doesn't feel, you know, there is other than him, money is a little weak on a couple players, so I don't think there's any way. He's going to get back to this, maybe get a couple picks, but...
Well, I didn't think Depp was going to get 3 kills, man. I thought Depp was just going to buy time for Euron to get the flank, man.
I don't know if Zeta wants to continue hunting this.
No one thought Depp was going to do that.
There's no more reason to commit any more resources. Zeta's also a little bit low on money.
All right, we're good to go. That said, I mean, not too bad from Blaze King, but the adaptation, the adjustments from Zeta, and it all starts off with players like Hirodan again. You know, getting that information up around top mid. Although we did have Global Esports kind of being aware of how Laz
So GE's the thing is GE they get friggin' just pushed in on A main. They basically have to give up A main control for the first 4 or 5 rounds. They start to figure out how to kind of push them back out of it. So that's good.
That's
but
that child of God.
there isn't
He is.
much
I mean,
more
the best
stronger
FPS player
follow-up
come
from
out of
it.
Japan, in my opinion, of all time, and it's not even close. He's on another level. I mean, not only is he the best to come out of his region.
That's true, man. How many kills does Depp have right now?
We have in Pacific. On top of it, I mean, he is.
Yes.
I think he probably is in terms of like raw skill. Like his mechanics are just through the roof, and you saw it there on that triple kill.
We've seen it so much last year on Jet as well, but now on different agents, it really shows that everyone is trying new things. In global esports as well. I thought it was a little bit smart that they tried to adjust towards this A site, but
I mean, both teams look a lot better than themselves at kickoff.
And of course,
But I think the thing is I think for GE right now, we should really be paying into, like, if they still like have to play too cautiously from this round on, then it's probably not good, even at the half, right? Because I think the early rounds you could forgive them a little bit because, like, if you weren't expecting the chamber, etc., and Zeta being able to therefore play much more aggressively and therefore like fight for A main instead of playing retake on A main, like or on A, things like that, then sure, like it's gonna mess you up for like 3 to 4 rounds. But we'll see from here on out. They're starting to figure out that they basically need to always retake control of A main. Oh. I mean, the idea was there, but
by himself, but it's not quite working out. The toxic stream,
you made Hero Run pretty ready for that.
But it's still information enough, and I think Global Esports does not really want to challenge this, at least not solo.
So this drone is just to keep them tied up, right? They want to prevent this rotate from happening, and Zeta just says, screw that, man. Dude, Sugar Zero calls that drone. So they'll bring back Hero... Oh! GE purposely waiting to see if there's anything. Zeta's playing. They are playing it safer.
When you're going B, especially with the Gecko in there,
but they'll put the Phoenix in market so that he can always fight close quarters. Obviously, with the op, you're looking more to hold backside. They hear the from the shadows. They see the reactions coming out. So GE, they're gonna rotate. This, I mean, it's not off of assumption. But I like that they show the Sova, right? Because the Sova was the last one shown on A, so they show him again on B. It's the best sell you could have if you're committing to the rotate and you don't have time to go back. So they're gonna go in. The thing is they have no idea how to watch flank, and Depp's already there on A main. I mean, this post plant, you have to push out somewhere. Like, you basically have to take over this entire spot. Otherwise, it's rough. Hiding right, dude, right below the recon. Good position from Polvi, but yeah, they have no idea the flank's already here. And T, very calm from Euron on that.
Did not quite expect, and now that's gonna be Zeta with the 7-1.
We good.
It's clean. Again, comms and awareness are really what is impressing me. We know the individual skill is there for Zeta. Some of the problems came with like depth of strategies and things like that, especially on maps like Icebox, which is our
Why do they leave Blaze King on B? Because if they didn't do that, then you're basically, then you're really kind of flipping the coin and hoping, right? Because you went the long way anyway, because you weren't sure, because you had no information. So you could argue the setup up to that point, it was kind of a desperation move, but if you have no information here, so you have to go around here. If you don't leave anybody, no matter the numbers, at that point, like, Zeta could leave later and they would still be there to prevent the plant. So what they had to hope for was Blaze King gets a kill and stays alive, I guess, is the bigger part. But
Thrash coming through. They don't see anything though, so this could be a good site capture by Global Esports. Zeta has to go in with their full investment to retake. Viper's pit up as well.
To have the drone as well to try to clear that pit. So
Euron's just tasked with holding on to market.
So far, so good, though. Global Esports staying hidden. Polvi sneaking out the front.
Dude, right around the drone. Good decision there.
Thrash able to connect, but Hironon.
Dude, Hironon?
He actually wrapped back around Polvi again. So that's the initial line of the.
I mean, this Viper's pit. Oh no!
Inside. Oh, the way that they're pushing along.
Oh no!
Sugar's here with the double at the end. Zeta are looking unstoppable right now.
Yeah, the protocol's just a bit off there for GE in that post plant. Nobody able to clear. That recon dart really hurts because it immediately reveals
man.
Ben's presence. And that's a huge advantage that Zeta has going into this post plant, is that Hirodon is not only popping off with his mechanics,
Dude,
but he's saving
first of
that
all,
utility for when he
Laz is
needs
crit.
it.
The
And
thing
he'll put it
is
to great
like
use.
Laz back in form, like Deb playing aggressive. That's all great. But to me, it's Huron and Euron getting their confidence back. Like they, as soon as they would lose a couple rounds or things wouldn't go their way, they started to look really shaky at kickoff, which is the part I was kind of miffed about, because during the offseason I thought they looked really impressive. I was like, oh, give them another month, they should look good.
Back in again though, Polby trying some entry antics.
Yeah, that was.
Hirodon shuts him down, but the trades come through anyway. You've got
It was an
Dylan to run it
attempt.
back, though. Lightning fast, able to sneak up behind, shuts down Deb, but Laz answers back.
That's a moment.
Got Blaze King left alone once more.
Really tough here for Blaze King. The Guardian, one tap potential, but Laz, you got to feel with that op in hand.
I mean, he still has a minute.
Fearsome.
I have the spike.
He's not gonna pick up a weapon. He doesn't want to make noise.
Try to push through.
I mean, it's a
Laz is
Guardian.
probably just hanging out. The player you got to worry about potentially is Hirodon, but trying the pump fake, and Zeta this time just gonna plant their feet and wait this out. Again, great game sense.
Got a lot of time. Okay, initial tap. Zeta starts to move. He's still kind of paranoid about his back, though, but that recon will give him all the information he needs.
Ooh,
but
gets shown
bit of a
first.
shoulder, that's all Laz needs.
I mean, Blaze King looked like he was basically working with the assumption that because he spent enough time that they would have rotated either to be together or like they would be closer here. I don't think he expected them to be here already, because it looked like he wanted to get ready to do a swing out, but
Good attempt from Polby, but Hirodon's able to take him out before he even lands, really. And no real hope for Polby in that situation if the player is able to take you out of the air like that. Laz is just, yeah, nice, yeah, very good. It looks comfortable for Zeta. They have a phenomenal
The
lead
G
right now. Now you've got that Hunter's Fury again. You do have the Counter's Hunter Fury from Blaze King. You do have Hirodon's Pit, which he hasn't felt the need to invest yet. Hasn't really had the
Nice
opportunity.
screen on A.
Could even save it for a retake.
Yeah, exactly.
Good for delaying, decent for the retake, good for mid control.
We'll see how he wants to use it. I thought maybe he
Deb?
this round just to shut down one of the angles, but what does Sugar Zero do it?
What?
Oh my
He's
God.
pushing along with Deb.
Dude, how does Sugar Zero get two, man? How does Sugar Zero get two there? Oh, and the
The setup from Zeta is just too darn good.
dude. In what world does a defending team get to slow creep out mid and take control of tiles like that, man?
I mean, they're just so dialed in.
I mean, it's reads on top of that too. You
Oh.
know, previously we've seen that toxic screen for a bit more mid control.
Okay.
Now
You know,
Sugar
Depp
Zero
is in
cleans
fact
up.
human.
Classic standard stuff. But yeah, the toxic screen before, we had it towards B, and then they started to get a read that maybe this round Global Esports going to head towards A.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's, you know, GE's trying to dig
I
a
mean,
little
to be
bit,
fair, G hasn't had much of an opportunity to make calls.
I mean, again, it's holding down the angle towards bottom
But it's a
mid.
very good look from Zeta.
Sugar Zero,
And
this time with Sugar Zero, you don't even
I
need Laz
mean,
to be the
we'll
one
see
to
if
do
it continues for the season, but
great protocols, great awareness, everybody doing the right thing at the right time, holding the correct angle.
like Zeta is not giving GE room to breathe at all,
Through the roof. Nothing to fall.
right? Okay, well, G's finally gonna get some room with the Hunter's Fury.
Oh my God, Hirodon
Doesn't check the box, man. And here, dude, Huron is getting multi-kill. Dude, everyone's getting multi-kills on Zeta.
This could be an 11-1 first half. Is this all that Global Esports has to offer?
Good from the
Surely it's gonna
shadows.
be more. Lightning fast from the shadows right behind.
You still have someone on site. You know they haven't entered
The
yet.
rest of them. Zeta tries to provide that reinforcement. Global Esports has no idea that this is where they are coming.
Guardian, rough.
Heads-up duel onto Blaze King.
Yeah, Lightning Fast was kind of the only option here, but it's a 1v3 now.
The hope of South Asia. A bit of a crouch, but last with the operator punctures through his torso. 11-1. Zeta ends the first half.
Switching sides.
Well, you already feel like you're getting the answers to some questions about what was happening during the offseason
And you've
This
gotta
is.
like what you're seeing from Zeta. Not only with the agent.
I mean, again, I listen from since kickoff. I'm like, I'm a little wary of getting a little too hyped from the early matches in the first map of a series, especially when neither team was looking that promising at kickoff. So it could just be a relativity thing. But Zeta so far, I mean, for instance, okay, so it's a couple of things for me. The fact that Zeta, first of all, is willing to experiment with their own take on certain comps, and then the fact that they're playing Chamber Phoenix, so agents that want to get contact, right? Agents that are good at making advantageous trades, and then so on defense, you're still playing for early control, and then you even have variations where you pair the Phoenix with the Chamber to take early control and then anchor outside of the site. Things like that. And I think, quite frankly, GE just looked like they were not expecting that at all. And it looked like they didn't want to dump util too early just to get control of one part. It looked like they just didn't have a backup plan after that. And then on top of that, to be fair, GE just is not shooting back. And that's probably the biggest problem. But
mechanically for you or whatever, and that's hard to overcome in this game. You can be as good with the util and all those other things, the protocols, all that can be in place, and it can still just be a bad day for you.
So for GE, I mean, yeah, like it's not. To be fair, like I don't even know if you can really say Russ's calling is bad, because it's just like they didn't have many rounds where you could try to do any sort of mid-rounding. I mean, I think there were, there were a couple rounds where the round-to-round adjustment seemed to be there. It's just the execution wasn't. So I don't think we can really say anything about GE's calling for this game.
Chairs just leaning all the way back. Stretch out. Yeah, I'm good.
I mean, perhaps a slight lack of understanding of comp.
He's already vibing,
but also, I mean, I would forgive them if they did not expect Zeta to play for so much early contact, because that's just a team that used to never do that.
Ready for a flash in case there was a further push up through B main towards spawn.
So GE takes mid control after to try to re-clear it and make sure that they have a better setup for the site defense. Oh, it's just the Chamber peeks out from B side, and GE, their initial reaction was to stack B. But I think it's because GE is still playing like kickoff Sunset. They're still playing retake heavy. They have the comp for it, so we'll see. The question is what's Zeta's answer? They have a curveball. Looks like Dep's ready for a curveball immediately.
It's crazy. Look at that flash.
Yeah. I mean, that's huge. Yeah, that sets up Laz. I mean, Uran just has to stay alive, because Laz could hold from here. He could hold from here. Makes things a lot more. And then he's got the rendezvous to buy time. Dude, Uran is sprinkling him. The Zeta Classic. Oh, man.
Uran just clips him in the head. Just fantastic coordination here between Uran and Laz. Laz able to hold that angle with the headhunter. Uran so smart. Gets lit up early, takes a ton of damage, and just says, okay, now I'm going to wait.
Dude, GE,
into Laz's angles and then try to play off
like everyone on Zeta gets multi-kills when GE approaches them, because they're just, they're not clearing, like they're not expecting Zeta to be cheeky. Like they're just straight up not, right? Like earlier when Povey goes over the box, you're not expecting hero on here. You're not expecting Dep just to be crouching right next to the corner. It's just like,
some of the Zeta players have light shields.
Like, I mean, sure, Dep's good, like Huron and Uran look good, but not to the point where they should be getting free double kills anytime they're holding a corner.
Huron was playing in that previous moment.
Yeah, I think they're anticipating that there's going to be some kind of close-range weaponry due to the economy that GE would be facing. So you have to be aware that there could be things like Buckies, like Stingers in the mix. You have to be really cautious to make sure that these tough angles are going to be easily cleared. But a great shot from Russ.
Great opener. Shuts down
good Poison Cloud right away. I mean, GE, I think it's worth just kind of emptying B site, yeah, and picking up that weapon.
They've managed to force him off with that paranoia. Dark covers
Get the ult orb on A as well. Now that does mean they have to play retake, so.
Almost.
Okay.
The paint shell's got there just in time to prevent it, but
they had to clear the trademark. The smoke doesn't quite cover it. That's
Landed for B main. Just gotta deal with it, but you can't. That guy's good
looks
for
like the ping wasn't really on the trademark.
Good
It's,
chance for Global Esports to extend their rounds in this moment, but Zeta Division actually holding themselves down too with the Bulldogs, with Sugar's
dude, the run it, dude, Dep's run it backs have been very good, by the way.
alive long enough. By enough time, we've got a bit of a curveball being thrown.
Here's one.
Dep, oh my god, with the spray down, he gets the quad to end the map. Zeta Division, what an opening game.
Absolutely
GG.
bonkers stuff there from Zeta Division, coming in, showing us a new comp, a new look, a new Zeta for stage 1, and they look fearsome.
This is just the first map too. If you
Man.
win things on a 13-1, I think it's an understatement to say that they have the momentum on their side.
Someone scan that QR code. What is it? I want to scan it and potentially get hacked.
I'm blown away. I mean, I know Zeta has it in them to be good, but to have a 13-1 to come out here to start
Dude,
stage 1,
I mean, this is...
I will say this. If you're a GE fan, don't get super worried about this because this
But the thing is like, first of all, it definitely, like, GE just wasn't firing back at all in any capacity. So, like, it's kind of hard to read into that game too much. I think it's a combination of they weren't firing back, and then also they were thrown off by Zeta's comp, and the fact that Zeta was, like, using their composition correctly. So, it's hard to focus on the GE side, because...
steady yourself and go into the next map with
it didn't look great. It didn't look good. It looked bad, but not like it's hard. It's one of those games where it's like it's hard to even identify why it would be from an outside perspective. On the flip side, dude, that's an ISO cosplay. On the flip side, I would say Zeta. You know, the multi kills, etc. Sure, like that could be a relative thing, but I mean, I think you look at the fact that they are always trying to make sure that they have someone to trade with, that they are playing their composition correctly, that they are playing a composition that is for contact, and they are playing for contact. So overall, I think Zeta, it's looking much more promising. And this is honestly the type of Zeta I was hoping to see after the offseason.
And you know what? Thank you, Carlisle. Thank you for not being a liar. Because when he walked off the desk, I thought for sure he was baiting us. We're going to go into this game. Laz is just going to be playing something more standard, something that we've been seeing from him for, you know, the last couple months and whatnot. But no.
What, scan the QR for you?
And it just looks flawless. 13-1. This is just
yeah, I mean the Icebox pick is kind of curious. Like GE was also playing the KO Gecko, so
he only died 3 times.
Yeah.
Dude, 20 and 10. Holy cow.
Dep had a little smirk after his multi-Ks.
Yeah,
Dude.
that's the first the game. He was the first one where he was just chasing down
So funny.
multiple members of GE on A main. He had like a, you know, he got like that first 3K of his. Really was very strong, and this is where it gets very interesting for Zeta Division because
no, yeah, I mean Zeta, the way they played that Sunset is definitely above expectations for sure for Zeta. But again, we'll see. Does it carry through all the maps and a full series? That's my big question for Zeta, because
there was really no answer here.
The consistency is probably the big part. Because even at kickoff, it seemed like they had the right idea of like, we do have to learn to just take fights, right? Which is, I think, the biggest thing they were missing, as simple as that sounds in a game of Valorant. So
just said, we'll do something slightly different and still, you know, counter you out every single turn that you do.
I mean, the casters are kind of talking about it during that. It felt like oftentimes Global had a decent idea of exactly what Zeta wanted to do, and it goes back to that pistol. They kind of read that was going to be the setup. There was going to be this, you know, crunch coming through, but they just couldn't deal with it. It just felt like at every twist and turn, they were just getting diffed, and I don't.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why I think Gio was playing scared on A main. YouTube's talking about how, you know, forcing them to always have to clear A main ruins a lot of it, right? Because GE plays a very util-heavy composition. They play a very util-heavy style. They play a very set play-heavy style. So forcing them to have to use that early is good. And the way they were conditioning them to do that in A main is also good. But at that point, like GE, it basically felt like GE couldn't decide if they wanted to util dump A main and then trust in
seems to be a
their
trend,
protocols to carry them for the rest of the round, or if they wanted to find a different route to do things early and then save their util. It just seemed like they were just waiting and then still using like half. You know what I mean? It almost felt like GE was kind of half-assing their solution, hoping they could get away with it for the first couple rounds.
A couple of rounds away from, you know, when they were playing on those icebox maps. So maybe they're just banking on that fact. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, even with Zeta, you know, losing to Secret on that map, I mean, Secret played a really close game versus G on Icebox. So I still feel pretty good for Zeta coming into this one. They at least have one of the wins under their belt.
Icebox.
Win rate out of kickoff.
I think Zeta's going to change their Icebox too, though. If they're willing to play Chamber on Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams did need work on their Icebox, so I'm pretty sure we're going to see different agent compositions even later on. But before any of that, guys, I know it's been a while since last year when we had our VCT Pacific Games.
I'm so
Kilios's favorite thing to do.
slow about this. Oh, they're playing a mini game though, so we get to do point predictions.
Ranking system.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me.
So I know you haven't played these games yet, but you like games, Astra. I know you like games. So how this works is production has put a question out, not just for us, but for you guys at home, those of you guys in the audience, and for those of us who got our predictions correct, we get a point. And
Okay, 5 minutes. Boom.
how this is
Get your Preds in.
out. All right, the question
Most of you guys were correct on the Zeta Pred.
is which team will win the second half.
The second half pistol round. The second half pistol round.
This is us flying so blind, but
Which team will win the second half pistol round, chat?
Yeah, we got props. We got everything for this. So second half pistol round. Are you guys?
Oh, we got giant signs on the analyst
Are we going to
desk.
see the audience answer, or do you guys? Okay, let's give our answers. Ready? In 3, 2, 1.
I was gonna vote GE.
Right.
Look, I mean,
But
this is a bit of a punt, I think, either way, just given that we're predicting for second half pistol round, so we don't get to see anything. But the way that Zeta's playing right now,
which team
the ever-loving Halid,
am I cheering for? Like in this match? I'm not cheering for anybody. I am neutral. I only cheer at Masters and Champions, and then I'll cheer for the Pacific teams.
And that's the second pistol round.
Look, they used to be last year. They were the pistol princes. You know, they were the ones that were not dropping.
Thanks, Adelberg. A little bit of cheering for RRQ. A little bit of cheering for RRQ. And then someone was asking, which team do you think is the hardest to cast for? Like in Pacific?
Tough to call, but given the form right now,
I mean, Paper X is one of the hardest to cast for sure. Just because, like, if you review it,
That's the only reason why. But I mean, I don't think that really.
and now that a lot of us are probably more used to it, it is like we're getting better at it. But the thing is, it's just the way they play. It's really hard to catch the actual nuances during a live match. And then on top of that, Paper X matches often makes the observing chaotic, so then it's harder too. But
Icebox comp, or if they do stick with the Harbor, because I could see Chamber being played on Icebox.
Oh, absolutely.
that is true. We're cheering for good Valorant.
It would make sense on Icebox, actually.
I think you just do it. I think even if you didn't plan to do it today, you just make the adjustment because
Dude.
give that man a headhunter. Maybe
Paper X, man, what are you doing here?
A couple woofy shots in there, but give that man a headhunter.
Get outta here.
He's going to be clicking some damn heads. So
No, but your team is definitely one of the harder to cast. I'm trying to think who else is hard to cast.
What do we think it's going to be a 2-1 kind of game, or?
I mean, I'll be straight up on. I mean, this isn't fair because it's a new roster. But straight up, DFM was hard to cast last year.
They can win the second half pistol
It was
round, but then
DFM was hard to cast last year. Because it's like I'm not seeing much, and it's not exciting, and it's not hopeful. So it was like, man, no, you know, GE last year, it was actually GE's games were kind of fun to watch. Like Aaron's calling was pretty fun to watch.
That is
honestly.
kind of
I mean, it got messy, you know, and some, you know, the records were kind of all over the place, but
that they prefer to have, because when you are blown out of the water, it's really easy to you know, deny the thoughts of like, oh man, like.
But DFM last year was hard to cast. I'm hoping that changes. I think DFM is going to look okay this year. But again, not much data to go off of. Not much data to go off of.
I feel like it's just going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to go to agent picks now, so we're going to find out.
All right,
exactly
agent
what's gonna happen.
picks.
We're gonna see
I
Chamber
imagine that GE
again
keeps the same
and
comp.
Asarai. I mean,
No.
how are you feeling about this? This is
Oh.
different than last time.
Zeta brings in the Gen G comp, which I believe GE was also playing at kickoff. And GE's going to bring in the Sage.
I'm really liking this. The only thing that has changed.
I actually don't mind it. From either team.
Anymore. It's Zeta Division's actually picked up.
KO picked up by them. I mean, yeah, Yura, I'm curious to see how he's going to be looking here with this Gecko.
Hold on, why? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong records. Right? GE was playing that, right?
Being able to try to get the diffusers
Oh, no.
the wingman into the
Oh, wait. No. They were playing KO Silva. They were. Oh, that's why I didn't like it. You're right. I didn't like their comp. You know, in my head, I was like, maybe I was being too mean on them. Because I remember not saying I didn't like their icebox. Well, maybe that was just their execution. But you're right. Now that I think about it, it was a Silva KO, not the Gecko. So I didn't like it.
I guess we'll just have to find out because it is kind of interesting. You do have that Gecko being brought out from both sides, but also.
But the comps on both sides, I'm okay with. Zetas, obviously, we've seen both Sentinels and Gen G use it extensively at Masters.
You're using that Sage to set up your.
You know, the double flashes, etc., etc. You can clear step by step. You can. It really helps you set up for rotations. That's all good. For GE, I'm okay with it. Like Sage, I think is still okay. I don't know if I prefer Sage, but over other comps, but I think the Sage is okay. Although I would say it's only okay because Gecko is their initiator. If it was a Silva, I wouldn't like it. Or they, I would have wanted to see them like not use a jet, right? But for now, I'm okay with it. What happens when you wall off Little Bro's path? Unless he's entirely walled off, I think he just tries to find a way around.
Like that, some over flashes from your KO. It really gives you a lot of like space taking ability to really make it difficult.
No shock here, right? Put pressure on A. You put up an early alarm bot. I like this alarm bot as well because that allows Laz to actually hold mid. That allows him to actually pressure early on. If they got any contact at yellow, Laz probably goes back in. But since it's free, he can actually start to pressure mid earlier. Zeta's even going to try to take Snowman control? Oh my, that is ballsy, Euron.
Global has made their way through.
I don't think they spotted him.
All of that juicy information. Hey guys.
Oh, and Dep's baiting for him. Dep's in a bit of a risky spot, so Cloudburst for the one-way. The thing is that might sell him even more. Euron's just buying time. He's just drawing them out. Gives time for Laz to come back in from mid as well.
Now that's going to be down to Laz. The wall comes up for the defuse.
Oh, he can't walk through it anyway. Oh my god!
He gets the shot. He jumps up with the zip line and he saves the round, but not quite enough. Global Esports managed to stick the defuse at the end. That's bonkers.
Dude, I mean the fact the GE is GE getting away with the defuse. Holy cow! Oh my god.
But still, didn't matter. I mean, this is a really interesting setup here. Like, teams are really on this B side.
Damn, dude. I mean, good on Povey for sticking it, knowing that there's no way for him to walk in through the wall, because otherwise... Oof.
I mean, Laz still, though, like, absolutely just crazy stuff. But, I mean...
Outlaw.
Yeah, GE gets the round.
GE.
God dang, that's so smart.
Oof, that's the double. That gives Zeta... Dude, look at Zeta. They hear the double shot, and they just all file in. You know that's their one window. Let's see, GE. Oh, great double kill from Povey.
Two shots completely shatters.
Oh, missed a little bit there, but Povey gets a third.
Maybe we get a couple more. Oh,
okay. GE Classic. Yeah, sets up for Russ as well. Great hold from Povey. Huge.
Securing the pistol and the subsequent round now.
Yes.
Yeah, the Snowman push there was a little weird just because it's like... I mean...
dive into this weapon.
In some ways, it sets up Laz for more success on that pistol. I'm trying to think about, like in that round, why did it feel more beneficial? I guess because they knew that there wasn't a rotation in mid, so they basically wanted to cut them off early, and if they went through kitchen, they would have a pinch from an unexpected angle, but
now you gotta dig in.
Either way,
because you have to go for the full armor here, just a
but definitely Zeta playing again for like aggression, for more control of the map, things like that is very good news. early mid control for GE. That's good too. They still have the alarm bot. They still have the turret, so you could rotate out at any point. I mean, it might have been kind of nice if the turret was maybe here, just because this is now a little bit redundant.
Nest right now. Bit of a alert from Laz. Manages to catch him
I
down.
mean, NT from Polvi.
The rest of Zeta have already made their way.
But with the early push out, Zeta decides to just go in. They actually weren't expecting this many people, I think. Even though it was only the Jet spotted, because usually the Jet would have needed a lot more support to get out that far confidently.
Unfortunately gets burned by the mosh pit.
Yeah, great anticipation there by Yuran to put that mosh pit in a spot where he kind of recognized that likely Lightning Fast was going to get pushed off that angle from the top. And yeah, really, really nice there. Laz did a great job catching the attempted lurk from Polvi. You feel like he's always good on one side of the map. Yuran with that Guardian. I mentioned it earlier that
Chat.
a little bit of economic.
Let GE play, man. Okay, Ops out, Blazestorm's out. Polvi's in a really good position.
Picking up right where he left off on Sunset.
Polvi with the operator this time around, though. Zeta on the attack, still.
Good dizzy from Euron. Zeta's understanding how GE's going to want to play this comp, right? Take early aggression onto A pipes, delay them. Now they use the Thrash early as well. Not in a great recoverable spot, but... Now your post plants aren't going to be as safe because GE has a Sage, so Zeta's going to need to take a little bit more spot. Dude, Zeta wanted to draw in more people. Great second kill from Lightning Fast.
That's going to be down to Sugars here.
I think Zeta basically didn't want to happen was they cleared it with Thrash, but it was empty, right? So the fact that you had early contact here, but then the site is empty, so Zeta's like, okay, they're probably waiting to flood the site. So they want to either draw in an early kill or draw out more util. But GE actually just, they don't like flood it immediately. They just go for picks. Really well played by GE. I mean, huge for Lightning Fast.
That Vandal down to 5 HP, no problem.
안녕하세요.
Russ there holding the smoke angle, and there you go, some smiles now for GE. Now they're starting to feel it. Yeah, they're starting to look a lot crisper. You've got Zeta on the back.
And now they're not going to push out of A. Wait to see if the Dizzy comes out again. You see all that util again. Polvi's not tagged by anything. Oh. I think he was moving a little bit as well, trying to decide which angle to hold.
Esports, you know, it's not all doom and gloom. You come in with a clean slate, mental reset.
Oh, he still gets tagged by that? Oh my gosh, that's a lot of you, dude. Zeta came prepared to take out that operator. Well, the ops down, or the spikes down, but
up on top of the wall now.
The problem is they did spend a lot to.
Able to get those shots down, but Yuran, okay.
I mean, it ain't over till it's over. High-low. But it can be 1v1 angles, but he wasn't expecting it at all.
Expecting Russ up on top, so that's going to be global with another round.
Yeah, it's not a bad round here for Zeta on an eco, but at this point, you know, things are starting to
오늘 내일은 집에서 같이 개인 중계하면서 경기 볼 계획이고요. 월요일부터 다시 현장으로 출근합니다.
This is nice positioning here, trying to cover as best as they can for Polvi. But using that wall against them again.
No, G's coming alive, right? It seems like they are kind of reading into how they want to control the tempo. Like round-to-round adjustment was good from round 4 to 5. And then they're gonna, oh dude, they're gonna reposition the op again here as well. Make sure this time they hold mid control.
Now he's gonna be taking a peek down mid. Laz though.
And they're just playing for B control as well. No hard control of Blaze King. Early kill. And that's onto the Gecko. That already slows things down quite a bit. Nice bounce.
And that's what I'm keeping my eye on. The rest of them potentially trying to push into B and then maybe Laz to swing up from behind. But with everyone pushed up this far up front,
oh, that was the defenders. I just realized. Because he's over here.
No doubt. And Blaze King.
Not a nice bounce. Not what they wanted, actually. Yeah, no reason to greed that. You had support. Eventually you trade.
Being able to get a double, I don't know if it's going to be enough. I mean, it just came down to dry duels, peeking in and out of yellow. or orange, but coming back into it now, the Thrash gains all of the information. They know it's no longer going to be a B hit. What they might
And now you have to suspect this for sure, right? And that's why Polvy's checking for it.
That res. Yep, and that gets,
I like the res as well. 4-2. You have the lockdown as well. I mean, there's a world where you just use the lockdown to secure this round, right? Keep up the momentum. Because Zeta's econ is broken, man.
Try to make this work. Laz gonna maybe try to go for an early pick, but that lockdown should be coming right outside of the site here.
Surely.
And would definitely force Laz back to A.
Oh, I mean, the Dizzy's good, but it looks like they're gonna try to save the lockdown. Dude, if they lose this because they saved the lockdown, I'm gonna be very upset. But it looks like that's not gonna happen. Okay.
And then lightning fast off of the wall.
I mean, it's not a round where it feels good, but it's also just like, this is a 2-rounder, right? If you win, they're most likely not in a great position to win the next round, and you keep up the momentum. So I honestly think that the lockdown was fine to use. I mean, you don't have any else coming up, and I guess you're trying to say that you want to match the opponent's ultimates. But it's one of those cases where it's like, not using it as the textbook correct play, but situationally, I think using it would have been fine.
Certainly the fans in India have to be liking the bounce back that we've seen so far. And my concern for Zeta Quack is I'm not seeing the
True. I mean, if they used res and lockdown, it would have been a very heavy investment for a round they should have been winning anyway. So that is also true.
Entries, but we haven't really seen so much of it. Even in that previous round, they were just kind of dry peeking outside of B. And, you know, with the setup from Global Esports,
It's just that it was Depp and Laz, and in my head, I'm like, I don't know if I take that chance, but
elevated angles, it's just that much more difficult for Zeta Division to hit. So great setups coming out from Global Esports.
Absolutely. I really like the way they're playing. They've got a really good sense of the timing. Like, they've dodged any attempts, especially on the A side, at some of those util dumps that Zeta has tried, and then they've had the opportunity
Chat,
to
calm down.
right when they're kind of least expecting
Don't get ahead of yourselves.
Really good mental game.
When will we learn, chat? When will we learn?
Much better shooting. It seems like they were able to do that reset that we were talking about at the end of map 1, and that's phenomenal. That's exactly what you want to see.
26-28. That would be insane if this goes map 3 and it's Ascent, and in classic Ascent fashion, it's just like 50 overtimes. That would be sick.
As a bailout if things start to go sideways for GE. It's like maybe
Okay, timeout into mid control.
They want to try to see if they can get underneath, maybe go to the
GE
early alarm bot though.
kind of suspects it, right? Benkai trying to hold on to mid control, puts down the alarm bot, and he knows that they can get into under tube. Oh, they're going mid to A. Oh, dude, the crossfire, man. The calls were fast from Benkai. And you had Blaze King watching here as well, right? So you basically were pretty prepared everywhere.
Still gotta watch your sides. All that's left is none other than Laz with a Sheriff. A good dink on the Blaze King, though. But it's definitely not quite gonna be enough. All the heal from Lightning Fast as well. And we're just counting down the seconds to that final shot through Laz's skull. It's 6-1. Not much was going to happen in this round, but that was not what I was expecting, even with the Blaze Storm.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't think he was going to go that deep. I mean, I thought he was going to sneak under tube and try to go for B. You don't see Depp whiff like that on the Blade Storm very often.
I mean, Depp whiffing is one thing, but everyone else, like, following through
going for the place where they were, not where
without
they are. But yeah,
any info didn't seem great.
So hard to get any other support. I mean, he gets the flashes this time at least, but he's not able to convert on the follow-up.
That's what you call the art of whiffing. It's not something that everyone can do.
Okay.
It's really difficult to pull off.
So early push out. You still have the op, so they're going to heavy rotate over. This time you have under tube covered. You've got turret to cover this as well, right? So unless you don't hear either of them pop after the poison cloud, you're kind of okay. You still got Benkai there. You've got the lockdown. Blaze King goes down, which is rough. You run. Oh my gosh, you are so stuck. Dude, how is he still alive, man?
The Viper's Pit as well to go, but behind it you still have a lockdown.
See, so now it's a question of, well, do we use this lockdown at all? Okay, they early thrash just off of the tap.
This is safe, but
Zeta's trying to play this as safely as possible.
Potentially a little bit tricky as both
So that'll be
lockdowns
lockdown
come
for
through.
lockdown.
Good for one.
There's the 2 lockdowns now.
They're just going to try to
Zero
stick
having
it.
to push forward, actually able to take down the initial
But
lockdown
they have
from
nothing to take out the
Aventai.
opponents.
But then
Yeah.
you've got Russ. They've managed to kill
I mean, the hope was that you actually finish that before the lockdown finishes, but
That's what the timeout was for. You know, although we saw, you know, a bit of a fumbled Eco, a bit of a fumbled Blade Storm, they managed to come in with this setup, this execute onto the B site.
Oh, and it's a must-win round for Zeta if they're going to come back in this map because of the youth.
dude, I love GE fans. Like, I don't mean this sarcastically.
That have to come through for them to get this.
I love the faith.
The spike
It's
is
good
a
to
bit
see.
outside of the Vipers
Every
pit. Not sure if
team
that's
needs that.
effective or not.
Every team deserves that, man.
That's kind of what I've been seeing it a few times across the various regions that that teams. will
Which
start
is why
doing
I
that.
added that, because it sounded sarcastic, and I was like, I didn't mean it that way. But then every time that happens, if you say I don't mean this sarcastic, it sounds even more sarcastic.
You know,
Yeah,
I even saw like the toxic.
and rely on your mollies and things like that.
Exactly. The snake bite that was shot on.
Gonna anti.
But now back in the next round, Zeta
OV
tries to
wanted to get a
randomize
little
and
more
shot back
aggressive
over on
because
the
before he would always back out.
But again, look at these anti-flash positions. Dizzy takes a second before, you know, the blind, the goo hits. So Russ is still able to shoot that down and snaps back onto Depp. Great response from Global Esports.
Exactly, the protocol's so good.
Laz with a deep lurk. This is the best hope.
Blaze at
Oof.
least kind of sniffing it out. Still, Laz able to
I-
outdo him. Not before
I don't mind the attempt from Blaze on that repeak. It's a little ballsy, but
still alive enough.
like if you get that kill, that secures the round. So
Polvi has a better chance. On a retake, though, it's going to be a little bit difficult. So
He's playing. Laz is sort of playing an anti-op spot, expecting this push. Has tucked himself in.
Wow, you're
behind the hut. I mean, this is.
It's a bit of a crossfire too if Sugar Zero turns around.
I mean, they're gonna check it, but the off angle, it's good.
You don't off the original operator. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, it's gonna take forever to take out that wingman, bro. Oh,
No, you've got the
Mosh.
and that takes him off of it. Sugar Zero going in for a couple more
4K
shots
for
now.
Laz.
With a quad kill, and Zeta has managed to recover.
I mean, this is Laz taking this round over for Zeta, getting so deep into kitchen.
Dude, Russ, since when did Russ have 10 kills? 10 and 5.
Threw off Blaze King just enough.
I was trying to look for Polvi's kills, and then I realized Russ was on top.
That Laz able to win that battle, and this is really smart positioning. That's Laz, just like you said, kind of he knows how operators like to play, and he's able to read that. And
Carlos,
he's
I approve this message.
Yeah, okay, there we go. He knows they're starting to figure it out now.
I mean, listen, you're at round 10. You got 3 more rounds.
So good with their anti-flash positioning, making sure that Zeta
I hope
can profit from this.
GE just kind of commits to the Thrash to secure this round.
That's a great opposition.
Good mid lurk. I mean, GE's been very good round to round though, just to keep Zeta on their toes, make sure they can't approach too easily. Bit of a poor assumption from Russ. That's the Thrash down. Wall just to delay so they can flood, and they're even gonna get the pit up with that as well.
Still have Euron and the rest of them managing to push through. Depp
Except
uses up the updraft. He goes on top of the,
they still got taken out from pipes.
Euron's already done enough work on the other side. Depp just to finish things off, and Zeta are very much back in the game. It's 4-6.
Scary for GE. It looks so good for so long. Now 3 in a row for Zeta has them right
Timeout.
back in this thing. Maybe this would be an okay time for a timeout from GE. Try to figure out how you can.
Telling you, chat, can't get ahead of yourselves. Just gotta let the game play out.
That's unfair. That's just not fair. No other
Dude,
way to put it.
Uran and I'm telling you, Uran and Huron are actually both.
Going for this
They've got so much potential.
It worked. So yeah, I think this is a great.
Like they've really, like when I saw them during the offseason, I was like, wow, these are 2 great guys to really renew Zeta Division. Like create a new Zeta Division.
This time around, I mean, Zeta denies the orb early. Yeah, they lose.
The question is how consistently can they do it? And the biggest question is how consistently can they do it against stronger opponents? Like even if you don't win the game, you know what I mean? Like can you still play like that? AKA like Envy. Like even if you're not winning, Envy is always challenging tougher opponents and taking them down.
Past couple rounds now, what we've seen is that we had those anti-flash positions. We talked about it. Zeta
Who calls on
has
GE?
adjusted.
Russ. Russ is the primary IGL.
You've got Dep trying to throw them off, you know, going up on top of barrier orbs or walls like that. And it just gives Zeta that much more space to work with. It's a
100 Thieves versus Sandman. I mean, it's one of those matches where it's like, it is a big match, but it, I don't know how to feel about it because I feel like it shouldn't be a big match.
Fully agree.
Granted, I
Another
guess
part of that timeout, I think, is to slow
Sen's most likely playing with Curry, so we'll see how that goes.
Because we saw it happen on Sunset once they did. Ruz gonna get spotted out. Polvi gets hit by the Dizzy, but
Okay, so GE, they're going to take over green control earlier, right? Early pressure with a slow orb. And then they go for the late peak. So because the early peaks are starting to get red, because the op angles were starting to get red, the long range angles, they go on an off timing after the initial util, try to get a kill. That buys enough time for Blaze King to hold this, except that they are in garage. And does he have a timer in his head? Doesn't seem like it. He just needs to hide. Yep, Dep's already around.
Not quite able to secure the kill. Sugar Zero just kind of doubles and hangs back. Exactly. Teammates from Garage able to get the kill, but
Oh, they think he would have been the only one. Oh my gosh.
Double kill Russ up from Snowpile 2. And that's enough for Global Esports to secure themselves another round.
But it's just kind of one missed thing there for Zeta on their execute, and that's the angle that Lightning Pass is holding behind.
Thanks,
Yellow.
XP.
I mean, that's all it took, and that shut the round down.
Robin from YouTube, which teams do you think can win for Masters for Pacific? You mean to go to Masters? My prediction is Paper Race Gen G T1, but T1's a bit of a question mark. If T1 doesn't look great, then I'm voting for RRQ. But, like, I think Secret absolutely has actually a really solid shot of going to Masters Shanghai. I think that'd be exciting. And then, I mean, we'll see what the other teams look like.
At pushing past some of these choke points, especially up around green, around yellow. It's all thanks to Global Esports.
It's apparently my partnership anniversary, which I don't know. I've never seen that pop up before, but
Better for Global Esports. If they can take this one 8-4 as we go into the second half, might be even better.
might be a new feature.
You gotta try to find a way to deal with this op.
Dude, I was gonna say, because earlier when he anti-flashed, it looked like Polvi wanted to stay on top, and he dropped, and I wasn't sure if that was intentional or not. But at least once, you have to just kind of disrespect the flash.
Initiator's gone. It's gonna be a little bit tougher to work his magic. Maybe it's just last.
I mean, that wall doesn't allow you to really provide backup. They will go there now. Good peek from last. So Polvi.
Okay. What? Lockdown being pulled in. It was the last round. I guess trying to get a bit of space towards B-Star. Maybe sell a bit of a fake, but not quite enough as his teammate falls as well. So.
Your predictions, DFM, RQ, and Gen G? Dude, I love to see it. Dude, I would love that. Honestly, DFM and RQ both going to a Masters, really just putting themselves on the map. I would love that.
KO Gecko. And it doesn't quite seem like Zeta's quite there yet with this comp. They actually beat GE on Icebox previously.
Thank you. It's funny because I've actually technically had partnership for so long. Like I got partnership early on in the days when you could kind of like
I mean, I haven't seen that wall be
argue your way into it, even if you didn't have the numbers.
Lightning Fast has just been so good. Like his positioning's been great, his shots have been great.
So I was definitely fortunate. And then I just got grandfathered into all the future partnership
that's what matters. So I mean,
changes.
I think it looks a little bit that part of
Talon also could.
but I don't think that.
But I think like if we had to argue, I would say Secret looks like they have a better shot than Talon. I'm gonna leave RQ out of that discussion just because my faith in RQ is much more theoretical. So if we're just working off of what we've seen, while Talon did crush Secret the first match, I think overall Secret looked better in kickoff. They also they basically proved to us that first match was the exception. So while I think Talon proved that they have the potential, I would say Talon's also still a bit of a question mark.
This time, so I don't know. Maybe that's one of the things that kind of throws them off a little bit. The double initiator isn't quite working out for them. Like you mentioned before, we don't see that combo utility.
아, 레플리카님 안녕하세요. 감사합니다. 재밌게 보셨나요?
By the other teams as kickoff went on. So I think absolutely you need to make a change.
네,
This is
저는 본업이
not a bad
해설입니다.
job at all. A lot of teams
뭐 예전에는 MC랑 프로듀싱도 하고 PD도 하고 했는데 본업은 해설이 맞습니다. 지금도 그래서 발로란트 해설 계속 해오고 있었고요. 올해는 약간 영어 위주로만 하고는 있는데 그전에는 국내 중계도 중간중간 같이 하고 있었어요. Dude,
There was that dizzy, but
this is the second half pistol, chat.
yeah. Very easily
Don't try to lie about what you guessed earlier during that break. I guessed GE. It's about to come to fruition. You know, all you doubters said, seeing how Zeta played in map 1, they're gonna take it, but so far it's not looking so hot.
Both sides trying to throw jabs at each other. But
GE, you don't have control of green though.
At kind of slipping and getting a read for these punches being thrown at them. Now hanging back, they're waiting for a movement from Zeta to counter.
G's waiting for them to push out, but it's like literally Zeta has no reason to, unless they just simply. But I think this might be just an adjustment from what they saw from the previous map as well, where they're like, well, Zeta might now, which that would be a huge win for Zeta if they can start making teams guess that. While it was a Jet and Gecko, it was only 2 of them, so Zeta also not gonna overreact here. Now they're gonna know that's a quick kill onto that, but good trade. Huron's gonna get spammed out eventually.
Pipes, some coming out from the other end of 410. Laz now trying to
Good,
hold up under.
good setup from Lightning Fast. Good cover rather.
Sugar 0.
Spike planted.
Everyone's back at full health.
3 targets to hit though.
Well,
Is it time?
uh-oh. He's gonna stick half. Are they ready for it though?
Change her costume.
No!
Oh
What?
What a connection onto Lightning Fast. Russ able to extend just by a bit. It's almost hit offline.
It's almost
Oh
the same thing
man.
to the last pistol, basically. Jeez Louise.
Holy cow.
Still, he gets it. That's. I mean, again, they're showing great patience here. They're really being diligent.
아, 그 감코진이랑 한 컨텐츠가 찍을 때도 너무 재밌었는데 많은 분들이 재밌어 하신 것 같아서 다행입니다. 앞으로도 또 그런 반응이 좋으면 앞으로도 이제 그런 비슷한 컨텐츠를 많이 하고 싶어지니까 제작진 측에서도 댓글도 달아주시고 그래주세요.
But Sugar Zero trying to do what he can. He's going to be a ghost and a marshal.
Clutching is in his genes.
Bulldogs to back him up. So Zeta just gambling on the B side. A's been left wide open here for the side of GE and should be probably figuring that out pretty quick.
Yeah, if
I mean,
utility's thrown towards green or anything, Blaze King is going to hear it.
Really? You see no reaction? And GE's gonna think... I think GE's thinking that they're just all hiding in sight, right? And because you had green... I think basically they were concerned about trap plays on B.
Zeta still just staying tucked
So
away.
GE's thinking that this is the right play. They have no idea. They have no idea. Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. They have no idea.
Pistol. I thought it was going to be the outlaw that he picked up. He took down Benkai, and now Zeta has turned things around.
I mean, I feel so bad for GE right now because they've been reading this map so well, and this is the one time they don't. This is the one time where they overthink it, and it costs them. Because you have to, they got 0 contact in A, and that gets in your head, and you're thinking, it's a trap. Like, they're hiding, they're playing a bunch of, like, anti-flash positions or something.
Admiral Akbar's just whispering in your ear. Like, what?
Man, I mean, I think it's just one of those things where it's like, you could have afforded to just go here, right? And this is one of those things where it's like, this is also the huge benefit of if you just send the person with just a pistol upgrade, and then you send them deep for info. If they die, you're not giving over a strong weapon, and then you have confirmation of, like, depending on which agents you saw, of like, okay, so there in fact is nobody A, things like that.
They didn't make a bad call. It would just happen to, again, there's like gambling going on both sides, and they just, you know, flip. They
What?
flip the wrong side.
Gambling?
What it boils
Paper
down to.
thin, how could you?
I don't think there's anything
Oh
to be super
man,
concerned about.
disappointed.
Still hitting shots. Blaze
How
King
dare you? How dare you disrespect the coach's hard work, saying that there was gambling on both sides? Crazy.
Really pained
Yeah, in the long run, I think that's the thing, because if you look at how Zeta Division are playing right now, the way that they're holding these defensive positions, it's so far back. Global Esports doesn't
They're gonna
get
fill?
a single lick of information. So it comes
Ball's
down to the execution.
broken.
They make
Goodbye,
it
little
fast,
bro.
they make it heavy. It could be enough, but Wingman gets shut
Hey,
down.
a lot of
No
util
spike
already
plans
taken out,
available.
but I mean the weaponry is just not there.
Just swinging out, trying to find what they can get. A
Oh.
couple of sheriff shots managed to secure a couple of kills. Depp now with the outlaw has
I
to
mean,
come back
surely,
into this round. He's got 2
surely.
shots in the chamber. I don't know if that's going to be enough though. Even the res gets it.
It's
punctured
an outlaw.
on
He
towards
can do
Rust.
it.
The slow on the other side to deny this one spot. Looking to possibly pick up the weapon.
Okay.
Try
He has to reload though, so that's unfortunate.
with an opening shot. Hillwin's onto 410. Another cloud burst.
Snake bite.
as well.
There's another one.
To push through though.
So he's slowly creeping out.
With the
He
pistol,
heard the snake bite.
able to spray, gets the quad kill.
Damn, dude.
The landing. Zeta
That's Depp,
Division.
man.
Just when you think that
That's
Global Esports
Depp.
might have come back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, you got to feel good about that round as GE. You do a ton of damage with those sheriffs. You have some really nice plays. A really good recognition here, though, by Zeta to quickly shut down the far left angle of that wall from their POV.
I've never seen Depp like move his vision so fast. And when he was going to that rope, he just wanted to make sure he was checking everything on the minimap.
That makes Wingman go further in, so they're not able to get that plant down as quick. And if they had, that probably would have been round because they just could have bought
All right,
time.
op online.
And instead, it
GE.
gives Depp
Can
just
they
enough time to
go
get in
through
there,
the op this time
and finish the
on
job for
Icebox?
Zeta. But man, that was so close.
It doesn't tag. They
for
only
GE,
hear the
despite
Vandal.
having a massive weapon to
They're
save.
not gonna be ready for this. But Depp's not quite ready for it either. Oh my. I mean, Blaze King's lucky he got out with his life. But the thing is, he checked 2, right? He checks 2, and he checks the op. So that's all the reason to go to A. And the thing is now it's on Zeta to decide, do we clear this or this to make sure that we don't get flanked on from behind. Because you're already too late for the flood, right? The Gecko's not here.
Maybe if we leave the A side open,
Nor is the KO.
with that operator over there, certainly they don't want to mess with it. No damage done.
I mean, it's basically mind game for mind game now between Depp and Blaze King. But the pressure is on Depp, right? Even if he goes over, at some point, Blaze King could come through. So Laz also has to stay alive because this alarm bot is going to give you a lot of... I mean, look at this, right? They're concerned, man. They have no idea when Blaze King's going to start his move. Sugar Zero finally clears him. That makes the retake a little bit more doable. You do have an op, but the Thrash online... Okay, I don't mind.
At least fake it, but
good Thrash.
It's a little... The Thrash felt a little early, but you've still got Mosh.
Back into it.
Still got Sage holding close.
Pushing now off the spike. Depp with the end
Mosh is down. And dude, that's all set up for Lightning Fast. Good step-by-step post-plant for GE.
Manages to defend.
just great stuff again from Lightning Fast. 17 and 10 right now on this Sage. It's very battle sagey. He's just
Dude,
so
800.19.
all these attempts.
How do you play with that,
so
man?
quickly. It's so fast. Great hold there by Polvi. Able to get up. Find
That's
that opener.
lower than
That much
1/8.
more difficult. Yeah, three kills in that
It's like
round, and he's pumped up.
one-
And he should be. He is having a.
In fact, it
whale
is 1/10
Yeah, I want to
of
see
what I
more
play.
Lightning
That's
Fast.
crazy, dude.
Talk about battle sagey. That's the thing. 'Cause
Granted,
he's
I
not
play
just,
super high sense, but
using the walls for some of these cheeky angles or anything. He's actually getting into the.
no,
thick
Lightning
of it.
Fast has been playing overall pretty okay here on Icebox.
Doesn't quite expect.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I think Zeta's a lot of times getting caught off guard by the positions of GE. You know, with certain players being pushed up further than maybe you expect. It's a lot of bait and switch. It's a lot of ping-ponging. For the side of Global Esports on this map, we've seen it time and time again. And that has been giving Zeta some problems. That was something they were doing pretty well on Sunset. And Zeta doesn't seem to have that same comfort here. There's a lot of things.
Oh, I should put in a sense, huh? I'll add that command. Chat, my laptop's bugging out, so if the stream crashes, just bear with me.
Fleshed out yet. Meanwhile, Global Esports look completely, prepared. They have a lot of options and ideas, different pages from their strat book to pull out. 10-6 right now, and with double digits secured for Global Esports, both sides are looking
1 second.
for that knockout punch.
I'll update it here in a second.
If it's going to be Zeta finding their way back into this, you feel like
Oh,
it has to
okay.
come a little bit whiffy, but gonna have to come in the back of this Blade Storm. It almost
They
feels like
saw the
this
Jet
has
as
to be
well.
That moment where Depp kind of takes over around.
So GE just wants to make sure that they don't get completely flanked on. Look at the timing for Blaze King though, right? While they're holding all this, Blaze King clears all of green and he takes the kill down early. Now GE, they shouldn't overcommit this. They should leave at least somebody here, whether it's the Killjoy or not, to see if that kill drew out a reaction or not. Because you have to be sensing that if off of that kill there's still no push from A or mid, you gotta imagine that reinforcements are here.
It's taken quite a while. Felt like they were looking.
So they're not taking their chances. No matter what, they are looking stronger. So because of the weaponry.
That's a good wall for that plant. Really makes it difficult.
Along with the toxic screen too.
Yes.
Little bro getting a free plant. You've got flank covered. You've got op set up.
Step. I mean, even
Step.
if you jump up with the tailwind, this is not a good angle for you.
Yeah, he's out. He doesn't have any of that.
Oof.
Simple shot. Polvi repositions.
Oh, good flash, but unfortunate that the weaponry's not there.
One shot from Laz is all that Zeta got.
Good round from
Global
GE.
Esports devours everything.
Fantastic stuff. I mean, just absolutely, just beautiful. It takes a little bit. Zeta's able to at least get in a position, but that huge weapon advantage they have, Depp has run out because Depp rushed over to Snowman to thinking that it was going to be a really fast rotate for GE. And it just doesn't seem like Zeta has the same read on this map that they did on Sunset. It seemed like on Sunset, every maneuver that GE was trying to make was accounted for. It was red. Let's go, Blaze. Let's go, buddy.
All right, Thrash, No Command, and Pit for Zeta. They have everything in their power to stop map point.
Up on top of the belt. And it's a pretty quick hit. Blaze. Oh, he gets caught by the flash. What a setup there by Hero.
Yeah, that's a big flash. Just off of the Poison Cloud as well. So I think Zeta realizing that they want to have more sure information.
Gets the double. Spike dropped.
I mean, the thing is Zeta hasn't been anchoring this hard on A. I mean, GE still obviously didn't clear all their corners, but it's definitely a bit unexpected.
She's got 3 more targets to go through. Oh, ult action. Yeah, it's just tough. Depp swings out along with a teammate. No collateral kills this time.
I thought maybe Polvi was going to get something done there. He was really crisp with that operator. Doing a nice job, but this early kind of anticipating the pressure up mid. Set up by Laz and Hirano perfect. And Laz and Depp shutting rounds down as they are wont to do. Yeah. When they can feel it. And a lot of teams are going to play behind that box in A like Depp just did for that anti-flash. That's the one position that I see.
This might get tied up a little bit.
More than I'd like, and it's not just here. It's not just in that.
Dude, Polvi's going to go for the Outlaw, huh?
We saw a little bit of it on
I mean, yeah, three members, right? 3 members with half armor?
so well. Sometimes you feel the pressure and you forget that someone might be playing around a spot.
I get it, but
now you're aware.
And it's tough, right? Because there's so
you
many
really just want to make map point.
And you don't have that extra line of flashes here for GE.
Either way, heavy mid control. They even pop out the alarm bot.
That's the thing. So
The thing is there's 2 people here, right? So they heard the Outlaw earlier, so Zeta should suspect the Jet. They're actually going to find him first. Oof.
But Depp punches him down.
Blaze King dying immediately is unfortunate. Blaze King was supposed to be the trap here. Okay, Thrash instead of lockdown first. Wall kind of blocks that off.
Waiting on that lockdown. Oh, lightning fast.
So now they have to defend that lockdown. Dude, look at Benkai. Very quick. You still have a Mosh. Does he have a lineup for it? Oh, he's spotted. But the Nanoswarms get 1 kill. They're only worried about this. They're not even thinking about the possibility, man. They're not even thinking about it. No time.
And with that, Global Esports gets towards map point.
Oh.
Brilliantly played here by Benkai. I was a little bit worried that if Russ got taken down quickly, that maybe Zeta's able to kind of figure that plant out and able to shut it down, but they're not. That tricky positioning, as you've come to expect from Benkai.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta, the thing is I think, first of all, this wall kind of threw them off, right, with the Thrash not being able to clear the site. Therefore, the lockdown gets delayed, whereas the Thrash just didn't really get them any information.
Iota of an idea that it was happening.
I thought, you know, maybe if
And
Zeta
Benkai
continues
just
to play, like,
snapped decision to start the rotate and then wait right outside.
information-starved defense,
Very, very, very
off,
good.
doesn't quite work out. Now Dep goes in for a bit of a preemptive strike,
You have Res.
and Global Esports has to rethink their...
So Sugar Zero is going to have to hang around. Sugar Zero or Laz has to hang around here like every round, right? Because Blaze King's been lurking into green nonstop. That doesn't tag him. I don't know if they're going to be ready for that.
You don't know?
Looks like maybe they were. Benkai seems a little suspicious.
Dep getting the information now.
Okay, 2 people in mid, and you actually take down one of them. The early clear out from Euron.
Saved the previous round too. Now
But he's going to have his knife out.
I don't even know if it's the Sage necessarily. It's just
Dude,
his
GE.
skill. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, dude, they go in this deep, they see the pit coming out, and during that, they're still double checking to see if anyone pushed out. GE's reads are good, and they're thorough on Icebox. And then because they push back through the pit, and they know that the pit was lower, they rotate back. It's the Gen G experience, man. Other than Benkai dying. Meteor probably wins that fight. But
Sugar Zero, potentially upgrade him to that Vandal, yeah. So that's, you got that going for you if you're Zeta, but this is going to be an extremely difficult retake. And look at where Blaze King, yep. He's doing it right back to him.
you got... Oh, no, you don't. Well, you got the wall, I guess. So Dep's going to have to make his decision. It is Zeta's angle.
Got Dep coming through Garage. Something that they don't expect. Global Esports has no idea. Spots 2. Simple task.
Dude, quick one, too.
Maybe a third. And it's all too
Dep is
easy
snappy.
for Dep. It's just kind of like playing a stealth.
No, Lightning Fast is playing overall really well this map, for sure.
Lines him up, lines and secures the targets, taps him all too cleanly. He's playing Ghost Recon.
He's nuts. He played Ghost Recon.
Sam Fisher up in here.
Enemy kill.
He is Metal Gear Soliding. I mean, he's just... This is so
Man,
unfortunate for
this was a round that GE, dude, had in their palms, by the way.
You know, Zeta reads that positioning from Blaze King. They're like, nah, we know about that spot. We did it to you. And then Adapt with the lurk. I mean, he's...
Because they played it perfectly. But
that's just stat padding for Dep.
It's rounds like those that really
they're buying down. So they're committing to the pit, right? The judge on Blaze King, they want to force their way through. If there's no early contact, you're expecting a flood or a set retake on A.
Players there. You got 3 there. Yeah, 3 for GE on half armor. So this outlaw could find a lot of value.
Where's Russ going?
With the blade sword.
Oh, is he going to sit here and thrash?
But of course, Zeta playing a little
No, he's going to play it safe because they never quite cleared the long-range angle. Okay, they check all the close corners. The thing is they're not close enough. All right, lockdown. Line up.
Hiroran tries to toss a fragment. It does land in place. But I don't
No, it's not close enough to the center. That's what I thought too. It's always kind of hard to tell sometimes, but
So enough space.
okay, just the floor 1, but that sets up Pole. Well, he's dead. So now things are a little rough for them.
Secure the surroundings of it with the blade storm. The outlaw cutting down Benkai. But I'm waiting for...
I mean, are they ready for the judge is my big question.
Teammates have fallen all around him. And all of a sudden, Hiroran appears in front of his face. And Zeta continues to climb. It's 12-9 now. We've got 3 rounds to go to force this into overtime.
Yeah, Dep's starting to heat up. Getting that blade storm kill. And that outlaw.
I mean, dude, this kill from Dep throws G's post plan into so much turmoil because they're positioning. They were waiting for Polvi to be able to shut those down before they were able to get the plant down. They didn't plant either. I think they wanted to wait to see if the ult will come out, but that's the thing is that, I mean, both of these teams made that mistake once each on their attacking side, where they kind of overthink it and they think, well, surely, like the util comes out for delay, and it's just like, nope, we're just gonna flood in.
Exactly how you want to dismantle a Viper's pit. So at this moment in time, Global Esports starting to feel that pressure.
I mean, the pit seemed a little rushed too. The pit seemed a little rushed too, which is why it's a little more surprising that they didn't go for the plant, because it's like if you're rushing, then hopefully you're at least planting. But
you know, it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Calling a timeout at this point, Carlisle gets to, you know, kind of a breather as well, and it gets a second to think for Zeta Division.
I love just looking at chat and just feeling the. I can feel the nervous laughter from all the GE.
No ults to speak of. So just
You
trying to
guys
see
are
if you can
funny.
do some damage to Zeta, but the pockets of Zeta relatively deep in terms of money, so they have another buy round in them for sure.
This is an eco, dude. 22-15 for Lightning Fast. Come on, let's get this map win for GE. Give Lightning Fast his little star on the board there, and then either team can win Ascent. I'm indifferent, but
after that, but not going to be able to get into any alts really, as they invested so much in that previous round and lost it. Yurda. Nice angle. I think I saw a smile after that one.
It's very calm. It doesn't really like.
I mean, you still got the setups here to try to do anything on the eco, even without the jet. But
he's apparently very funny, very like.
all right, so that lurk is denied.
Really
Range still in favor of Zeta, I was gonna say, other than the Guardian. This is good timing from Benkai, but surely you suspected. They suspected because of this.
Oh, he turned. Oh, he didn't really register it.
Oh my gosh! I think last thought he was just gonna waltz right in.
Thrifty and eco win, really?
Yeah, that mosh stops it.
Nice mosh.
Buys enough time. Fragment.
Off the plant for a second. Players trying to
Would have been good to kind of break that wall earlier, but
once bitten, twice
because then I
shy,
think they would have
like
backed
Russ
off of the
is anticipating this now.
fragment.
The rest of Zeta continuing to push forward, along with that flash from Hirodan. They need to
Oh,
clear
counter
out.
Dizzy! He still gets a kill?
A bit of a fadeaway shot. It takes down plays.
Sugar Zero needed to stay alive there, but his teammates are getting pushed back by the util.
The front door, but Hirodan steps up in the moment when he is needed.
That's unbelievable. I thought after that Dizzy he was done. That was a great play from GE. They should win that battle.
Oh,
Probably
chat.
90% of the time.
We get an Nancy yet? GE fans?
The detriment to them. And Hirodan's just cracked today.
2 more shots. 2 more chances. Depp's got his op.
On Sunset on that Sova, he was so destructive. The Young Guns coming up big again. I think we're Zeta Division. Oh my god.
It really just, you know, crosshair placement, the flash initially to set himself up. And then knowing, you know, the awareness to know
Dude,
that someone's going to
forcing down to the attack op.
Depp now looking for an aggressive pick.
I mean, this is a
Global Esports off their kilter.
high risk, high reward, I guess.
It's just so brutal when players are able to do stuff like that against you. It just is so tough to overcome.
Definitely not
when they're just hitting
expected.
shots like that, time and time again today.
But this round, that timeout must be for this round.
Here. Ask me.
Global Esports.
I like it. I like
secure
Russ
this map.
getting through.
If they don't
He
do
just
it on
walks
this
through
round,
it.
they're gonna go into the next
That's a
one.
good setup.
Able to take that
Don't know how I feel about that.
trades.
Right?
Players
Because you could have lowered the screen so your teammates can help cover here or something else. This was kind of a exiting this way is kind of a. I mean, because of the snake bite, you had to go somewhere, but exiting this way seems like a little bit of a.
toxic screen because of that. Nope.
Not sure
Gotta wait.
what I can do.
But I really like what Russ did there. Walk through his own snake bite, his own team snake bite to get that kill, because that's not something you expect someone to do.
True.
Trying to be quick. Oh!
Oh, dude, right on the wall, man.
It's okay, you can heal it. You're Sage. It's fine.
Okay. But 30
Huron.
seconds though, and we're still looking for the plant. Tosses it over. Now secures it. Teammates a bit of suppressive fire. They managed to stick it through. Now you've got a mosh pit lineup.
Okay.
Where's this gonna go? Okay.
And then the thrash.
Dev has to get a bit of space too.
That mosh, I think, is blocking off the peak from green. Oh no, it's the back of yellow. Okay. All his teammates are dead. He exits from his spiritual connection to the shark and.
Another shot from Polvi. It's all down to Yudon trying to sneak up from the sides. Gets the angle.
Nice close out.
Not quite the landing. Polvi
GG.
secures the kill and pulls Global Esports
Okay.
into a third map.
This is exactly what you want to see.
Nice.
A phenomenal bounce back.
I mean, both of them looking a lot better on each of their own picks. So.
Super easy, but frankly, in my mind, I felt like GE just had a much better read on this map. Was able to kind of read the positionings, take a little bit more map control for the most part. Make a lot
Dude, we go to
better
Ascent.
usage of their utility combos, they're ping-ponging off of each other.
all of those things. Yes, Zeta keeps it close.
I feel a banger coming. I feel a banger coming, chat.
You have to feel really good. GE, when they've got a good game plan, when they've got that trust going, they look like they can absolutely take this match away from Zeta.
GE fans
They're
rejoice.
definitely a lot more prepared on Icebox, but apart from that, the players themselves too. I mean, Lightning Fast was having a great game on this Icebox. But you know what? Our casters are going to break down all of that action. And
Map 3 Ascent. GE versus Zeta. Get your points ready.
I mean, it was a close scoreline, but honestly, I felt like Global was very much in control of Icebox.
No, they really were. I mean, from the outset, just streaking away with the round wins over and over again. Zeta was really struggling to find a footing there for themselves. So a bit of a rough go of it here for the side of Zeta Division. Clearly still some things that they need to workshop to be able to
Glass needs to go back to the chamber. Surely not on Ascent.
Compositional changes, but Global with their
I mean,
own
Zeta does like their
Here's the
Ascent.
thing, and I don't know if
They like to drag it out on Ascent as well, but they like to
picking up the KO for
they like to drag it out and win in overtime on Ascent.
create those openings with it. Granted, that I think it was paper.
Dude, 14 first kills.
16 kills.
Very well done.
Somewhere in the second half. In that first half, it feels like when they were trying to enter the site, he was just diving in, jumping around, not really having those, blade lineups, those flashes out, just
4
to
weeks
push away the defense of
to improve map pools.
Like that really hurts
It's definitely short. It's on the shorter end, especially because you're playing matches every week. So
The addition of Sage, Global Esports adding in Sage, taking out the KO, definitely paid off that wall. That one Sage wall came in so
granted, only one match
so many
mostly
times,
per week.
whether
So
they were in defense or attack. And Lightning Fast here, obviously, on the Sage, just proving his mettle.
Yeah, I mean, star-studded performance here from the one, holdover from the original GE roster of last year. He looks very well put there with that Sage. Like you said, the util, I mean, a lot of the slow ups that he was coming out with.
we didn't see any Ascent
He was still damn scary. But for the most
from
part, I think that,
GE.
maybe just a little bit more time on that KO to find
Zeta, to nobody's surprise,
to be able to bring that one out.
is playing meta
seems like,
Ascent.
again, there was this kind of like disconnect in a way, and there was also these points where I think like they weren't really checking their corners properly. I think you mentioned as well where Colby got flashed by the Dizzy, and then they thought that, oh, we cleared out that boost spot for the Jet, and they didn't. So he got a shot off with the operator. There was one where Lightning Fast was holding in the back of Yellow, gets that triple kill on the B side. So there's these really good.
Curious what G's going to show up with. I feel like they're going to play Gecko. I feel like G's going to play Gecko on Ascent.
I just really like how cohesive Global Esports looked on Icebox, and Depp. Yeah,
Are you
Depp
watching
is a
EDG?
total menace here. He is so
No.
good
Is that
at
today's match?
shooting
I
and
realized,
getting
chat.
those
I
kills.
realized
But when you have a team who's
even if I
prepared for
wanted
that,
to co-stream
results.
China, I'd only be able to do it on one Friday out of all of their matches, because either I'm doing Pacific or I have other shows going on Friday. So we won't be co-streaming. Oh, and then like Challengers Korea Finals overlaps with one of the days, so we won't co-stream it. We might do VOD reviews of China. So while Pacific's going on, the only co-streams I'll do is probably Challengers Korea.
And I think I probably should have honestly got a better read of that they would be able to do that, because when we saw them after that sunset, there was smiles on stage from Spin, Big Time, all the players. It almost felt like they were like, yeah, our sunset's not
What
really
is that
there
from
yet. We
Riot?
expected this,
Good
but it's
old
okay.
Riot
We'll run it back on
Jaker.
Xbox.
Honestly, attitude is everything. We've noticed.
For any match that is sold out, you can still join the viewing party in the lobby where you can enter without a ticket. That's cool.
The
Dude, that spike is massive.
I just love that because again, it just spans.
Dude, having a viewing party set up with like lounge chairs and stuff, that's smart. That's smart, especially just because like it's in a mall, so it's a good way to get people interested, even if they like didn't even know about the tickets or anything. That's sick.
And I'm happy for Global Esports. But what
I don't know if a Chinese
happy
team will win an
about
international before a
personally
Pacific team.
is we had a little game, and I hate
I don't know.
the ranking.
Oh, sorry.
But you like ranking up. The question was, who wins the pistol round?
Aw,
of the
heck
second
yeah.
half? It was a very specific question.
Dude, Asterai.
While I did
Heck
predict
yeah.
Global Esports to win this, I lost this one.
As
We did.
We all start on gold? That's a
I hate the ranking. I hate that.
it's a very favorable
Can I make an
start.
argument for ourselves?
Yes,
So,
please.
Yes, they lost that.
I mean, no, Seth, we don't care about your argument. You were wrong.
Then they won the eco immediately after. Global, they dropped it. They had the advantage. They're in the anti-eco. They end up losing this.
Are you producing other projects? No, well, I'm not producing any other projects. I just have a couple other like one-off stuff that's coming up.
Where they are, and I don't
So.
think that we should get moved down because we might not have been correct, but at least we didn't blunder the advantage.
No, I agree. I feel like we definitely at least lost less RR than a full, you know, punishment of like 20 plus RR there.
Move us down to silver.
I'm just here smiling.
So does this mean Asarai
He goes
ranks
up one.
Okay.
We go down a peg.
Dude, Twitter is such a mess.
Here in VCT Pacific. Oh, it's silver.
Dun 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 dun.
I felt like they just heard that I did this, and then they're like, "We gotta win this second pistol."
That pain, the heart.
Dude, filming with the coaches was fun.
Congratulations to your up rank
For your information,
here in Pacific.
each session, each episode took.
It's okay.
You know,
Well, not took, but we filmed for.
Something that specific, but you know what?
I think 3 hours each.
Congrats. So we are going
Like a 10-minute
to
break in
a
between.
map 3.
Well,
So
in the
that's
middle of each
something
session.
That I can't say all of us have predicted. And
So
it's
there's
set and historically.
obviously a lot of content, but a lot of content was also kind of.
I mean, yes.
Some of it was repetitive, right? Because like.
Not really.
I mean, yes and no.
I would always try to at least make sure everyone answered, you know, each prompt, and even if they asked each other questions, that we would always rotate it to everyone, just in case there is something interesting and like someone just missed the timing. So yeah, we shot for almost 3 hours for each group. The longest content shoot that any of the coaches had done for sure.
Kind of one of the last times that Global even played this. I think they played versus RQ, and then before
But
that,
it was a lot of fun. It was great. I've also always wanted to, like, I'm not a big fan of just like.
We haven't seen it from them yet. So
Well, I don't have any problem with other people doing it. I don't like just like going up to coaches and
with this squad, I mean, the only thing I can really lean on is that we're probably going to see these two players playing Jet once more.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these
Getting
two have been absolutely critical.
too close, because I feel like at that point, like,
obviously
it's not like I'm not doing it to want to ask them questions, but that's kind of the only thing I would want to be doing. You know what I mean? So it was nice to just be able to like meet there at a more like kind of casual setting.
Kind of researching about him when he was still.
No, everyone was very willing. I mean, some of them complained. Some of them they didn't complain, but they were like, "Wow, like this is a really long shoot. Like I've never done this before." But they all definitely like they all still showed a lot of their appreciation as well. They were all very easy to work with. All the coaches were very willing.
If you're a hyper aggressive team, no matter how coordinated the opposing team can be, you can always batter into
The coaches, both episodes should be on Pacific YouTube. I know the second episode was uploaded on other channels first, but it should be up on the main channel as well.
I think that Global they should have a decent.
Yeah, I would go check that out. It's on it's on VCT Pacific.
I don't have any concerns about Polvi on the Jet going into this map. I mean, this has been the Jet map for so many.
Will PaperX beat Gen G for first seed since Jing is back? A lot of people think so.
I mean, we had some really good performances from Polvi there on Icebox, some really nice multi kills. He started off that.
I don't think it's a given.
So,
but if Jing didn't come back, I think it would have been actually hard for PaperX to take back first place, like immediately, at least in stage 1.
It's what's going around
so
that I'm really curious about to see from both teams. What kind of big
now that G. Man, I'm doing a lot of that thing where I'm like trying to say something else and I'm reading chat and I say the wrong thing, but now that Jing is back, no, GE, now that Jing is back, I think it's probably much closer and or slightly favored for PaperX.
Gonna shift things a little bit. I mean, again, Carlisle.
Thank you, keyboards.
Like we would see surprises. I hope it wasn't.
GE seems to be a little bit back too. GE seems to be a little bit back too. I mean, GE, it looked a lot better on Icebox. On Sunset, I really think they were too stuck on what they wanted to play, and they didn't. I feel like they just had zero
I'm looking at the stats right here.
expectations of Zeta and how they would play, and they just couldn't adapt to it fast enough. They weren't firing very well. On Icebox, they were firing very well, so I would say both teams have now, they've reinstilled the hope I had for each team prior to kickoff.
I have to ask you guys, now that we are at a 1-1 score, are your predictions still the same? And maybe how confident are you, whatever your predictions are now?
I think my prediction is still the same because even though, again.
Yeah, the real question is the flexibility for PaperX, right? Like, what do you do there?
I think they, they still usually are able to get those wins. I think that for all of the players on this team, even with the rookies coming through, this is going to be a map where they
like
have
Jing's
a lot of
Raise is
comfort. It has been a
amazing,
bread and
but
butter pick for them, so I'm sure that
like we
Colorado
gotta
has
see
just
something
kind of,
more than
maybe reinvigorated the ascent from the
Raise
past year
and
with the squad. But taking a look, I mean, here we go. It's
Raise
just
and Reina.
down
I mean,
to
he does play the
standard
Siege
compositions
and the
for both teams.
Phoenix.
No surprises
That's true. He plays
at
the
all.
Phoenix.
Oh, mirror matchups, standard compositions.
Could,
this is
yeah,
gonna be really
actually,
interesting.
Hitfirst
We
could do
were
okay in the
talking
current
about
meta. Now that I think
individually.
about
Now,
it.
when you have something like this, it's really going to come down to your ideas. But if we wanted to compare,
Oh, GE is playing standard. That's unfortunate. I was hoping they would play some Gecko comp.
just a little bit higher on the stat board.
Clove is not available for VCT play currently.
He's been able to do that.
Originally was planned to come be available next week, but I think it's getting delayed because of bugs.
All right, we are going to go into map 3. Let's go over to our casters because we got ourselves a series.
Thank you very much, Victoria, Asarai, and Achilleos. Yeah,
All right.
This is exactly what we've got. Same
Zeta starts on defense.
kind of like what Achilleos said. You kind of want to
See how comfy they can get in the first half.
around the Jets as well. You do have Depp and Polvi, and we are expecting great things out of them.
And I'm starting to look
Mid push out from Pistol. I mean, Pistol round on Ascent now it's always kind of a rock, paper, scissors mind game of this is what usually happens, so are you prepared for it? And then you don't do it and you push out somewhere else, etc., etc., etc. Looks like they might actually duo a tile set here with Silva.
Let's see if Zeta is going to be able to pull it off.
No, they're not going to get aggressive, though.
That recon dart kind of out there to see if there's going to be that early push, seeing if they could catch it.
They're early break, so they don't push out, but they're going to leave for a little bit. Then they just back out. No early push from either side. Laz is checking for this.
Where they could counter that if GE went through there.
Uren still has all util. So Zeta, they're playing for retake on B, right? They're playing for delay and retake. You can always counter recon, you can always shock bolt. And then, dude, after that timing, you still... I mean, this is... I actually don't mind this version of bouncing back and forth because you always had something else to delay, right? You had this, you had the Silver here with the darts, all util available.
Definitely looking to shoot down some initial
Counter recon.
0 points as well.
Polvi has to hide in the cloud burst to dash in.
Depp trying to bypass this.
This is trying to be a setup for Sugar Zero. Can he find the timing? Polvi's still ready for it, but Sugar Zero wins it.
Comes back into trade.
Oh, Benkai. They still haven't cleared. Oh my.
It's a
No!
lineup for the shock dart to tase them both down to the ground.
Dude, I actually thought he might switch back to his classic, which would have been worse. So gets the call that they should be weak after his fight as well. Sticks to his guns for the arrow, man.
We saw on Sunset where they're reading the map incredibly well, and that's what gives them the advantage here. Laz is never really accounted for on short, and that lack of contact there through mid kind of just gives... He said he was funny. He said a bad word.
Oh, man.
That
Something,
word.
man, okay.
But that's okay.
But that's kind of the Zeta that, that we're starting to see again. Almost as if it's a combination of both Sunset and
Oof.
Icebox. Getting a good read, but also playing really defensively.
I mean,
Not
no
necessarily
armor.
overextending too much. It's just
Walking
really
into a
Marshall.
Marshall. Yeah, now you know he's still going to be watching for that. Don't want to peek that anymore. That would be bad.
This skirmish. Laz has got his back.
Ooh.
Lightning fast with the
Okay.
wide swing. But Hero there to back him up.
And you're able to keep all the important guns.
Yeah, all
Bulldogs,
rifles
Guardian, and the
kept. That's
Spectre.
huge.
You don't mind losing that Marshall in that round at all as Zeta Division. And yeah, Depp did a good job there. Dodging that turret. Sidestepping it just as it was activated.
And then the Sheriff.
So
Dude,
he
Depp
wasn't
is
pinged
2
by it.
away from Bladestorm.
Gave GE a little bit of false confidence.
Things work out. He could actually get his Bladestorm during this round. Or they could win the bonus with it.
It's the ego. Challenge Depp with a Marshall. Might get lucky. He whiffs the shot and you can outdo him. But in that Depp, they're able to buy enough time with his dash and his smoke to get back and wait for the reinforcements for the rest of his team. So solid start.
Only the Omen spotted, so
They can keep it up.
nothing too solid.
It's also
That early smoke pressures mid, right? So you're trying to draw them out into here and here.
Pick and bans are really important. The fact that this is
Laz
a
hangs
sense,
out
Global's
because of the
left
smoke,
it open.
even with the alarm bot here, just in case someone, just in case they like position here and then flood into B.
Such a big deal.
So you hold on to that. And then because Laz is holding this, you really don't have to hold this as much anymore. Laz is able to watch for that. Oh, no. Okay, Russ there for the trade, but I would say Laz's damage is bigger. Generally, obviously, if you trade, it favors the attackers, but
GE over towards the other side of the map, maybe feeling like
this, just because it's the bonus, it's the Sova,
the B site a lot more tenable. Good card.
but GE's going to just stick together, so that's good.
We do need Pulvy to pop off in this moment. The initial entry.
Oh!
But he just gets tapped.
30
Bit of a crouch.
Dude.
He had the outlaw, so that's what he was going
And he
for.
dude, he sees that they still haven't entered sight, man.
Impeccable performance.
Benkai's down to
Paranoia
60
pushes
as
him
well.
away, but take a look at what's happening on the mini-map. Our observers caught it too. Depp going on a bit of a journey of his own. Alarmbot catches him
Okay, but
out.
that means someone has to watch main, or they're all going to be in the site. So GE's going to push out because of that.
Pushes out, though.
I don't mind it, but the thing is they have the better weaponry, so all of this is risky.
Him again, Russ though, quick for the trade.
You see, they're still concerned. They're still concerned about main.
Yudoran still has utility.
Benkai's at 60 HP.
Well, everything available.
You got Paranoia, Fragment, Flash Drive. Flash Drive's out.
They only have their positioning.
Oh, okay.
Rusto with the shot. Swings out a little, catches Hiroran after hearing that flash.
Sugar Zero just wants to take away one more gun, I think.
Sugar Zero now, Paranoia, just to buy a bit of time, a bit of safe
Oh
space.
my gosh.
Catches, and unsuspecting Benkai,
Sugar Zero.
not enough
He just
time
wants to take away all the guns, man.
Walks straight into Russ, and look at that sidestep.
Man.
Global Esports.
He actually
And
lives?
Russ is involved
Oh,
in
no.
every kill in that round. What a great round for him. With that flash over into the alley, setting up his teammates so nicely, able to deal with the Laz, cheeky positioning, trading off of his teammates, playing time very nicely. Go boys! That's a round.
I mean, it's a rough one, though.
Esports. Tremendous.
Look at that. Blaze Storm and Outlaw because of the half armor, right? And then you can still set up for the potential op in the next round. So Zeta feels okay about that. I mean, it only feels bad because they could have won it, but
It's match made in heaven. we don't mess with these.
Truly, this is, yes.
The Guardian counter for it, though, is something that we've been starting to see now, and Yuran knows to walk
so Zeta's default is always the forward alarm bot,
avoid that.
early check to see if there's pressure, but then trusting the alarm bot. So yeah, GE's decision is either stick and then pinch on to B.
Side of GE, Depths,
Ah.
on the other hand, could provide a ton of value, but diligent
Okay.
space clearing, alarm bot gone. For the side of Zeta, gonna use the drone to really.
I mean, if you had to use 2 shock darts, is that really?
A bit of noise, too.
And then you send the drone in as well, so they know that there was presence in
Laz is ready
mid.
to greet, along with Yuran as well, and that Odin. So that's why Depp made a
I
bit
mean,
of
I feel like
noise
if you were
just
gonna
kind of
go A anyway, another smoke here or a flash drive, something to set Pulvy up more, could have been nice. But either way, because now Zeta, like, the default is so solid, right?
come in for an easy spike plant, Zeta should have this round.
And then you can pop the ult too to make this
Freaking
hit
popped my wrist, but it hurt real bad.
to wait this out or try to get it done with guns. Yeah, you got one player who can Paranoia in. Oh, Russ winning that.
Huge kill from Russ.
Great timing with this Odin.
Massive. That one kill opens up the site because the rest of the angles don't really work well against each other.
Managed to trade him down. Laz is the only one left. Tries to make a quick move, but completely surrounded. It's Global Esports coming back in the game with a 2-2.
I mean, they also didn't spend too much time afterwards, after the death of Pulvy, so overall not
Using his
bad.
ultimate to make it that much easier for him. Now you've got Benkai's lockdown. No.
Yeah, no, this kill was everything. To be fair, and looking at it from Russ's point of view, Hero was kind of caught in no man's land. I think he was trying to rotate back over to Dice.
Even
But
easier for Benkai to react. Everybody else is fired up, and Benkai cool as a cucumber as usual.
Always.
Always.
Just deadpan expressions. But who knows what's going on inside.
The counter outlaw here.
They know. Yep.
We've seen this before.
Yeah, Paranoia's used it as well.
How much have
You've been
teams,
tagged.
Figure it out from each other at this point. Which is, it's imperative that Zeta Division brings new flavors.
No reason to rush at this point, right? Because you know that mid is in Zeta's control, so GE's going to look to try to pick more people off. so that they can really confidently deathball. 2 would do it.
Global Esports bypasses it.
I like the fake shrouded step there, just to be sure. Oh! Depp thought about sneaking it.
Great timing on that. To buy a little bit extra time. Take that Blade Storm temporarily out of Depp's hands. Gundark has to be cleared. This looks like a phenomenal post plant setup for GE.
Yeah, this one's... Oh. It's a tag.
You got players up around door generator as well. Russ right underneath.
Dude, Russ. Another 3K.
Pulls them back in. 3rd kill.
Big map from Russ so far.
Is having a good game on this map.
I mean, I guess he was having a great map on Icebox as well.
One of the best maps we've seen from him so far since his move over to this global esports squad. Just really reading the map so well right now. RGE in general. He's not really allowing any shenanigans from that Blade Storm of Depp to really find any value. And now Depp is able to get into
The pings come out right away now. They're going to constantly clear that. Zeta, after this round, probably could afford to change that location if it gets broken again.
They were able to find those picks early. So now...
Because GE probably won't break this until... Oh, they're going to try... They try to break it. I was going to say, there was a chance, if they're not breaking it right away, there's a chance that they don't break it until the 1 minute mark. I think earlier they were just waiting for a potential push out, but just to make sure that it forces movement late and then they can strike. Thing is this time it didn't get broken, so Zeta's probably going to stick around with this knowing that GE doesn't actually have the angle on lockdown.
Good flick.
But the smoke in mid has been denying Zeta a lot of information.
Global Esports just kind of in control of things, you know?
They're just trying to make sure that they don't get in for free during all of this.
Zeta peeking into them. The Odin now being fired off, but it just pushes Zeta Division a little bit further away as Huron reloads. Huron may be able to get 1 frag, but traded off by Polvi.
All 4 in the site.
Well to secure Spike
Odin, Op, Blade Storm.
Might have to consider a save pretty quickly.
I mean, with an Op and an Odin, you absolutely should be saving here. Really? Polvi wants to make sure that they don't even think about it. I mean, I know he had to reload, but... Well, maybe he would be correct in this because...
The Odin is firing off. Sugar Zero a couple of kills, but... Now when it comes down to it, you got 2 targets, Depp. And you've got an operator. Not an optimal situation to be in, so...
Ooh, 6 HP? No! Gets him with the headshot, too.
Catches him in the back of his head.
They demand a fight.
Just brilliant.
Big kill.
So patient. It looked like it was going to be a fake towards B initially, but with that pick, and then the quick decision to invest the lockdown as well, got the spike being rotated over.
Big round from Blaze.
And they're able to use that from the shadows as well to really bypass any of the danger from those big guns that Zeta had in their hands. Set up for that post plant. And honestly, I think Zeta maybe should have considered the save a lot sooner on that. That was going to be a really nasty...
What's the call here? Because they just lost their weaponry, right? So... anything like pushing out the op on B main, things like that, not a possibility anymore.
Plus he's been great with his utility to set himself up.
It's tough to flush him out of that position unless...
Could do a tiles crunch, but doing it after a timeout is a bit telling. He also doesn't have Blaze Storm anyway, so...
4 rounds in a row now, Paperton. I feel like they should be bankrupt. So, good timeout being called by Coach Carlisle.
A global empire.
Plan for the future. And that's the thing about this map.
No, GE comms are everyone going, woo! And then Benkai going, let's calm down, guys.
The first time that Global Esports takes down
Clear
Zeta
comms.
Division. First time in all of Pacific.
Yeah, really starting to look that way. And in fact, you know, it was an overtime.
Yeah, Lockdown, Hunter Theory, No Command, they're all 1 point away. Lockdown is the only one online, so Zeta...
bounce back. But right now, again, GE on these maps, with the time and preparation that they've had in the offseason, done a really good
Going
job.
back to a Killjoy A setup.
Figuring out how they can expose the weaknesses of the way Zeta likes to play. And it felt like early on, you know, Zeta was going to be able
So we'll
to
see if this sticks, because right now it's the eco, but
after that,
the big change here is Depp holding market. That way he can help hold mid and he can help hold B.
Just completely confusing Zeta. I don't know if they
expected an op.
When am I casting? My first cast will be on Monday. I can't remember. I think I'm casting that day. Might be on the analyst desk. Okay, early push out. They suspect another one. Saw that 0 point. No, he gets all 3. Oh, that's your IGL right there. Oh man, I thought they were done for too. That would have been weapons recovered and everything. No way, man. This is the Rust show, man.
Give it to him. He's earned it.
Dude.
Although they might want to give it to someone else because he's already got the null command. So
true that. Give it to Blaze King.
Yeah,
exactly.
well, I'm surprised they're not giving.
Blaze King if possible.
So Blaze King, just knowing that he's gonna be able to get,
There's the ace.
dude, an ace for us.
Should be.
It's interesting that they gave the plant to Polvi, by the way, right? Because we're only halfway through the first half, so you know you're getting this Huntress Fury no matter what.
Having a grand old time.
And you have a null command as well to kind of cycle through. So instead, you're trying to set yourself up for another Blade Storm before the half ends.
Absolutely nasty. Grabbing that.
Yeah, no, I thought the third guy for sure gets Russ, especially with the fragment and everything. But Huron a little heavy right now, but everyone from Zeta is struggling a little bit.
Timeout was for. Has to be.
Okay. It's their own tiles crunch into the smoke.
Flashes sounded all throughout B lobby, but not too many kills.
Oh, the counter from GE is good though. Dude, the read and the counter from GE is so good. They leave BMT, Killjoy is hanging back, and then you take over top mid. Basically, you re-pinch them on the tiles.
I mean, Laz is gonna have to go nuclear here.
Great read from GE on that. Yep, that's the first ace of Pacific.
After that smoke, they're considering going, yeah, good, exactly. Or at least waiting this out a little bit longer.
Russ has flashes. Lightning fast as well. They're trying to make Zeta Division
I mean,
think. Look,
you have so much time. It's a 4v2.
It's really smart. Now with
The
that
thing is Zeta, they're set up in the best way possible.
A triple, a quad! You said he was going nuclear, and he just dropped a bomb on Global Esports.
I just... Can I get this? It's just unreal.
What in the world?
The guy is,
Dude, that triple? How does he get all 3?
Okay, let's break down how he just
Dude,
did
it's
it, though.
all spray. He doesn't reset for the triple, man. Those transfers are insane.
And just because of, things aligning for him, the flash did not blind him. He manages to
Oh my gosh.
pin down each and every one of his targets.
Holy last moment. Oh my god.
craziest 4Ks we've seen today. Just, I don't know. What do you do? I mean, hopefully GE doesn't get too rattled by that. Trying to clear open some space.
Dude, and they get B control.
Off of that, Benkai able to use that.
Look at how fast Benkai moves, right?
On the other side
Because they already used Hunter's Fury, so they expect movement to be here. You see that the Silva pushes out, there's no trade. You saw that the turret wasn't activated, so Benkai just rushes in. Except Laz. GE going through mid like that, not being ready for it, that's a little rough. That dude, like Benkai moving so quickly was so good. Because immediately, because you didn't tag anyone, I believe, with the Hunter's Fury, so you immediately want to know if you should rotate or not. Unfortunate.
It's just not quite enough. He doesn't have enough health to sustain him through all that damage.
Yeah. Don't mind the idea at all, but the only thing I'm concerned about now is
Might have to try that crosshair, says chat.
I mean, most teams have plans, right, these days, where they know where the lockdowns are going to be placed by the defenders.
Lineup.
Yeah, they have lineups for days.
Dude, Huron's eyes got so big after that kill. I'm not sure why. But he was like, he was looking at his own minimap.
Yeah, absolutely a good time for a timeout. Laz is getting fired up. Can't let that happen. Got to make sure you can stem the bleeding here. But Zeta starting to throw a few different looks and getting some big hero plays, but it's going to take more than that.
3 more rounds left.
As we saw in Icebox.
I mean, GE's okay no matter what. They're okay.
For GE than we saw in kickoff.
Yeah, definitely different looks from kickoff. And I think that's the biggest thing, you know, regardless of what the result is. Of course, GE fans would be hoping that Global Esports comes up with the
Generally
win,
defense-sided in
but
pro play, yes.
regardless, you know, it really shows that throughout that offseason,
Obviously, some teams can be horrifically bad at Ascent, but I would be surprised if either of these teams are like horrifically bad at Ascent.
Worked on, you know, all of these maps, and right now Global Esports actually look evenly matched up against Zeta
I mean,
Division. Completely
in
different
Pacific,
focus on kickoff.
I don't even know if any map is quite any-sided. It's just
Yeah, I'm really impressed. Again,
things just don't make sense.
Start, but certainly looking amazing here. Trying to clear that alarm bot, I believe, with that nano. Just checking in. A lot of utility. Just
Okay, so mid is empty. What does that mean, GE?
nobody there, nobody home.
It's got to be an alarm bot,
Time.
right? And they're hanging back. They've got ults. Zeta's looking to play retakes wherever they can. They're not holding on to Tree too hard, though. Huron's going to come over now to help.
And nothing being given over. So you know
Yeah, GE's got to have a feeling, man. You're getting nothing. You're getting information nowhere.
They have some kind of pinch play, some kind of setup off the back of any contact they get. They were sort of defaulty. Now
They did take out the alarm bot.
back into a pretty similar position in depth. So
I mean, if you're going to play step by step, you got to start going now, right? You got to take over. Yeah, you got to take over this. Take over this at least at the same time, because otherwise you're not going to have time for a rotate.
To get a good read on things, but they're not finding out too much.
So it is the rotation. It's just that.
Esports on the other hand, exactly.
So Blaze King, because he's deep,
There are some tiny gaps in Zeta's defense.
I'm wondering, does he make the call? Okay, he does make the call to come over here.
To sneak into such a prime position. If someone tries to rotate over,
Because even if they have to rush in, Blaze King's positioning is going to be huge.
So a bit of attention brought towards A short now. And
Okay, that's huge. That allows his teammates to be able to come in. They're busy trying to kill the KO. That ain't it.
Try to hide inside a hell. 10 seconds left for Global Esports to get
Yeah,
the
you gotta
spike
stick
down,
it.
though, and Russ managed to
Huge
get it
from
done.
Blaze King.
Still in such a great
What a
spot.
massive
Does the
round.
damage.
Oh,
Dead's still alive. Able to shut
didn't
down
quite
Bobby
check
the
for
time
that.
being. Tries to swing out wide, but Ben Kai denies him any joy. Lockdown available, but I don't think Laz is going to be able to repeat that quad kill from before.
No, there just isn't going to be enough time.
Great from GE. Dude, lightning fast, just laughing, having the time of his life right now.
Just not quite enough money to feel
Good round from GE, right? They check for all the things that would give them a bit of a signal on the default, right? They check for market.
Those defaults started out good.
Uh-oh.
But then I'm not exactly sure, what's going through the minds of Zeta in that moment when Hirodon shifts back to their
So
spawn.
they check for that.
I mean, with all that pressure in the
And then
mid,
they
I think
check
felt like that was
tree with the drone, and they say, okay, so they're all either in sight with a trap plate or hanging back.
savvy veteran.
So then they sneak him in. You still see no movement, so you know they've just emptied it, and they're going to try to go for fast rotates. So Blaze King calls him back over because you have no idea what the setup is. You eventually get smoked off, and you get a little bit of contact on B. And you say, all right, that's the call. They're going to go for a fast rotate. I'm going to be a step ahead. Blaze King gets the kill.
How did I even get in through tree into window? And just sometimes it just happens that way. Zeta Division, a little bit unlucky in that. But like you mentioned,
14 and 5 for us. Really?
So we want to see them be
The heartbeat right now for Global Esports for sure.
down to the last 2 rounds of the first half now.
And to try to accomplish that, they're going to put Depp in this position at short again. Trying to use this cubby to see if
I like the alarm bot change.
getting a little bit too ambitious.
Gives them a bit of peace of mind to just ignore it for the time being. Zeta has to win this, by the way. Look at their creds. They're all in around 11 to try to get to 6-6.
Ooh, okay. Good little jiggle. Managed to sneak away. But that's, again, the thing about this entire map pick is the fact that it feels a little bit defender-sided. And if you allow for Global Esports to come up with such a strong advantage, if this first half ends in an 8-4, Zeta Division might be in trouble.
That's a good clear. Allows Laz to hold on his turret.
For them to come up with some wins right now. I think that's also why they're playing it.
This is why they're able to kind of just play here, right? Because you know you have earlier contact and you can push into main. Huge kill, spike noted. That breaks apart the A setup. Now you kind of creep back forward, right? Because you know that the most of the weight was here. You want to be ready to activate on the alarm bot. Hero runs there. He knows that nobody shot it, so he's going to go for the spam. Oh, and you even see the lurk. Dev checks the lurk as well.
They are kind of
All the information in favor of Zeta.
very safe. Nobody pushed out too far, and he's just holding it down. Third kill coming through. Shut down by lightning fast in the 7 though. Oh, 5 seconds left. Blaze King has to push in.
Yeah, but there's
Those one
too
is up
many
by
people on the
Goes in
site,
front of
yeah.
Fight Instead, Sugar Zero just swings and gets the kill. No time for Global Esports. Zeta Division trying
Okay.
to even out the score.
Yeah, there you go. And there's Zeta putting a little bit more pressure on the map in a couple different parts. That makes their lives a little bit easier. Great awareness here from Laz. You know, had been placing his alarm bot further up towards the stairs of mid. Pulls it back
Ooh.
this time, and yeah,
Little
now
little
Laz
energy,
is
a little
fired up.
energy
Now
from
you can
Laz.
see a little bit of that energy, a little bit of that passion coming through for the veteran. Yeah,
And the Killjoy switch over.
For that, it just doesn't need to do too much. He's happy, like nice. But now, like he has to show his final form.
With the lockdown as well. So A is just delay and retake, right? This turret is just there to get information.
His pop-offs aren't like very grandiose.
And then eventually you have tree control for the lockdown.
Bit of a trade. Yuran able to take down his counterpart. But that's another surprising thing about this map so far is the fact that we might have thought
Sova being down, kind of rough for GE.
But instead, we were seeing moments of greatness.
So even with that trade, Zeta, they've already committed, right? They're gonna delay on A and retake
Both IGLs
with the lockdown.
doing so much and performing right now. Les trying to sneak away with some of these.
Oh man, that's a cheeky little peek.
Gets away free.
Oh, is he still alive, man? 10 HP.
Odin's still firing away.
So dangerous. But they're going to shut the door. This should give them, if they can clear lightning fast.
All right, what's the position? Benkai's position is going to be kind of important with the Odin IMO. Lightning as well.
Clear lightning fast first, though.
Oh no! Well, now they know.
There's the lockdown. Lightning fast. Under pressure now. Forces the
Oh, Yuran even gets the kill. I mean, they could have waited.
The rumbling of the Odin fires away, but Sugar Zero simply
Unfortunate. Lightning fast not being able to get the kill. Getting a little trigger jumpy.
Secures the defuse
Rough.
for Zeta Division as they tie things up
6-6. All right, Zeta. They hang in there.
I like the attempted trickery there from GE. It's just lightning fast, a little too fast for his own good, where he pulled the trigger just a little bit too soon, and that gave Zeta the ability to quickly recover and kind of figure out what to do there, where they're able to at least get a trade out of it. And then you
Showing the coaches like right above the team is kind of cool.
that door to clear that lockdown. You force those
I like
to come
that.
through there, and Zeta knows it. They're just able to hold the crossfire. So a 6-6 half. Interestingly enough, the last time these two teams played on this map, it was 5-7 on both sides.
Damn, lightning fast staying hydrated. Love to see it.
For yet another Zeta overtime on Ascent. Sure feels that way, doesn't it?
It definitely does. Both teams feeling equally matched right now. But of course, it's a bit of a stamina game as well. Once you go into that second half, you swap sides.
Chat, what should I eat for dinner?
The division has to attack.
I haven't thought about this.
Before, how many executes they've got, especially when you've got players like Deb. He'll do things like.
Speaking of which, I gotta order some groceries. Told my wife I would place an order today, and I forgot before the stream started.
Well, it's one of the things. Yeah, no doubt about it. I fully agree with you.
Because both of us are working on a lot this weekend, so we didn't have a chance to go down to the local E-Mart.
Takes advantage of the terrain of the map. He's so good.
And also sometimes the online
as part of his game. Now, on the other
groceries
side
are
of the coin,
cheaper.
I really liked GE investing in that operator early on their attacker side. It put so much pressure on Zeta, forced them to play further back than they'd probably like.
Sheriff for
That was
Laz.
a big part of, I think, what allowed them to
Sheriff for Blaze King.
get into another
No
early
drone.
operator and really try to shut Zeta out of this half.
Okay. So they're waiting
That's where the operator shines the most.
for mid control, and then maybe just go.
And the pistol is where things kick off. Pulvi already trying to sneak down, but blocked off by the dark cover from Sugar Zero.
Does it tag both? It tags both. That's kind of big.
Paranoia. This could be huge.
Oh, the paranoia is big, but couldn't follow through. All right, they know that there's one more here as well. Benkai's been spotted.
Look at these flanks.
And they're, dude, Laz is ready, man. I mean,
There's the second one. And he's still watching the angles. Depp has his back.
and now they're just going to push through so that they don't have to watch it as much.
From stairs. Blaze
Okay.
King able to come back in to take
2v3,
down both
but Blaze
players.
King's kind of low.
Still a 2-on-3 though.
Still got 0
Hedoron
points. Still got a
trying
shock
to get further
dart.
Information suppresses them at that 0 point. Global Esports takes a breather. Where
You're
are these players
on the
positioned?
site though.
Great info. It's gonna take some fancy shooting.
Okay, recon. Now they can focus on heaven, right? There's
Well,
no one,
definitely
no
around
one
a
tree.
Generator, they're all watching it. Perhaps into hell
Oh,
too.
planting the drop.
But without
I don't mind it,
kills,
but
without, any
gotta hit
leg
those
room,
shots.
They can't make their way into sight. Global Esports, unfortunately, losing out in the pistol. And what a way for Zeta Division to pick up on these entries.
Okay.
Yeah, that was, again, I like the idea from Global Esports. I really, really do. They tried to do a really fast flank, but this time Zeta's got their heads on. Like they're so ready for this.
I'm too busy trying to figure out what I'm gonna eat for dinner, chat.
I thought Lightning Fast did a pretty good job with this
I
paranoia.
swear I had something in mind
Ready for the follow-up, but Laz
during
just able to
lunch,
beat him there.
and I was like, oh yeah, that's what I'll
Laz
eat for
with the
dinner.
Sheriff, a fearsome foe, no doubt about it. It's all classics.
Now I have no
for
idea.
GE, no investment
Maybe I'll
at
make some
all.
fried
One
rice.
rifle for Dep in terms of the full rifle.
Get some Malaysian food. I would love some Malaysian food, actually. That sounds good.
The thing too is just the fact that Les is starting to
Yeah, oh, dude, we should decide it. Yeah, we should decide on which team wins. If Zeta wins, we'll order Japanese food. And if GE wins, we'll order Indian food. We should try that one of these
The
days.
setups though, again, swinging off of turret contact. Pulvi picks up the kill. That's the rifle being dropped.
That's a huge kill.
Yeah, they're able to get it back, but Tep a little overeager there, a little.
I mean, even just without the jet now, even if you have the weaponry, if you run into a stack on Ascent,
Pulvi to punish him.
things could be a little dicey.
Shift over to the other side. Laz trying to work this door. Gonna have to
Russ,
wait a bit. He's starting to get
he was calming, but they're not making the call just yet. So Russ knows one's inside.
So good.
Okay. Now he just has to just draw out time as much as possible, trying to isolate. Good double swing from Zeta. Dude, Russ's crosshair placement is on point today.
Sports players are still on pistols, so they're not out of the woods yet.
I thought Benkai might go through for a walkabout through B main, but instead they're just gonna death ball it. See if this can get over.
I mean,
the line
Sugar
with
Zero's
these guns
low.
That Zeta has.
Revealing area.
Double back.
Two of them are in the smoke.
Oh, tiny tags with the ghost too. Timer still ticking away. Blind shots being fired down through that dark cover. Hedoron in. Lightning Fast trying to
If
do
he
as
can-
much damage
eh.
as possible, but knowing where he would be, just a bit of a pre-fired shot. Zeta picks up the second.
Get the curry of the win. Japanese curry versus Indian curry. That's funny.
To take,
so many 3 guns,
so many guns away. Right, you're only able to.
Nah, I don't.
Two.
I don't know if I want to order food.
Zeta. So
It's so
honestly, that's
pricey.
a pretty big win for Global Esports, in my opinion. Doing the best they
I should have
can with
thought
what
about
they
this
have.
ahead of time though, and just prepped something.
Very uncomfortable for Zeta throughout.
I mean, again, those setups.
I might actually just, you know what? Maybe we'll just make a, because the break shouldn't be that long anyway. This isn't Challengers Korea, so maybe I'll just make a veggie smoothie.
Global Esports are definitely making this. They're making Zeta Division work. And I talked about it before. It's this attacking side because you need to consider.
Okay, Outlaw, they've got A under control with the Killjoy, right? I mean, everything's covered. Early push out. Dude, that 0 point. Dude, the peek out because of the 0 point, the turret being down for sure.
Is below the armor threshold.
Now, they didn't read the rotate back over from Zeta, so GE may have to play a little retake, but the Odin should be pretty good here.
Global Esports pushes up.
Okay, Fragment pushes him out for now.
Firing off with the Odin now.
Expecting the deep push. Eventually, the shock dart comes in to clear him off that angle, but nobody holding main for Zeta. They are full on.
Yeah, the stack with stingers, though.
Catch them on these entries.
Zeta...
This is usually pretty tricky.
Zeta could hold on to this. The Odin has to help clear out some angles a lot. You got double flash drive, you got paranoia, you got everything though on the side of GE.
This is a very interesting one. If they push downstairs, they will get clipped.
Uh-oh.
But that's
Well,
why
you don't
most
have that
people are going
anymore.
Around the other side. Depp trying to catch them on the timing.
No.
Okay, 5
No.
Hedoron with that Phantom making it sing. Zeta Division convert the bonus off of some smart decisions.
Yeah.
I had ramen for lunch, actually. That's partially why there's an issue right now, because I'm like, well, I don't want to eat ramen twice a day.
Trying to clear a turret. This round it works out because, like you said, he heard that reload.
Hanam Pig? Hanam Pig's pretty good, man.
Oh my word. Hits Polvi right as he's coming out of the dash.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, Hirodon.
That's
bonkers.
It's not easy to, like, you have to time it. What?
I don't, dude, that's some reflexes. That's that rookie advantage.
Oh, I was wondering what the casters were talking about. I was like, what? Why? What's wrong with the timeout?
Again, now back into it. While we do have some rookies coming.
I mean, Zeta's looking good. They get the bonus as well on the attacking half, so that's kind of huge.
To command the team, delegate some tasks, and he's talking a lot right now. This timeout being called.
Yeah, the IGL, it looks like the coaches are going to trust in Russ, who's having a phenomenal map individually, to see if he can get his team back into this one. 16, 10, and 11 is a tremendous scoreline for a KO. Maybe.
Okay.
Still some more damage to be done. Half armors and a few weaker rifles with the Guardian and the Bulldog.
What's G set up here? Looks like you're just going to hold A from deep in the site. As if it's an op, right? Just hold it as if it's an op. Have setups everywhere else.
Depp was going to maybe try to outduel Povey in terms of...
Is he going to one-way this? No, he's just going to block it off.
Depp's just going to stick with the rifles. Lightning fast.
It's tagged, though.
Bullied off of his angle with some util. Zeta.
Turret to check. That's good from Zeta.
Keep that turret there to keep an eye on that
Early control of mid with the turret.
Spread the map. Great alarm bot placement expected.
Clear all the places, right? They're clearing all the places where GE could set up a bit of a trap play.
Step trying to stay mobile. Just trying to clear as much
Gives you a
as
bit of a better
possible.
idea that even when you're going into site, that they're going to be like here, things like that.
I love that they're kind of rotating around towards trees.
Sova gets tagged as well. Now, can Zeta use that against GE? The fact that the Sova was tagged. Blaze King clearing this out at the 50-second mark. I don't mind it.
Okay.
Nobody shows themselves.
Just to make sure. Yeah, no, that's kind of interesting. And Depp's going to try to use that to his advantage. And look at how much room they're giving. Now, you still have the
So he's going over here just because of the turret, right? Because you're still not getting any contact. You've got contact play ready on tree. 30 seconds left.
Green light is lit. Benkai, perfect position to shut them down. Tries to stay tucked
Big
away
smoke.
on logs. Pop flash,
Huge flash, but they don't check him.
catch him. Benkai, a triple kill, goes in for the spray.
2v2. Oh, okay. Oh, with the Bulldog. That's kind of impressive. Bulldog ain't easy to get those transfers.
I love it. Benkai.
Shenanigans.
I know. He wasn't allowed to have
What is a
his,
McSpicy Shanghai burger? It's a spicy chicken burger from McDonald's. I think it's because the spicy sauce they have is like inspired by, I don't know, something Chinese, I guess. It's a good sandwich. It's my go-to at McDonald's in Korea.
Now, a little bit deeper into the pocketbook, Zeta have to go. Not quite at a point where they're not going to have a bye for the next round, but
Odin for Odin.
Odin spam duel.
You have to respect that on both sides.
Any value for either side, really. Shock dart as well.
Dude, Zeta is taking a lot of early control. They're playing so much better than they used to, though, right? Remember how frustrating it used to be to watch Zeta play Ascent? And they would just be like, hey, let's throw a recon, it tags nobody. Let's just cut sound and then, like, rush back into the site. And it's like, what are you guys doing, man? Or they send, like, one more recon after doing nothing and then they rotate over. At least now they're, like, making sure that they hold priority. And if they can't, then they immediately shift to the other side. Like, this reaction after losing control of B main is huge. Granted, Lightning Fast is just picking off kills through the smoke. All three.
3 kills. 3.
I mean, overall, Zeta's movement in this round wasn't bad. I'm not gonna say it wasn't a step ahead of GE, but at least they were moving. You've never had McDonald's? My gosh, you might be the healthiest person on earth.
The spray down. Zeta not really trying to disguise their movement in that situation. The turret gets cleared on the other side of the map. And that was the go signal for Zeta.
I mean, this was so good from Lightning Fast, man.
Maybe they're trying to push space, so
I mean, it wouldn't be a Zeta Ascent if it didn't go to overtime, chat.
we can take advantage of that. Let's see if we can use these numbers advantage, but Lightning Fast just
Oh, immediate clap back timeout.
Lightning Fast. You know, we thought that Laz was having a good game. Now he's starting to cool off, and the other side is the one that's starting to heat up. Benkai, Lightning Fast to Russ.
No, yeah, if I travel, I always try the local McDonald's.
Especially off of that previous timeout. Now,
Big local McDonald's menu enjoyer.
To, adjust something around it. Their attack, again, ideas have been good. Some tiny corners not checked. And then now, when they want to put the pedal on the metal, they want to go fast.
You don't have a McDonald's or a KFC in a 200-kilometer radius. Goodness.
Gets to cut them down as they try to cross.
Exactly.
It's always these one or two things that they're missing.
Yeah, it is those small things, and those cost you rounds at this level. You have
Favorite
to
fast food restaurant?
And Zeta just tries
Taco
to see
Bell.
If they can use some speed and some timing to get over the line, but GE.
No doubt. Taco Bell, the
all
GOAT.
The teams in Pacific we thought of in terms of like smarts.
Arby's is
right up there. So many high IQ players.
probably second place. Well, actually, no, Wendy's is probably second place.
Yes. Especially this year.
Wendy's is probably second place. Arby's is probably third. Mostly just because Arby's is so hard to find nowadays.
Trying to sneak up all the way through. Maybe a bit of a
Okay, they're trying to throw a fake here. This is a lot of pressure, but oh, dude, Russ has been so good the entire map. That kind of hurts because getting that kill all but solidifies the entire, kind of locks in Zeta going to B. Dude, how did Sugar Zero? What?
And all of a sudden,
How did
Global Esports and their setups have been dismantled.
What? Dude, what happened in the back of sight there?
I don't say that often, but Russ made a great read, had the right positioning, just the spray was a little bit too wild. And Yurdan has
RB is in China.
fired up. They're able to keep Benkai at bay using the combination of
No, because GE, like, they had the read that it's a fake. Like, it could be a fake. That Russ, oh, man. It all falls apart.
That's all she wrote.
But the real question is what in the world happened in the back of sight between the two Omens?
Left to be done. There's enough money for another buy, sure, but you don't want to give away the bank at this point. You need to hold
Hey, what's up, Mix on Marco?
There's still a lot around.
There is no RQ cope here. Only the truth.
Good timeout from Coach Carlisle, though.
Arby's is actually pretty hard to find in certain parts of the states nowadays as well. Arby's is so good, though. Dude, cheap quality roast beef is so good, chat. Wendy's is honestly really solid. You know what's really solid is everyone loves Wendy's for the chicken sandwiches, for the spicy chicken sandwich and their Frosties, which are like their milkshakes type of things. But the real deal is actually Wendy's cheeseburgers are really good.
Down with Euron still sitting on his Hunter's Fury. Hit it on. Let's have a
But none of them hold a candle to Taco Bell, chat.
They're gonna pop it. They're gonna really try
Dude, no command rush in mid. Somebody's got to block that for him. Dude, Russ was just waiting for the flash, man. But no one's covering for him. You know what I mean?
He's gonna get wall banged instead by
Trying to go for the ante when no one's covering for you. I mean, when it works, it's genius. So
Managed to pick it up. Global Esports just does not have an advantage at all in this situation. It's too risky to push out of
I mean, also Huron being the kind of meat shield as the KO with the ult is kind of huge.
Even have that recon going right underneath Benkai's feet. He's gonna have to back out of there.
Yeah, money's getting a little.
No, I mean, I don't think you can clown on him for that. It's much better if someone is covering for you, but you see it a lot with pros, even if no one's covering for them. If they have the read that this is a team that will like check all their corners, which quite frankly, normally you would. You just prepare for the ante, right? You're just staring at the wall. We see that very often.
The smell of the game, the smell of victory slowly,
The problem is Russ didn't have the read that they were basically deathballing in mid.
The last 2 rounds have been mid hits.
And also, you can tell from Zeta's movement, it was never the plan to set up for the jet. The plan was for the null command to be the drone. So, yeah, the play itself isn't bad. I mean, I kind of wish there was someone watching for him if he's going to commit that hard to it, but it was also a very fast hit, so.
No Hunter's Fury just yet for Blaze King, a couple orbs away.
You don't really want to...
But what I will say is, speaking of... Oh, dude, GE starting to get shaky, man.
Not quite lining things up. Russ makes it a trade.
What I will say is... that was definitely land sound, though. You know what I mean? Zeta just stomping up as 3 people up mid.
Information as well as
It's definitely a land sound, land sound situation.
Without depth, the executes are going to be that much more difficult on the attack.
Exactly. So you're really going to have to rely on this lockdown, I think, from Laz. And I think that might be why they're thinking about, A, tuck it in the cubby. But look who's reading this pretty well is Russ. So smart. But
They're ready for this, though. Oh, dude, he gets the spike and he gets out.
Good tap.
Oh, he wishes the smoke was there for a bit longer. But a lot of time bought. He didn't hear anyone chasing him quick.
30 seconds left.
But he knows that he got killed on B, right? So Benkai's going to still try to hold this.
Global esports just don't quite have the numbers to reinforce these.
Now Zeta should probably use their ults.
Be so careful. An early lockdown, anticipating this pressure.
Really?
Yeah, this is a good time for it. Yes, you can clear it.
Draws out the Hunter's Fury. But now you don't have anything for the lockdown. Surely Zeta just uses the lockdown.
Make sure that you have the spike planted safely.
You should run.
There you go.
Laz's own lockdown now.
What are you gonna clear this with? Paranoia, counter paranoia. Time still bought. They're trying to spam through it, but it's behind the box. Oh.
The trade's coming through.
Oh no.
Looking for the final player who is detained.
Oh, he's not sure where he's at.
He doesn't know.
Oh, God,
what?
Oh
my.
Not enough health. Very close to it. Almost winnable for Global Esports, but nonetheless, with the right
So I think Yuran thought that if he's not here, he might be here, and at that point he didn't want to run out of time, I guess.
Things happening in that moment. One, you don't recognize where Benkai could be sitting with that detain. The other is the flick after he got. So it works out in the end. I mean, again, Zeta anticipating.
Oh wow, dude, Yuran is the sauce that Zeta Division's been missing, man. He's the spice for sure.
The Hunter's Fury coming in, trying to shut this all down.
Oh man, the fact that Depp can still get into the site enough to take out Benkai.
No fear. Great execute. Benkai not quite able to defend all the
Oh, what? How does he? He was pinged.
2 kills back to back. Now onto the third. Lightning Fast shuts him down, but the damage has been done. Zeta Division.
Dude, they were split too.
Right towards the edge of it. Looking for the
what?
Play. Lightning Fast wants to deny. Smokes off the spike. Blaze King pushing in. First heads up
Okay. Okay, Blaze.
Under his belt. Lightning Fast pushing along with his teammate who has fallen now.
He's in the smoke. Come on, Lightning Fast. Oh, he's got a stick now. He's late.
And that's gonna be.
He's late.
Of the game. Zeta Division. Sugar
Oh man.
For it. Closes out the final map 13-8.
GG's.
Really interesting final map in terms
Dude,
of
Zeta looks pretty solid.
Attacker side having really good reads. How their opponents wanted to play defense, but Zeta's just a little bit better. That final
The
timeout
cope
really
is
got them going.
mega
Really
real.
got
No,
the
but honestly,
tempo
GE
pushed
also
up for Zeta. Not something we're used to seeing. At least
looked
last year,
better.
Zeta
They did.
widely recognized as our slow
Like they, you know, there was some whiffiness, and the sunset definitely looked a little lost. But like the reads seemed to be good. You could again, like all I asked for is I just want every team to be able to convince me that convince me that they have a plan, right? Show me what your plan is. It might be it might not be the best plan. The execution, right? Your aim might be bad, but I just want to know that you have a plan. And GE had a plan other than on Sunset. Sunset, it looked a little rough, but the question remains on whether that was because Zeta really threw them for a curveball or not.
I'm sure they're feeling a little bit better.
No, but GE, yeah, they show hope, right? And that's how you get hope, is if, do you see a plan? Like, do you see a solid plan? Do you see them commit to it? Do you see that they have an understanding of their own plan, the pros and cons? And I think GE showed that, again, other than Sunset.
On this map too. So both sides showing a lot of great performances, and just the sportsmanship is fun.
But honestly, I will say this match, overall, the quality of this match was a lot higher than I thought it was going to be, which is hopeful. It's still not like at the look at your
Global esports looked really good overall today. I thought they looked improved.
Obviously it's not like we're not convinced just from the gameplay that this is the best of that Pacific has to offer. It's not that, but it definitely wasn't two completely lost puppies running into each other, you know?
That was an incredible win by Zeta Division, but honestly, GE was fighting.
No, I was okay with it. I was okay with this match. Zeta though.
No, they really did. I mean,
Zeta looks good. And the reason I can say that is because also GE like showed some really good moment. Like they showed some good direction. So that all but really tells me that Zeta also did play quite well. Because if it wasn't for that, it would just be like, well, Zeta just had like better gunplay, like oof. But it wasn't just that.
Ultimately, just a bit better. I mean, typically over here in Pacific, we see a lot of defenders sided advantages on Ascent, but this was very much a battle.
How do the shifts work for Cassie and Pacific? Are you on half the days and off half the days? No, everyone has like a different spread of days depending on like each other's schedules and priority, etc., etc. There's no like set rule.
Again, you know, the staple global esports where they like to spread themselves across the map, try to pinch.
It doesn't fill you hope with either of them making top 6. Okay, well let's think of the let's think about the shoo-ins for top 6, right? So obviously RQ, no, just kidding. Paper X, Gen G. I would say that T1 probably at least top 6 and Secret, and then DRX even with the roster changes, right? So I think those 5 are a given.
Boop on the head for Benkai where he wasn't spotted all, gets a 3K. Very big
so then it comes down to, I mean, Secret can be, sometimes they just really surprise you one way or the other. But if it's those 5, then I would say the next up candidates for the 6th spot are Talon and RQ.
I mean, corners were being checked, comms were definitely getting muddied a little bit because
I mean, I think Zeta, depending on Talon and RQ's form, Zeta could be considered for top 6, I think, with that form.
Just stuck in hell of that one round, and then Polvi not realizing it, just getting domed by him at the end, like things like that. That needs to be tightened up for both.
I mean, we don't know what Talon's going to look like, so we just have to wait and see. But
really good showing from both teams. Starting off,
RQ top 6 could definitely happen. I think RQ top 6 should happen, but again, we also like RQ is also kind of a mystery, right? We didn't get to see them at all during the offseason. They played 2 matches against Gen G, and it was close, but Gen G was very different back then. So the sample pool is really small here.
Some really critical timeouts called by each respective coaches, so I think they have a lot of good ideas here.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams had a very solid approach to, especially this last map. I mean, clearly.
But listen, if you're a Zeta fan or if you're a Japanese Valorant fan, I think this is very hopeful. Again, the fact that they're being much more proactive, the fact that they seem to have an understanding of like keeping control and map priority and all of that, like it's very good. It's very good.
Have some slightly better reads and stick to the game plan a little bit better.
Yeah, I just loved how I think for the most part they had a lot more grasp on some of the tricky plays that what was it that Global Esports was trying to do.
We gotta give you your points back.
It just didn't work out for Global Esports, and Zeta Division was able to sniff it out very quickly.
What were you guys voting? Let's take a look, shall we?
Adaptations really helped out Zeta and just, you know, evening out
more Zeta believers. Congratulations.
And look at how close these post-plant situations are. I mean,
I'm not gonna order food, chat. I'll figure something out here.
was not. I mean, we had our predictions, right? But
Although I
think
don't know
a
what it's
lot
gonna
of
be.
us- maybe not me, but a lot of us thought it was gonna be a 2-0. So I'm really glad to see this kind of performance here.
Yeah, you know, again, I think the rebound from Global, it shows a lot about the...
I have fries. I can make homemade fries. Well, not homemade, but frozen.
Getting dominated 13-1, that's not something that feels good.
We can do fries and
Be able to bounce back, be able to take away your map pick in Icebox and
grilled
extend this
chicken.
series all the way to distance, and then
That doesn't sound so
again, play
bad.
a relatively close final map. I think that is a good showing for them, but it's unfortunately not the win that
No, actually, we just ran out of all of like the frozen food. My wife doesn't really like frozen food, so she doesn't like it even if I'm like, well, it's just for emergency, and she's like, eh.
But you know what? We've seen.
But because of the like ghost streams and streams that I do, she's like, well, I understand that we probably need some every now and then.
For 2 MVPs, Russ and Laz. You know, we were talking about a bit about the.
But we're all out of frozen dumplings. We're all out of frozen tofu burritos. Tofuritos. Dude, tofuritos are so good.
Argue both of them, honestly, because again, Depp, he's the multi-kill king.
What's the dip for the fries? No dip.
Throw it into a site, he'll give you
Just a sprinkle of salt. That's it, chat.
has these moments where I know
Oh,
what I'm
actually,
pushing at. I'm gonna get
I have
these
cheese,
kills
so I can
myself,
make cheese fries.
So both of them
We could do cheese fries with some chicken breast. That actually doesn't sound so bad. But I have to actually
he was so consistent throughout this.
fry the fries because we've never tested our oven. Probably should do that at some point so we have that available.
Everything else about his play was just so damn clean. He only died a handful of times on that opening map, and then we saw, you know, similar scenes from him.
Just some shredded cheese, just a mix of like mozzarella and American and whatnot. We don't have an air fryer yet. I'm trying to convince my wife that we definitely want an air fryer. But although she's slowly coming over to the notion of an air fryer, but I think what's holding her back now is that we're slowly, like, our kitchen is bigger than most like newlywed homes in Korea. It's not huge, but it's like it's got a decent amount of space because it was expanded by our previous owners. But we're starting to slowly run out of space. So she's like, well, I don't know if we want another thing that takes over space. I keep trying to tell her, like, I'll always put it back in storage and only take it out when we use it, but I think she's reading right through me, chat. I think she's realizing that I may not keep that promise. Air fryers are super easy to maintain, generally.
Not really.
Air fryers are just really convenient and easy to maintain overall.
Like a very clear-cut decision to go for one team over the other. I still favored Zeta just given that.
Well, yeah, and it's healthier, yes. That I convinced her on. But I think the thing was she's never owned an air fryer. So she was always like, yeah, but like if we have an oven and a good stovetop and a microwave, like that covers everything. And I was like, well, it does, but like the convenience and not having to use oil for certain things, etc., etc. She's like, yeah, but like we're just getting lazy now, right? And I'm like, yeah, but the oil. And she's like, yeah, but then it probably doesn't taste as good. And then we went over to someone's house, and I forget what it was, but basically they made, I think it might have been wings.
It's an improving process,
and it was made with their air fryer, and she on her way home, she's like, man, air fryers are pretty good. Chat, listen, you always see those memes about when you get married, if you try to convince your wife about something, right? Or maybe sometimes it's your husband, and you always try to convince them, and they always fight you back, and then once they experience it, they try to act like you never told them. Trust me, you don't want to fight it. You just want to take that chance, and you just say, "Yeah, I agree." If you sit there and you say, "I told you," you ain't getting it. Okay. You gotta just let that. You gotta just let the flow take you.
For here on costed some pretty crucial rounds.
Yeah, it's just a tiny convection oven. Yes, yes.
I think that the KO is something that still is just going to take some more iterations.
Yes, my wife is Korean. Yeah, exactly. You just say, "Yeah, I agree." I think they're pretty cool. Although we're getting there, chat, step by step, you know, because she's found an air fryer she likes.
chamber back.
Because there's a, I think it's relatively new. There's a new air fryer that's
with Jen and Zeta
I guess it's like fortified glass, but you can see through it. It's clear, which is kind of nice.
Thank you guys.
So she's like, that one I would want. Let's listen to the interview.
With the W on the board after their victory against Global Esports. Now I'm standing here with Laz for a quick post-match interview, and of course, fans are already sending so much love to Laz. But Laz, congratulations. Now,
Ooh, is Laz doing an English interview?
13-1.
Oh, never mind.
Completely demolished Global Esports. Dap on Phoenix, and you back on the chamber. So talk to me about why this change came through.
まずは、優勝おめでとうございます。3セットが、13対1でかなり、大差をつけた試合となりました。デップ選手がフェニックスだったり、ラズさんがチェンバーだったりと構成に変化があったと思うんですけど、どういった意図で変化になりますか？はい、まあいろいろ試していく中で、この構成、この組み合わせでいくのが一番強いかなっていうのをチームで話し合って、今回、大会で出せたっていう感じです。で、まあ個人的にはこの大会でチェンバーを出したっていうのがすごく嬉しく思ってます。We tried a lot of different comps during our practices, and we figured that the new comp that we did on Sunset was the best choice that we made. Personally, I'm glad that I get to play Chamber again at the tournaments.
Nice.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we love seeing you back on the Chamber. Do you feel like there's extra confidence and extra oomph when you're running this agent yourself?
There's definitely some extra oomph.
More of that Chamber on different maps.
What is the best food in Korea that is chicken? It is chicken. It's Korean fried chicken. No, outside of chicken? Oh, unless you meant that isn't chicken. I mean, I don't know. There's Korean food is actually, there's a very wide diversity within Korean food. So you'd have to tell me kind of generally what else you like. My personal favorite... Let me think about this. My personal favorite Korean food?
Yeah, so compared to other Sentinels, Chamber is a little more aggressive. So I do feel that I'm a bit more aggressive. I feel more into the character and the agent when I'm playing Chamber. And regarding the other maps, you'll just have to wait and see.
All right, we'll just have to wait and see. Just briefly, I want to talk about Ice.
My favorite Korean food?
I feel like that was your only struggle today. What do you think went wrong, and what do you think made it tricky?
今日のアイスボックスについてちょっと苦戦している印象だったんですけれども、何が問題で何が原因で結構なかなか思い通りにいかなかったのかなと感じます。そうですね。なんだろう、簡単に言えば
That's a good question, actually.
なかったっていうのが大きいと思ってます。で、それも結構普段の練習相手とかと戦い方がかなり違くて、攻め方、戦い方をされたのは
I mean, bibimbap is solid. I don't know if bibimbap's my favorite, though.
見るようなもんだし、で大会の場で今まで対応したことがないようなことをやるっていうことで、まあ
Let me see what's on the delivery menu to see if I can get some ideas on what my favorite would be. I generally just like all Korean food. The one thing that was popping up in my head was oh, hold on.
They're a completely different team from the usual teams that we practice against. And there was a lot of first times. Seeing their comp was the first time. The way they play the game was the first time, especially on Icebox. So it's something that we really see at the tournament circumstance. So I think we'll be able to fix it by the next time we go against GE. But yeah, it was a lot of surprises.
The stylistic difference kind of caught you off guard, but yeah.
Okay.
Congratulations once again, Laz.
So the one of the first things that popped up into my head was
in your next match,
something called possam, which is like steamed pork, but you eat it with like veggies that you can wrap it with, and like there's certain like kimchi that's made to be eaten with possam. So that's always good. Tteokbokki's very good. Tteokbokki's another one that came into my head. That's spicy rice cakes. Tteokbokki's very good. I mean, the thing is iconic Korean food, well, iconic Korean food probably for most Koreans is kimchi jjigae, right? Which is kimchi stew. That's usually the symbol for like, oh, it tastes like home, like, reminds me of my mom's cooking. Like a lot of people, that's the dish that they refer that to. I actually just didn't, my family just didn't eat that. Like we weren't huge on kimchi. Like it was just kind of always just there, including my dad who, you know, I mean, sure, he studied abroad as well, but you know, he's kind of through and through Korean, but even he's not like massive on the kimchi train. So I'm gonna lower the sound just in case they play the Clove music video. Yeah, kimchi jjigae is usually like, even my wife, she's like, kimchi jjigae is like her soul food. And I used to not be big on it just because I didn't grow up with it, but ever since I met my wife, I've like really grown to like kimchi jjigae. So kimchi jjigae is probably like the iconic one for Koreans in Korea. Right? Like if they go abroad, you're like, oh, like, what do you want? They haven't had Korean food in a while. Like most people, probably kimchi jjigae is one of the first things that comes to their mind. So
okay, Team CK, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
that's a nice short and sweet commercial. I like it. What's in kimchi jjigae? I mean, you can have different variations, but obviously kimchi, usually some pork, some tofu. Yeah, there you go. Joel knows it. The rectangle thing is the tofu, probably. Might be pork, depending on where you got it from, but... Chat, I have to figure out what I'm going to eat. I'm going to put... I don't know if I can technically mute the stream because of my co-streaming. But I'm going to leave the volume on really low in case they play the Clove music video. But let me figure out what to eat. I'll be right back. Probably the break is like 15 minutes? Maybe 10 minutes? So, we shall see. I mean, I probably can get away with muting it for now until I get a proper response, but it's not like there's no strikes on my YouTube channel. It's just that those videos are getting blocked, and that somehow is like messing up how the chapters aren't showing up on my other videos, but
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Stage 1. Zeta moves on up, being the first to gain 1 championship point. Woo! Woo! Exciting. Points are being given out, handed out to all the teams here. That was a rather exciting game, though. It was a result that not many of us could have foreseen. But we're going to go over to an interview with Team Secret for our next match.
Secret room. Now, Envy, I'm going to talk to you a little bit, give you a little spin. Now, you guys are going up against a new iteration of DRX. Your thoughts?
I think they would have like no practice, but I think the player they got is still pretty good, so I think it'll be a very close match.
Who's winning then?
Still us, but it will be a close match.
All right, well, good luck today, and I'm going to keep my eye on you.
Wow, I'm watching you.
She's her eyes on Envy. The guy who likes clove. Well, Asterai, Team Secret's lineup, not much has changed, and they started coming in stronger by the end of kickoff. Who should we be on the lookout for on this roster?
Definitely Jesse Vash and Envy. And it's because of the reason that they are the players that activate the other players of Team Secret.
All right, we're going to dig more into this later. DRX is ready for their interview with Jen.
Bane, I'm going to steal you for a minute. Today's the day you've been dreaming of. How do you feel?
I'm feeling panda now.
You're feeling panda? But what does that even mean?
What does it mean? The panda. Poor Jen. She's just running all over the place.
Yeah, not really giving her much to go off of.
What did what did Bane say?
We will we'll see, I suppose.
Now, a lot of shuffling around for the DRX roster since we last saw them.
Dude, the bracer is so much shorter than I thought. Obviously, they're spending time on the desk, but
with Bane in, who's playing what
he's
role?
feeling panda.
Yeah, okay, so for those who don't know, Bane, this is a guy who has been in the DRX system for quite some time. He is.
Dude, I'm kind of excited to see Bane. Dude, why does Bane get a proper photo?
And then it's been loaded out and just played on a.
Why does Bane's photo look good? He's the newest addition.
Went over to China for a bit as well to play with all gamers before. So, he's been around the block. He's been in the scene for a very long time, and he's finally being called up to the main team by DRX. This guy typically does play duelist. He's quite good at it. But it's a question, as you say, of who is going to be playing what. Do we see?
I just got cereal
him
chat.
stepping into playing duelist over the likes of Buzz? Is DRX going to lean into more double duelist setups, similar to what we see from Paper Rex and whatnot? There's a couple different things that they could do. I think that DRX is probably just going to end up doing.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing about Bane is that he was one of the first guys that was like on prospects but too young to play,
What do you make of
and then he just never got called up.
You're not as biased, should I say, towards the
with DRX?
Yeah.
Yeah, but at least from my experience, watching this team as well, remember how they brought in Foxy9 and they were just like pretty good with with that kind of adaptation. So not PaperX, but DRX is coming into this series still having that experience that they know how to cultivate these type of players with the very little time that is given to them to adjust with that particular new addition.
Now, I do have to ask, and like the graphic we're seeing here, this one is surely hard to predict. Team Secret
What's everyone's prediction?
was the very first Pacific team to defeat DRX, and that was last year. What's the secret sauce, Asterai? What is it that, gives them these moments?
So, the lore that...
what did you say?
They go A.
There's a Haven now, so what is it, Asterai?
Okay, the lore that, I've gotten when they were still in the Philippines, not going international just yet, was they do like to scrim a lot with the Korean teams. So I think it's just more of...
Yeah, you think DRX is in a 2-0? Damn, dude. No, I think our boy Jeremy's gonna pop off, man.
The ins and outs, and that's probably the reason why they just know the movements of DRX, just because they've been playing in this region for the very longest time.
That's really interesting information. Team Secret scrimming a lot against the Korean teams.
I mean, yeah, it's something that you definitely want to do.
Dude,
Something that a lot
average
of teams have been doing
256
for a
ACS
while,
for
but
Jeremy.
I gotta give props to Jeremy here. I mean, granted,
Dude's gonna pop
Secret,
off
they've done
today.
Some really tough performances and some really great efforts in the kickoff. Whereas obviously we saw DRX faltering a little bit. As far as like KD is concerned, I'm not shocked to see Buzz down below Jeremy in this metric. But the fact that Jeremy's beating him in pretty much every other one is a damn good sign here for Team Secret.
That's quite the novel you got there, Yeso.
Historically, have really incredible moments. And you know, we also have tons of
This is
data,
just some
obviously, since last year.
strawberry,
on
raspberry,
their map
granola,
win and loss
and then I put in
We're gonna go to the
a banana and some extra almonds.
Let's see where they're going to be taking this one.
Well, newest, strongest map that I would.
All right, what
say
maps
for
are you getting?
Secret
I want to
is-
see Sunset, man.
especially with Haven being removed. I think has been split. So maybe
They have been banning Bind and not showing us. Well, at least in kickoff, they weren't showing us much splits.
Okay, bind ban, I'm fine with that.
It's kind of crazy on split last year anyway.
Oh, baby.
Okay, but DRX, they actually ban Icebox, and I don't.
Oh,
necessarily blame them for that,
baby.
but that leaves Sunset wide open. And DRX, I mean, they haven't played this at all, nor have Team Secret. So I'm curious if DRX.
Oh, heck
expecting
yeah.
Secret just also would
Oh, it's already a banger, chat. We're seeing DRX play the new map.
just kind of leave it, and then they could ban it in the second round. I'm very curious to see if DRX does have a very solid game plan for this map coming into it. But with their own pick,
Lotus
they're gonna be
pick,
leaning on Lotus
not
once
too
more.
shocking.
This is something that has bit them in the rear in the past.
Yeah, I'm just loving the Sunset pickup here. For some reason, it's the first map of
Oh, no, it's frozen.
every day, which I'm a big fan of.
They've been having freezes with the
I like
replays.
seeing, you know, the newest maps or the newest agents being used or being played. I think it makes it really.
Oh, I never changed the
exciting,
title,
and
huh?
I'm not surprised. Breeze
Chat, you guys got to keep me honest here.
has gone straight through. Both of these teams have been okay on Breeze and Sunset. This is the first time we're going to see Sunset from both of these teams this year.
Yeah, and I mean, historically, when it comes down to debuting a new map, hasn't been great for DRX.
Let's
So this does have me a
see.
little bit
Start the
concerned. I think
prediction.
so over prepared for this because you think about, you know, they were talking.
Let me
big
change
game
the
about
title on
fractional
YouTube.
champs in 2021. Played it, didn't look great. They didn't play Lotus for the longest time last season. Played it in the grand final, got absolutely bodied on it. So now they're going for Sunset, and I don't know what to expect.
I don't think any of us do, but you know, we can ask someone. We have a guest with us. He loves cat cafes. He loves watching VODs.
Oh, it's Warbirds, isn't
Team
it?
Secret's coach, Warbirds. Welcome.
Get over here. Get your mic. Come on.
Put the cats down.
I know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened with the. Wait, what was the third map? We didn't see it, did we?
A lot of stairs.
It's actually crazy. This venue is enormous. Anyway, welcome. You know, Secret was looking really strong by the end of kickoff. And what
Was it Breeze?
You know, the
I was busy trying to change the.
the wake up call. And what can we expect for stage one?
Yeah, so for us, I think it was just like we were playing really sloppy in our first series versus Talon, and after that, like we took us some time. Like the DFM series wasn't clean at all, but like we were still able to get better as like the weeks went on, or like as the matches went on. So I think for us, it's just
Here, let me.
hitting the reset button.
Oh, they didn't show it. Okay, let me double check it.
Because like, especially some of the maps.
Oh, they're interviewing Termi on the Korean side.
Early on, so yeah, just make sure.
I guess they're always gonna have one on one side and one on the other.
All right, and Aster had a question about NDG.
Yeah, so you were, mentioning about how it wasn't super clean at the start. NVG feels like he had some. You're laughing. You see what I'm
We
going
joke
with
about this a lot.
Yeah. So what's up with NDG? How were you able to kind of address some of the issues that he had during kickoff?
Yeah, I mean, for him, it was just a lot of nerves. So like, we even talked about this like a few weeks ago, where like. He was
Oh, they were talking about the. They asked Termi about the Lotus pick, so I was wondering if they would say anything interesting, but.
No player is perfect, so you're gonna mess up, and that's okay. So like, don't worry about it, don't fret about it, just play your best game.
Now, I was curious because, so every single time it seems that I have predicted for your squad to win a MASH, you don't do it.
Did you predict us?
Well, we'll get to that in a little bit. No, why do you think that there's sometimes these swings where you come in and you're so dominant when no one expects you to be, and then sometimes you're not able to.
They didn't confirm on the Korean side.
On top. What do you think kind of leads to that?
No, they didn't cut it. It just froze. Chat. They're not hiding it. It just because it's a replay. It froze, so they just cut away from it.
That's when we play bad.
It's not that they were like purposely cutting it
If
off.
we lose versus Paper X, like Paper X is expected, like last year's Paper X, like Paper X is expected to win. It's like we can. There's now no nerves, nothing. Like we just
Breeze,
play our
okay.
game, whereas like maybe versus a team that we're supposed to beat, we like play to not lose the round, and we're not willing to take risks or like we're too much in our heads. So it's just about like leveling that out. Like don't worry about it. We're gonna make mistakes, and that's okay. But
Do you find that in those kinds of games, like when you're calling timeouts, it's mostly just reminding the players about that exact fact?
yeah, a lot of times we do like most of my timeouts tend to be like, okay, like it's just a tempo, like let's reset, breathe for a little bit, and then we can go on and fix stuff.
And I have to
Will we
ask,
see
last
another
year,
chamber
you
pick?
were the
Probably
only
not.
team to defeat both DRX and Paper
I don't think we'll
X.
see it on
DRX
Team
is looking
Secret.
a little bit different this year,
And I don't think we'll see it on DRX.
What are your thoughts on
DRX is probably going to play the most expected
core is still
compositions.
there, so they're gonna be good no matter what. As long as they have that core, they will be good. So just because they had like some roster changes last minute, I think we'll treat them with the same respect as they were previously.
Did it change up any last second prep for you?
Not, I
Get
mean,
the VLR
not really, not really, just because like
The Korean fan base's view on Termi is
like anti-stratting and focus more on yourself.
it's quite
You can
heated.
Go back and look a little bit, but you don't want to delve too much into it. It's been, what, a month and a
It's either mixed and or slightly negative, but
Well, keep focusing on yourselves. You guys are looking good, looking good. Anyway, all the best on your upcoming match against DRX, and take care, Warbirds.
Thank you, thank you.
Have a good one.
Wait, you didn't answer. Did you predict us?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh no.
It's okay. I'll balance it out.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, this is really Achilles' fault. They do it just to prove Achilles wrong. We can't have them doing these kind of things.
I truly am believing. That's the thing. Like, you know.
yeah, Seth actually believes that he has the power to curse.
Look,
Team Secret specifically.
Close so many times. You know, LCQ last year, even this.
I mean,
year
I'm
with
not
kickoff.
surprised. Bane's probably just flexing because at the time, for now, like that's the only way to have the most guaranteed success is get everyone else as comfortable as possible to their peaks. So we'll see.
Thank you very much, Victoria, Achilles, and Asura. Yeah, it's a big match. It's a big one, but the predictions have seemed to swing all over the place. Meanwhile, taking a look at the map picks, this is just kind of interesting, the fact that we're starting things out on Sunset.
Yeah, no idea what to expect.
Wow,
here,
you guys are voting DRX
So, it's
on
fun
Sunset?
coming into a match when
On Team Secret's pick of
just get to kind
Sunset?
of experience it, right? You get to see this for the first time, see what both teams are thinking coming into a new map.
I actually do believe DRX's Sunset is probably better than their Icebox in their current roster, though. Because you wouldn't have had much time to tinker. And Icebox needs a lot of work if you want to make things work.
Can come down to a bit of an aim dueling map, which has me a little bit concerned for DRX because
Thanks, Doughboy. Or Doughier Boy.
Secret was really popping. I mean, Jeremy in particular started.
I don't know if any of you guys are from the States, or I don't know if maybe some of the regions that you're at, they sell these, but like Pillsbury, famous for their Pillsbury Doughboy, they have like refrigerated baked goods, right, that you can bake in your own oven, right, like biscuits and stuff, and cinnamon buns. And I grew up loving Pillsbury products, and I had to explain to my wife like what Pillsbury was, because they just like ovens only recently became mildly more common in Korea. It's like baking's not a big thing in Korea, or it wasn't until recently. So I was like, yeah, like they sell these things where it comes out in a tube and you just like pop it and it makes this big pop noise, and then you just cut it up and put it on the pan and you put it in the oven, and then you get like homemade biscuits and cinnamon buns. And
let's be honest, not the hardest champ.
yeah, no, Pillsbury stuff is so good.
But with such little time to prepare for a team like DRX, which is usually kind of prep heavy.
Wait, Pillsbury sells actual flour? What? I didn't know that.
For this entire matchup is
That I didn't know.
DRX, prepare to defend their title. They've been the strongest. They've been the giants. Stack said, I always go to these events.
He did say that. And I told him, not yet, bro. Not yet.
Not this time.
Not this time. Not this time. Or nope.
So, I mean, that's the thing, you know, will they still be as strong as they've been before, you know, even with, you know, a prospect player joining their current roster? Or will Team Secret start to go up on this upwards trajectory? Will Team Secret...
I think Pillsbury generally has become
the team that takes down DRX again?
kind of quieter and smaller.
I really, really like... You're not just jinxing them.
I mean, DRX looks like they're in good vibes, so that's good.
I'm the opposite of that. My predictions are generally better than most, although Achilles is usually right there with me. But
I'm excited for Bane, man.
I really think that right now the form that Team Secret showed at the end of kickoff, really pushing Gen G, that this should still be the favorite team here.
Ooh.
I even think I would have picked Team Secret if Flashback was still in the lineup. So I'm very confident in this team right now. I really like the way that they started to play together. Their ideas got really good. They were able to weather some rough maps. Like
Yeah, baking mixes like for cakes and stuff too. Pillsbury, Nestle, all these brands. Pillsbury's like birthday cake mix or whatever. There was like a specific vanilla cake flavor that was always good.
I think it's a bit of an uphill battle. I'll be honest. Bane is good. He's been on other teams like F4Q and Maru. Of course, he was over in China for a little while on All Gamers, but always playing Duelist. So, the real question is how do you ship Buzz off a Duelist? You probably don't. He's too good at it.
And you got Foxy 9 as well, yeah. So
yeah, exactly.
It's a bit of a thinker, this one, but, you know, it's DRX. They are kind of like the pride of Korea, which is the country we are in. So, they're definitely
All right,
give it their all.
DRX, are the fundamentals enough to carry them over the line? And my big question for Team Secret is going to be Jeremy. Does he need a slow start again, or does he come out swinging? Because if he comes out swinging, I think Team Secret is going to have a very promising year.
Play on this one. We've never seen any compositions that they run. How will it shape up? How will it go? I guess we're going to find out.
Dude, mug cakes. That's smart.
Is that both teams run pretty similar comps? Again, this was a really good point that Atsurai was bringing up, that Team Secret has scrimmed a lot against Korean teams in the past, so I think they have generally
Oh.
play map, and they're not too far off.
Okay.
Some changes. It is the double initiator for Team Secret, yeah, versus the Fade.
Bane Omen.
Just stacks on the Fade for initiator. Otherwise, you have a Viper for Mako.
Okay.
True smokes in Borkum, but of course the Cypher can provide a little bit of extra smokage for your team.
Sure,
smokage.
Especially if they're starting things out on defense, this composition, you know, might give them some ways to deal with like Buzz, for example, especially if NDG has to write trips. But apart from that, curiously enough, you're talking about, you know, Bane, or we've all seen Bane being a duelist. They put him on the Omen. So
I mean, that is essentially another one of those agents that duelists can easily shift into, right? I mean, everybody is thinking about tens in that role, right?
Sure,
as he went over to the Omen,
All right.
for Sentinels and was able to take Masters.
Sunset, first time for both teams. The Breach Sova here for Team Secret.
That'd be interesting if Bane plays Clove, huh?
I would like that.
Lots of
Really good. Really
lots of trap play potential.
I think
Lots of setting up for Jeremy.
I'm being perfectly honest. Like I think there's potential there, and I would not be surprised if a team like DRX decides to go with it.
For sure. Yeah, I feel like they definitely will.
Yeah, dude, I've seen so many people like recommend making mug cakes for snacks. We should probably try that at home.
The compositions wise, you know, it's a double controller. Can DRX really make use of it to kind of, you know, go in for their classic like executes to break it to sight? We've seen it before on, you know, other maps before, especially when they did it on Icebox.
Yeah, that's the real question for me. Part of the whole DRX equation is a team well known for their executes.
Uh-oh.
Is that going to be something that
Setup time for NDG. Double checking setup.
They're going to lean heavy into that because of the lack of time, where that's something that they just said, we're just going to make some really good executes and you know, use Bane as a pair.
Oh no. Gotta be kidding me. It was doing this during the countdown.
Essentially, you know, with a few smokes in there too.
Smoke
of course.
machine.
Yeah. And if I had to go based on history, yeah, I'd probably say they're going to go execute heavy. But I don't know. You can convince me either way, to be perfectly honest. I mean, obviously the defender side to start.
I'm trying to catch up here.
But, you know, it's so hard.
The YouTube stream kept like buffering during the pre-show. If it does that again, I'll I'll either just watch in 720 on Twitch or we'll have to turn on a VPN or something.
And that's just it. You know, can DRX continue forward?
It's 9 says if you win, I'll buy.
Well, why chat?
It's the head of marketing.
I don't know if it's client side though, because I don't see everyone complaining about it on YouTube. I apologize if things are a little fuzzy. We'll watch in 720 for this first map. But other people were chatting about it during the countdown as well, that the YouTube stream was lagging for them and buffering. So I want to say it's not just me, but tried it in multiple different browsers, turned them off and on again.
Smoke out to mid early. Couple pieces of utility thrown into mid and B main to see if there's anybody around, but a pretty aggressive push from Team Secret. Trapwire was there for DRX, so they know there's going to be somebody potentially nipping at their heels. Yes, Mako will wait, but he isn't going to be watching the spawn angle, expecting potentially that they might go through, but the timing good for him. Let's see if they can get through.
MTG's just going to try to hold. They're going to try to hold backside and market, right? Make sure they have retake potential.
Bash able to step back, and
Bash is going to have to give up backside for now. That
although DRX gets the spike plant, they have no idea that they are being completely surrounded.
They have to clear this back angle. They have to clear this.
Oh, they're completely pigeonholed into
DRX has to push back out. They have to push back out of main. They're getting pinched immediately. This is... He's sticking it though. Okay. Very, very quick of DRX to immediately turn back around.
for that spike defuse. Simple shot for Stacks. DRX picks up the pistol.
It was not easy at all for DRX. Pretty good ideas here from Team Secret. Send in 4 for the crunch, and then just leave Jesse to try to stick the defuse. It just didn't quite work. It was very, very close to working. They were just that extra gun might have made the difference. If Jesse was involved, I don't know. But it's spicy for sure. And again, DRX with some
I mean, the fact that they could trust each other to cover one side and the other, that was good from DRX.
Push for the orb, be able to feed it over to Envy, build towards those rolling thunders. Stacks already well on his way to a nightfall.
5 rounds or 5 points for the nightfall.
Pick up definitely a couple more kills in this round.
3 rifles as well for DRX.
Really taking things slow, really taking their time.
Yeah.
Worried because it has to be in the back of your mind after that first
All right,
round.
putting pressure on mid with the smoke as well. Just see if they've pushed out from anywhere.
Contrary to what we thought, you know, they're not going to go for that default-ish. They're going to work together as a team and really
The door's been closed, so
work their way in carefully. You know,
DRX feeling a little better.
every single bit of utility.
It's going to be a pretty fast one. All right, everyone's all prepared here on market and backside on Boba.
Paint shells almost tagged them up.
Surely we just back out for DRX. Never mind, unless your name is Foxy9. Dude, Foxy's firing.
One gun stolen away by Team Secret. DRX makes it safely into the third.
Yeah, a lot of damage taken, but not many kills found. So DRX able to stave off death. Foxy9 4-0 to start. Having some huge impact with that rifle. Oh my word, that was pretty nasty there, Foxy.
Pretty interesting, like sticking him, you know, before when he was on that duelist, he would run amok, and I think Stacks might not have enjoyed that too much. They want to, you know, get him to play with the team more. If he's on a Cypher and he doesn't have that mobility, he has to play with the team regardless.
That's true. And that's, I mean, I think it's been a pretty good shift for Foxy9. He's had reasonable amounts of success. It maybe isn't what you want entirely, but overall, you know,
I like Mako's always prepared for this, right? He's trying to bait this out. He's trying to bait out the trap play, and then you've got Foxy9 to cover for him. It's good, man. Because they know it's either that or you empty A site with the comp that Secret has. It's either that or you play for retake. But since you have the breach, the potential of Team Secret pushing out is higher than some other comps.
Pretty well looking that way, and with that toxic green set up towards A.
So with this, you're trying to tell them that even the retake is going to be tough for you.
Burst from Foxy9 will do the trick. Got our ultimates. Eurostep coming underway.
Try to see if they regain control of A main.
Whichever site they decide to go towards, they'll have
And eventually Secret bites on their buy round.
a lot going in for them. As long as they don't get stabbed in the back.
I mean, this is huge. Massive, massive start for DRX.
The back of those early picks. So the discipline paying dividends.
Oh, a little unexpected of a peak there. So Foxy9 a little whiffy as well.
Payne picks up Jesse Vash. Envy with a bit of a sneaky hop up. Catches onto Buzz. Tries to, reroute his pathing in towards Market. But nah, he's
got to think about a save.
Oh, you have to save here.
Precisely. Even with the utility.
It's gotta be.
You're never quite
Gotta
sure
be a
where these
save.
DRX players could be positioned on the site. There could be a crossfire on the other side of Market too.
Chat. We registered in our apartment complex's fitness center this week. I went for the first time in a long time today. I think I don't know. Either that or I slept wrong, but it didn't hurt when I was. And it's not like I went overboard today. I feel like I pulled a muscle or something.
At least once, just because Tens does it all the time. And like all the players in the world, and especially here, have a lot of respect for Tens, the way he plays. So that it's got to be in your mind the way he's able to punish people right there on top of that.
Foxy9 trying to hype up the team. I like it.
So what we're seeing from DRX so far.
All right, you got Nightfall available. Nothing else though. It's all been kind of funneled.
It's not exactly.
Calm down, chat. Calm down. Calm down. We don't know how long it's going to be. Calm down. No. It's okay. Calm down. Listen, I told you that we're probably having one today. There's always one. All right, there's always one. It's just a matter of how quick does it get fixed. All right, we had tech pauses at Madrid.
Tech pause. Welcome to the
All right.
Quack Paper Thin podcast.
Audio issue. Generally, audio issues are easy to fix, but Kickoff has planted a bad memory in us. It might have been that, Seti. You're right. I probably slept wrong, and then even though it was just some light exercise, it probably didn't. It was probably not great.
Hungry for bamboo? I don't know. I mean, bamboo's actually pretty delicious. Really? Yeah, sure.
I mean, if Foxy9 and Bane turn up, for sure, just because of fundamentals alone, right? If they are able to get ingrained into the basics of DRX and fire back, then DRX definitely a contender for Masters, for sure. Oh, look! Look, chat, look at that! Oh, it was like almost shorter than a friggin' timeout. That's crazy.
Counter strats and anti strats. If it's a map like Sunset where they haven't encountered
Oh, back in the game. It goes right in.
Oh my god, this fast hit from Jeremy.
I mean, DRX is always ready for this, though. So this time, Team Secret's switch was going in through tiles, but because it's a weak round here, DRX kind of expected that, it looks like, right? They emptied that early on. They all just rotate back out, and then it's a fast hit onto B because of that. And then also, like, here's the thing is that for Team Secret, saying that we just keep this and we can retake B, I mean, that's only if you, A, have the weapons, B, have all of Breach's utility. Like, how else are you going to push out? How else are you going to push out B main, man? Dude, the Nightfall to just decay everybody so they can't even think about it. Okay, finally. Util comes out. But the spam is just too good. Like, you have to push out. You have to take him down.
It is just one heck of a firing squad.
Yeah, I mean it.
I haven't gotten an answer yet on the Clove thing, but the channel's not, like, it's not. My YouTube channel didn't get a strike or anything. It's just the VODs are getting blocked, and it's affecting some features like chapters and stuff on my other videos. But huge from Voxy though. But Secret, okay, there's timeout. We need a different idea for B. So obviously, the first idea they tried on the pistol, which technically has legs elsewise, is push out fast on A main, go for the fast flank. But even if you're gonna do that, you still need breach util to make sure that you're winning those fights. So.
Yep, and they've just pretty much been doing the same things. Plant out in the open, double back into B main, make it a firing range.
Yeah, and it's part of the nice part about having a fade in there is you have a lot of ability to clear some of those close angles where a Cypher or utility exactly. And so I think definitely that's got to be part of the idea behind that. Is stacks on that fade is maybe going to be a little more impactful on this side of the map versus A. And if you can kind of disrupt NDG, keep him off balance.
So curious to see what the adjustments are here from Team Secret.
Team Secret, you know, if you have that B main control, it's so difficult.
Okay, trip in mid. You have the op. Okay, so they're going to push out with the op on B. And DRX reads right through this. Apparently, maybe it's my internet because the Twitch is lagging too. Dude, the timeout happens and DRX just reads right into it. If they see the util, they want it to go for a counter push, but if not, we'll just wait. They're still going to use it so they can only have to focus on elbow. Fast push in from Buzz. Is anyone there to help trade for him against Jesse? Foxy was there, but Jesse, I think, might have gotten him from the smoke. Whew, crispy.
Pushes out, gets one more tap onto Bane as well. Rookie does not expect it whatsoever.
So this is a good round for Team Secret to kind of base everything off of, right? Is that if they try to rush A, because you have the breach, you can actually kind of take control of this fight pretty well. You can still set up a one-way on this side, right? You can set up a one-way here. You can fault line this. You can aftershock this. So you can keep watch mid with a trip, maybe even a cam. And then you can have someone basically have some aggression on B and plant someone early. So you're watching for it. And that's a good default for Team Secret to work off of. Obviously, you know, it only worked on this one round, so we'll have to wait and see. Oh, he just sprayed.
Great plays here by Jesse. Really crispy. That third kill in particular.
I think that was the big things too. I mean, apart from the third kill, hiding inside of the smoke.
So, I mean, obviously they saw the op, but they didn't see the positioning on B early, so Team Secret's going to do it again. So DRX, their change now is let's pressure mid, right? Whether it's market, whether it's top mid.
Yep. I saw it in the last round. I saw it get cleared on the map, and I'm like, Jesse has a lineup for this. Love to see it.
Oh, wow. Hunter's Fury as well.
Oh, no! Ooh, close.
Not quite the final beam.
Dude, 720p stinks, chat. I'm not one to really care about top-of-the-line graphics settings, but at halftime, I might have to go back to check on YouTube or maybe even watch the Korean stream. How does that sound, chat? Would you guys be okay with the Korean stream?
Outside of market, trying to soften up the side.
Market just not as well prepared here from Secret, but we'll see. Do they answer back on the next round? Obviously, this round isn't. Well, it is over now, or not. Oh, almost gets to swing around. But is it Borkum time? Against the rookie, Bane. He's waited 3 years for this moment. Can he be the hero that DRX needs? Does he expect it?
Oh, with the weaponry, though, it's just nothing but a ding. Bane secures it. And with that, DRX back in.
Damn, dude. That is rough. I can't believe Borkum loses that because of the Phantom, man.
These crossfires have been brutal.
Oh my gosh.
Crunch from B main and market, setting up outside of Boba, making things really, really difficult for Team Secret. This is the problem. Like, if you get into retake
That is rough.
against DRX, very few teams can find a lot of success breaking them. They're so well disciplined, no matter who's playing for them. This is something Termi has done well since he's been around.
Ever, yeah.
Yes.
Vision Strikers days.
Yes. He's good at getting people into crossfires, into post plants, being patient and disciplined with their utility usually.
So Team Secret, an adjustment this time around. Obviously weaker weaponry as well. So they're looking to just kind of anchor in the site, right? They want close quarter fights. They want fights here. They want messy fights here.
Let their opponents go through.
One way. Jeremy trying to find as aggressive as an off angle as he can. Have to back out. But they still hold on to this, though. The crossfire is still there. You've called the breach over, and now you're watching mid from market. You never close that door. Secret's holds are so far pretty good. The default's pretty solid. Right? You see the poison cloud here, so you start to slowly inch back. Someone still has to watch mid, so he's watching there for now. Oh!
Okay, 2 taps.
You hear the blast packs as well. Okay, so just in case there's been someone mid, you rotate over from the back. I like that. NDG still holding on to B for the time being, just in case. No.
All that's left is going to be Buzz. Borka makes it a trade, and this round that should not have been won was just taken over by Team Secret.
And it's just the good patience.
Good round from Secret. Really good round from Secret. I mean, obviously it helps that Jeremy and Envy both hit their shots, but oh, that first one was crispy.
At the fault line from Envy as well. That's good reads.
Very good stuff. Nice! Let's go, boys! That one got Envy fired up. And, you know, you heard Warbirds talk about it in the pre-match interview, right? Where he was saying,
All right, now it's back to the trip in mid. But a trip in market as well. Which I like this, right? I mean, this trip is generally never going to get you huge value. And if you're going to have to watch aggressively on B anyway,
do have a showstopper, do have the neural theft.
they're just waiting.
Got a lot to play with, but Mako and Buzz only one away from their ults as well, so
They don't hear any other Yuto, so they're still holding. This is so patient from MD. There's a chance for a fault line into showstopper here.
what they see. Gonna go on a little bit of an explore. Got some good coverage in mid. Could be a little bit of a duel.
He breaks it with the pistol. Might get DRX thinking a little bit. Good trip. Oh, through the newsstand as well, man. Oh, this is good from NDG. And then they immediately back out, right? It's a multi-hit from mid to market. So that way they give up B main control, but they're holding on to the site.
A viable option.
Yeah, the spike's down in market too to make matters worse. So great setup there from NDG. The wire working a treat, his positioning able to avoid the prowler. Now they're gonna body block him.
The from the shadows counter.
Very smart. This is something that I think I've only ever seen one other time in Valorant history, where you have to stack up players on top of the spike to make sure that the Omen cannot.
You can, I mean, if you're not perfect on that though, sometimes they still get it, right? You have to like make sure that they can't even get like in between the two players, like at an angle.
For now, 2-on-4 still a little bit tough, even if they do get that spike planted. Perhaps with Marco's Viper Spit, it might have been different, but yeah, given the body block, no way that round was going to be DRX's.
Yeah, fantastic awareness from Team C.
Isn't this kind of risky since they're all lined up in one spray? You can just lose in the round. Well, so what was happening though is if we consider the B site, so let's say this is B main, right? You got this, you've got the little pillar here, you got like a little angle here, and you got the little newsstand, right? And then you've got the door here, right? So they were lined up here, and the only way they would get sprayed down is if someone was able to sneak in through here or all the way here, because they closed this door. This was closed, so they had a cam here, so they would know if someone's coming into sight. And they had someone in Boba, so there wasn't really a risk at that time. Like they would have had ample time to know that if someone was approaching them or not. So they even thought of that, because you could see NDG was just looking at his cam the whole time. So
Is now absorbing the initial contact of DRX. They aren't kind of getting too overextended. They aren't getting trapped in some of these crossfires that DRX
no
was able
worries.
to find earlier.
No, Team Secret's playing really well though. I mean, they you know, rough start, but good adjustments. That timeout was good from Warbirds. Whatever they talked about. And then since then, the kind of round-to-round adjustment, right? Even after losing the 6th round, they come right back. Now they're understanding kind of the pros and cons and how DRX is basically reacting to their defaults. Team Secret's starting to get a read on that, so that's good. You still got Showstopper, so there's always the threat of a tiles crunch, a sunset style tiles crunch. So DRX is constantly respecting that.
smokes that are going to be attempted by Team Secret.
Early darts coming out from Jesse, though, makes DRX think that there's a little more going on, so they're going to stack on the A side.
They are good. Some counters coming up.
Dude, that's a very aggressive spray.
Managed to capitalize on that to punish
Okay,
down
Paranoia. It's going to nullify that.
So a bit of a TP away.
If Borkham can stay alive for long enough, the showstopper could be good.
Keep yourself alive if DRX is trying to pull off a bit of a split.
Oh, nice try from Jesse, but a good trade. Oh!
Jeremy, even with a showstopper, gets shut down.
Mako sneaks right in.
Stacks now coming back into it too. And all that's left is none other than NDG. Tries to walk up. Toxic screen down. Allows him to creep forward.
I mean, they're not exactly all set up for the trade, but good spot from Bane.
Stacks can easily wrap back around elbow, and NDG.
Yeah, NDG knows he needs more kills. Okay.
Only for the first.
Yeah, I got caught by that vulnerable.
Yeah, I thought Secret. I mean, if Jeremy had gotten a kill with the showstopper, right? I think that gets a little different.
The smokes come up and they just kind of let loose. Oh, there's just enough of a gap there. But Borkham does a great job here behind Jen. Getting 2 kills. Jesse tries to step in, just couldn't get the
Nice.
spray in time.
Stacks' voice. He's like, he's got more weight to it.
Mako is Mako.
Like, he's always been able to speak like that, but he's usually much more like
If that showstopper would have ripped off,
kind of up there, getting excited. He's trying to hold on to the weight of a leader, chat. Oh, that's not really what's going on. I think he just wasn't that excited for that round.
not really feeling all too much, but still watching in case there are.
Okay, so door closed.
Lurks or potential.
Changing up the trips constantly. I like that, right? This time making sure that they can basically counter out the plant, right? On the plant anytime if someone's going to push in. So it's not a crunch into market as well. The market's been broken. So you see the shift over for Jesse. And now they're shifting their weight towards this side. And Buzz just takes him out. That's rough, man. Dude, Buzz is... That's the thing, is that as great as Jeremy is when Buzz is on, he's on.
Right on the dot too.
Triple. Opens up the site for his team. I love the cyber cage into the tripwire there from Foxy9.
Trying to condition Team Secret to focus a lot of their resources into this A main position, and then doubling back into B.
Yeah. This is.
I spotted a little smile there on Buzz's
He
face.
anticipates these positions of his opponents is
Beep,
so
beep,
good.
beep, beep.
And then the immediate grenade to counter the Boba push from Jesse. The icing on the cake there.
That's the thing about DRX. I mean, you might have some of these new players, but the
I mean, the round-around adjustments are not bad from Secret, but
you can always expect a lot out of them.
DRX is constantly trying to keep them on their toes as well. Both teams, I think, are adjusting pretty well. Just DRX had that heavy start, so they're always going to be one step ahead unless Secret can really flip it.
Talked about why people kind of scratch your heads a little bit if you pick.
Oh, that's so good.
They have been really good for a long time. I just was so impressed with Team Secret. A little bit of a laugh there from Buzz, and he's getting fired up
Okay.
as well. Wants to see if they can string a few
Rolling Thunder.
really powerful. You do have that Rolling Thunder again for Envy, something to worry about here.
Okay, they heard that.
DRX.
Since it was just the one, they can have a pretty solid guess that he's on the box.
To set Jeremy up as well.
Exactly.
Dude, look at this setup, man. The cam spots, fault line goes out. Jeremy swings out for an easy multi-kill. Oh, man. But the thing is, counter paranoia, and Bane wasn't hit by that fault line, so now they know.
Some players on the other side of the main. Bubot goes out. There was paranoia as well. Thought they were going to try to maybe sell a bit of a fake double back into A, but
I think you're exactly right. I think initially here DRX was considering just kind of double pumping and just holding at B and waiting it out a little bit. See if they can
40
get some rotates,
seconds. Neither trip is broken.
for whatever reason thinks, okay, well maybe A is going to be the better
Right?
option.
B has been pushed out, but there's Rolling Thunder for Envy. So DRX Either if they're gonna go A, they need to push out, or they need to take mid control. But they're actually just gonna pressure them, and then it's just an immediate B crunch fault line. The thing is with time, he could just Rolling Thunder here. Yeah, that's Rolling Thunder. That's 3 people. Hey, Buzz still gets a kill with the shorty. Oh, that's huge. Okay, he was trying to buy time, right? Borkum just trying to buy time there, tagging them up. Yep, a little bit of ping pong back and forth. NDG can't connect to a second kill though. All down to Borkum again. The pit, DRX, they just want to keep the lead.
To secure this round indefinitely. How's Borkum going to work his way around this? Bit of a dark cover. Good peek into it.
I mean, that's tough.
Crossfire, 2-player setup right in front of him. Impossible round, virtually impossible for Borkum to work his way out of. Oh,
That's a rough one.
An Omen player. You just don't really have much to work with, you know, especially if you don't have a paranoia. It's near impossible.
Oh, dude, the heads-up play with the shorty right there for Buzz. Sticks right up against the wall. The Cyber Cage doing work as well.
Incredible, yeah. So fire rate affected, like, doesn't matter. I'll just use shorty. One pump, that's it.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Like, you don't need to be
Judge? For Jesse. Okay. So just tasked with holding on to market. An early ping. Gonna send him back. Oh, he just wants to hold close, but the showstopper doesn't connect.
And allows for Jesse, Vash, and NDG to walk away with a bit of a steal. Stacks and Foxy 9 thankfully trade back up, though. That was a little bit odd. But nonetheless, here comes Team Secret with a bit of a retake attempt. Good double peek
If he had gotten the spray there, that would have been bad news. So 2v2, DRX is going to play a little bit in the site because spamming with just 2 people would be rough. Borkum suspects that they're both in main. Stacks gets him.
Days of DRX stay consistent throughout this first half.
This is very impressive.
I mean, honestly, I predicted Team Secret. DRX is playing a lot better than I thought they would with the emergency roster fix. I mean, is it worth staying up for? Like, is it going to be a true banger? That I don't know. Because quite frankly, it feels like this first half, Secret, like in the middle, they had some good reads, but they kind of went back to the old issues where if they weren't able to kind of get that first contact win, they weren't really there to trade for each other. It was just hoping that, you know, our read's right, so therefore we get the first kill.
This is where Termi, I think, really shines.
That fan wants to get home on the subway. Doesn't want the matches to go too long.
Don't give him credit for, you know, yeah, there was some stumbling with Foxy, but in the past, he's been really good about integrating new players.
Yeah, I mean, if you got to sleep, I would recommend some rest.
Yeah, last year it was working pretty darn well.
At first, yeah.
Originally, I would have said this was up there for matches to watch this week in Pacific, like this, T1 Paper X, and then Secret RRQ. But this one, I'm thinking DRX might be just, the fundamentals just might be too much.
Definitely showing that they are here to play this year.
Yeah.
Even though they didn't make it into Masters Madrid.
Right. I mean, certainly that's got to weigh on them. You know, that they don't miss.
Okay, you've got the toxic screen. Retake toxic screen. So even if you don't get the one way, you still have this. It helps delay as well. You can still utilize the trips. You can still hide someone behind Gen. So that's a one-man setup on A. Early mid control. You can flank around whichever direction. The opponents also have a Cypher, so that's something that DRX will have to consider. I mean, this is much better than I think anybody would have imagined.
Sometimes a little bit whimsical.
Thank you, Mimi Meister.
Always good with the preparation. Now that they are on the attack, will they be able to dictate the pace of the game? Starting things off with a bit of paint shells, a bit of utility invested, pulled the rotations over from DRX, now cutting noise.
The thing is if they cut noise here, just to make it look like they're not exiting, it's going to take forever. Like, DRX can just go back to default. And quite frankly, they don't really care because their default was solo anchor on A. Now they've got the cam there as well, so they're going to break the door to try to keep them tied towards market. And that would be the correct move. Jesse looking for the cam.
You also got that toxic screen.
Oh, they're all going to peek out together. Oof. Okay, but you've all been spotted, so now you got to go quick. But if you go quick, you're not going to have the leisure to check for the trips.
Oh, great trip. Doesn't quite connect it or convert into the initial kill. Gets Jeremy. A bit of a team kill by Buzz. But as
Where did Foxy die to that? Dude, Bane firing, man.
Dark cover in front of NDG as well, and wow, he's not even on the defuse, just knows that NDG would push past it.
Do you think they really just practice like hell when they miss it on Masters? That I do believe.
Definitely felt like maybe a must-win for Team Secret.
Thank you.
Given how
Jagan? Jagan? Appreciate it. The only ones we filmed so far were those two. But hopefully, I think the videos were received pretty well, so hopefully that makes them want to film more episodes in the future. I can imagine we will. But if we get too, obviously, if it's just coaching staff, then getting too repetitive, answers probably get a little repetitive. But I saw some suggestions for like IGLs and things like that. The thing is when it comes to like IGLs or players, sometimes you can actually get away without having a host, depending on the collection of players. So that might be something to consider for the production crew. But I'll probably put in some suggestions as well to like the staff that are responsible for either leading those projects or shooting those projects.
Just looking to punish a little with these sheriffs. They can secure a weapon or two. DRX definitely knows.
Hey, mid's already been broken through. DRX is aware of that. Buzz actually gets both, and the paranoia there. Hello. NDG tries as soon as he gets pinged.
Spike down B.
And again, the crossfire.
Oof.
So good. Buzz reliable with the outlaw as well. And DRX, they're up 11-3. It's feeling like maybe we're just GG go next. And
Yeah.
over to Lotus.
I mean,
This is Team Secret's pick.
the thing is DRX, like, again, it's not like they've shown some crazy new strats. It's mostly just knowing how to push and pull, right? Knowing what the reaction is going to be from the previous round, or knowing what the reaction is going to be off of the first contact. And that's a big part of that is the fundamentals we talk about.
Who knows? Perhaps this is the round where things turn around. They've got that full buy. You've got Jeremy.
Well, it's got to be this. Otherwise, it's going to be map point for DRX. We'll see, though. You've got rifles.
More utility to clear this angle right off of this.
Mako, dude, that little pocket. That little pocket. Okay. Kind of rough. Oof. Very nice from Borkum.
DRX with Brimstone and Fury.
Spike planted.
Yeah, clinical is a good way to summarize this one from DRX.
I liked your thing, though. I really did.
Prior to this round.
I mean, I like Brimstone as an agent, but maybe not so much on this map.
You cosplay as a good Brimstone.
I could.
I feel like we've talked about that before. Clinton cosplaying as Brimstone.
The Brimstone lines, but
no, just say Bub a bunch.
Bub. He has done some
Oh.
Wolverine. Oh my God!
Dude, did you get the dink on?
Okay.
Holy cow.
But I did not expect a double kill.
He got the dink on Jesse.
Dink on the third one.
Yeah, that was pretty nuts from Foxy. He is
Holy cow.
feeling it on this map. 18 and 10 right now.
If he had gotten that kill, who knows?
So cautious, really steady in the back line. The game plan here, I think, really smart as well for a new player coming into a roster. Don't put a lot of pressure on them to TP all over the place and break open sites and stuff. A lot of time he's just in the back line, just covering his teammates, playing for trades.
Trip on a short.
Yes, exactly.
And that sometimes is enough. You don't necessarily need to.
Okay, you're going to have to back out. Jeremy. Only one blast pack to try to chase through. Still wants one more for the actual site entry. Didn't want to overheat. I respect it.
It's a bit of a culture fit as well, and let's see how DRX really utilizes some of these players, at least for this series.
No, I think he just set it up for this line, and unless you put it really close, they can almost always drop from the steps and then crouch. So I think it was just a matter of like we didn't have the leisure to put it even deeper.
From Invito allows for the rest of Team Secret to break past this initial defense. Now you've got Stacks and Buzz. The duo.
Is it really happening, chat?
This time, try and make use of some of these positions. NDG though.
Is it
able to
real?
catch out against Stacks, and now looking like much more.
Is it real?
Tricky situation for DRX. I thought they might have saved, but it's just going to be Jesse Vash taking them to school.
And a really good kind of test of patience for both teams on that, knowing that Rolling Thunder is in play. You can see that DRX was feeling it out, just seeing if they were going to.
I mean, I predicted Team Secret for this match.
But it's patience from Team Secret, and then once they started getting contact, DRX tried to press back, right? They tried to say, okay, we're going to get ahead.
Very good from Jesse individually.
Team Secret holds.
Dude, Foxy's 18, 11, and 1. Playing really well. Econ finally broke him, though, for DRX. They'll do a couple half armors, actually all of them, so looks like Buzz might be banking for some stronger weaponry in the next round. Early door close that allows them to focus up. DRX it wasn't a rush on A. They are aware of the potential usage of breach, so they're kind of trying to pick and choose where they want to go. DRX. There's a Hunter's Fury for Jesse Vash as well, so you probably have to watch out for things like this, like this. Dude, and he gets a kill on mid, on the Cypher as well. I mean, he was there earlier, so surely. They dropped the paranoia. That's everything.
Team Secret respects it.
They don't want to mess with Mako's corner. He did some damage the last time from his position. So now they're waiting out the smokes. Toxic Screen is going to come back up. Bait able to take down one. Wow. Oh, Buzz.
Oh, Buzz still gets one, but.
Good little right click. That all comes down to Stacks.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
I mean, I'm not surprised that Team Secret generally, I think, has better plans for the attack, right? You have the initiative, so you can always kind of put your plan into action first. And then if you recognize their tendencies.
I don't normally look at it, but just because it's a virtually impossible 1-on-3. But hey, 6-11. Team Secret slowly picking up steam now.
Yeah, I mean, they used it. Mako used it the 2 rounds ago, and he actually got some kills then as well. So this time, just making sure they take all the precautions there.
Nice job. Nice job here by Team Secret. And who knows? Maybe it's just an attacker-sided affair here for both squads. A lot of ults. Excuse me. Showstoppers in, a Hunter's Fury.
Sees? No nades to go with it, though. He used it right away. Oh, no.
A little bit more likely for Team Secret as they anticipate this push coming out.
Big read from Secret. Double kill with the Hunter's Fury. The coverage coming in from Jeremy.
Connections. It all comes down to Foxy. The stab off.
I mean, he just needs to stand fight. That was the best shot he had.
Not quite able to do it all by
But with the creds, DRX.
So 1-on-3 now, Mako.
There was a consideration to save, but they're only one away, so he'll just try to do whatever damage he can.
By the Yellow Drone too, though. If he gets peeked by some of these players together, that's going to be tough. In fact, they're just going to play it safe.
Ah, tries to sneak in without making noise. Oh.
Plays around the pillar. Double dips back in, and that's how he gets punished by Jesse Vash.
Fantastic discipline from Team Secret on that post plant. Jesse almost gave up a kill to Mako there. Wisely just got crouched, stayed crouched, waited for his moment so he could get out, regroup with the rest of the team. And
What time is it? 9 p.m.? I don't want to open my window because it's getting real warm, but.
Nice one, boys. Double held. Fist bump, fist bump.
That's cute.
Yeah,
Fist bump, fist bump. He just calls for it.
He's always chill. Jesse's just the definition of chill.
I'm surprised that DRX aren't, I don't know, calling a timeout or not feeling so chill.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Oh.
That stinger.
Okay.
The coverage. Oh, and the counter push out. I love the counter push out. Right? You know that all the Utah was used. That fault line, the Prowlers, they aren't coming back.
Sensing the timings too, but now that his teammates fallen, Mako knows to back up, holds the
It was a good counter paranoia.
He's got teammates watching the other entrance if needed.
They can't go this way. I mean, with where Jesse is, I think you need to go to the other side of the map right now.
Foxy 9 then.
Here's the cam.
Have to be the difference maker here. He falls, B falls along.
Oh, Jesse knows that he's just constantly checking.
The crowd is cheering it. Oh my god. All right.
As they say, squeaky bum time.
I mean, the fact that he's trying to just not destroy the cam. Jesse's trying his darndest to make them have to guess where he's at, but Foxy, here's the recon.
Spots them through his cyber cage, sneaks under their noses.
Yeah, I thought Jesse would have seen him, or Foxy would have seen him on the earlier shoulder, but
Buys time for his team to arrive on the scene.
that's kind of big.
Bane up from behind. Envy down at 1 HP. It's the headshot from Foxy 9 and a thrifty win for DRX. It starts off with Mako's stinger kill round.
Yeah, I mean, Foxy is kind of carrying this game. Foxy and Bane, actually. 15 and 8 as well on the Omen. Near 2.0, just KD, and then 11 assists.
The lack of timeout calling.
Like 3.0 KDA here for Bane.
I think people need to understand that there's a lot of good reasons behind why he was doing that for so long. And he's now able to have a lot of trust in Stacks because he was forcing Stacks last year to have to adapt on the fly. Now you can have a little bit more trust. You can have a little bit more comfort, a little bit more cushion before you decide to start calling your own timeout. You can maybe wait an extra round or two to see if your team can do it themselves, to give them that confidence, to have
They have the showstopper.
that trust in IGL to be able to kind of figure things
So they're
out
going to
as
once
it goes.
again just pressure A main, right? Try to negate this one way.
Frustrating if you were a DRX fan last
But
year.
look at that. Fault line and then Boombot as well. Really just using it to see if DRX bites and uses their util as well. Because they did that last time, and this time DRX, they're not even nearby to really care about it.
And it really shows. I mean,
Team Secret's starting to work off assumptions, right? They never actually went in. They never saw if someone was looking here or not. So they have no idea if anyone actually cares about this smoke. For now, the site is empty. He gets a kill with the showstopper as well. A little whiffy there, but
looking to capture the sites. Jeremy overextending his welcome just for a second. Stacks able to shut him
I mean, in hindsight, yeah, sure, because we see the radar. I thought he would, but the thing is if you go too far, like if you leave this, you don't know if they might have actually eventually gotten back through market, etc., etc. So Jesse not pushing in is probably the objectively correct play, but
Stacks ducked it, though. They might
lurks
not
like
realize
that.
Stacks coming out of
It's a
market.
chance.
Jesse Ware.
There's a chance either one could be correct.
Shots. Bane and Stacks though. What?
Oh my! Oh, dude, I was so scared for Envy for a second.
Had to.
Isapa, let's go with Team Secret.
Had to, or it was map over, potentially. Nice try there from DRX on that retake. Stacks being so sneaky, but Buzz just overstaying his welcome in B main. Pays the price for it.
Good entry from Jeremy.
Follow up from his showstopper, but a little bit off the mark after that, but you can forgive him for that. The first two were quite good.
Yeah. Trying to keep things alive. One more round. One more always makes sense to
Judge and Pit.
more.
So this time, not even waiting for the one-way, just pushing in fast. The one-way took a while to bloom as well, so that's something that Team Secret can try to kind of get a read on. He gets pinged.
Trying to stay hidden. NDG deals with him just quick. And that's going to be the spike down pretty soon. What is Foxy 9's game plan here?
That time Team Secret turns up the tempo and it catches Mako.
Surely Foxy doesn't lurk all the way around. It's too late for that. They're just gonna have to go in together. But Bane getting picked off, trying to dwindle down the numbers. Buzz.
2 snaps.
He's pushed close, dude. He gets 4.
He even gets a wallbang onto Borka past that box. Pops the showstopper. This could be it. NDG dodges. Goes back
NDG?
for the third kill. Stacks down.
Oh
Plays
man.
off of the defuse, secures the round.
Dang.
For DRX.
I mean, you gotta
GG chat. GG. 1-0.
being dealt kind of a tough hand.
That would have been a nice way if Buzz got the ace though.
Very, very nicely.
Dude, huge start for Foxy and Bane. Holy cow.
With his first match with the tier 1 DRX team. He's again played for their prospect team before, but
On Sunset, no less.
absolutely tremendous stuff. And a slow start for Team Secret cost them dearly once again. And let's see if they can turn it around.
Map 2 is going to be Lotus, DRX's pick.
That Warbirds identified coming into this match, and yet his players haven't quite figured it out.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, we've got some great performances that our analysts
And
did
I
break down.
am gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Well, it looks like we have seen a little peek into Sunset for these two teams for the first time. And DRX, you know, the predictions doubt them. And yes, they didn't make their first international event, but they are not to be trifled with or underestimated.
Yeah, gotta say, I think just across the board, a lot cleaner than I was anticipating from DRX, both on Sunset and with Bane in this roster. Just slot him in, say, okay, you're just gonna be playing Omen, and he just does his job. He gets smokes out, he gets paranoias for retakes and just, you know, staving off attacks and everything, so plays that one perfectly smoothly, you know, checking off boxes. And then everybody else is just playing absolutely gorgeously. Foxy9, what a beginning to the map for him especially.
Yeah. And because of that, this Team Secret just could not find that rhythm that they were kind of hoping for. I was talking about how it was so important that Vash and Envy become the enablers here, but even then, when you can see them setting up, it still wasn't enough for, you know, players like Jeremy and DG to kind of feed off of. When Vash and Envy are already out of the equation, they just can't seemingly connect themselves into that round win.
Yeah, I mean, again, one of the things, this is kind of what we are used to talking about with, you know, last year's and previous iterations of DRX is even when they're not getting those first kills, they're starting the rounds down a player. The 4v5 conversion rate continuing to look good for them. Secret, you know, coming out with 12 first kills over top of DRX, but then only getting 8-round wins. That just speaks to this clutch potential and just how well DRX can pivot when they do lose somebody early on. But as I mentioned, like Foxy, an incredible performance from him, 23 and 15. This is one of those kind of performances that you want to see from a player that has been in question for this squad, has had his rough showings, has been moved over into this Sentinel position, and this is a hell of a way to kick things off in stage 1.
Oh yeah, I mean, moving him onto a Cypher that looks pretty damn good. I mean, aim aside, he made some really smart decisions.
Yeah, and I just loved how very energetic he is when we always go for that player comes like, whoa, let's get this.
I think everyone's now realizing that you have to have a vibe merchant on the team. You have to have somebody that's keeping the spirits high. That has been proven across the board. You know, Zelsis is the one who's very much instilling that. Rossi as well for Team 1. And it looks like Foxy9 says, you know what? I will pick up the mantle for DRX.
Who's that guy for Team Secret?
Probably all of them.
You know what? I'd say it's NDG if you've seen some of the games where he's like, woo. Is that
what?
He had a game where he actually just did that.
Did you do that one more time? What was it?
Woo.
Okay. Yeah, it wasn't as you know much of a commitment for the second one, but you know, I appreciate the effort. But yeah, I mean, we see how important that can be, especially if you're starting to get kind of, you know, beat down, being able to just get the vibes back up so you can try to rally back. But there was some just really nasty moments. I'd say a decent run back attempt for the side of Secret there on the back end. It was looking like maybe they'd be able to make this a little bit closer, maybe get themselves up into those upper double digits and threaten for an overtime. But the start, I mean, 9 and 3, 9 out of 9 on post planes for the side of DRX. This was just such a damn near flawless attack half of them.
Yeah, I just wanted to add as well, like if you're looking at the highlights here, it seems like there's so many rounds where certain players of Secret would kind of just double peek to chase down the slight map controller position that they lost. You know, when Jeremy got pushed back because of the Prowler, he'd start to just re-peek it again with the Operator. That one with Borka with the pistol, he gets knocked out. And this happened so many times on Secret that I think it just was second nature right now to DRX. Like, they're gonna keep doing this. It's a thing that they've been doing over and over again. Let's just keep punishing it. And they've been doing that. That's why we see that 9-3 happen on that first half.
Now this was a Team Secret map pick, and yes, in the past, across the board for VCT, we often see teams lose their map pick, but we didn't actually see much of that happening during kickoff. So this, I would say,
was getting too warm,
a pretty
chat.
big blow, considering this was Secret's pick. Now, the second
I also brought dessert.
Lotus.
Yeah, and like I said,
Some leftover brownies.
Ups and downs for DRX, you know, from the time that they first debuted.
All right,
it is,
Lotus.
You know, night and day. It was absolutely a
How are things gonna look?
last season.
Surely,
For them, you know, even just going
Team
to Canada,
Secret
I think it was still in question, and that's where they were able to pull off that
changes their comp.
10 run back against Billy to be able to get the win. So this map overall has been pretty steady for DRX, but in kickoff we did see some wishy-washiness from them. You know, changes in composition, changes on who is going to be playing what role, and they come away with a 50% win. But the same could be said for Secret, who did stray away from what we were used to seeing from the team. They decided not to go for the Sova, which was one of the things that I think was giving a lot of other squads difficulty against them when they were playing Lotus, because
Yeah, I actually kind of liked the way they played the Sova, but
those Sova timings when the recon darts were going to be coming at you, having that extra post plant or delay plant utility, and the shock darts as well as that Hunter's Fury. So I'm curious if Secret are going to pivot back to that, or if they stay with the Sky.
Yeah, there's so many options still available here for Secret. But aside from that, it just feels like this is a map that they have to prove themselves on once more, with, you know, what Warbirds was mentioning about how we just got into our heads. This is a match that we should be winning, but then
dude, DRX,
with the Genji.
I mean, it's so hard, right? Because like, how much of this is which team? I mean, DRX's fundamentals are for sure good.
Yeah, and it looks like
but it didn't look like Secret was folding, right?
As well. Going to now, it's game time again.
It's game time. Oh.
Or lose a rank. And this time for the guessing game question is the map score difference. The round difference, will it be more than 4 or less than 5?
Oh.
So basically, whatever the final score is going to be at the end of this map.
Yes.
So
Is the losing team going to have more or less than 9 points?
Or will be pretty close.
I'm going to go
More than 4 or less than 5?
We can do a grand reveal together.
You want to do a grand reveal?
Yeah.
Okay. And I definitely want you guys to
I'm going to go with less than 5. I think it's going to be close.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Less than 5.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't even.
You think it's going to be more? You think it's going to be one-sided?
I think that Secret, I think that they, you know, they're a team that
More than 4 would mean that it is minimum.
They do drop Sunset and it's their pick. I think that overall, Lotus is still a very strong map.
Oh, I guess that wouldn't be too one-sided. Like a 13-7 would be
Maybe DRX doesn't really expect anymore.
more than 4.
Showed, you know, him playing twice with the Sky.
Yeah, but I was thinking like 13-10. That's what I was thinking.
I expect that they're going to come in. I think they're going to be able to
Hey, thanks, Tansel.
map here on Lotus. So I think that it's going to be less than 5 between them.
Okay, I think like for me.
Yeah, I'm curious what the comps are going to be. I mean, I can only imagine that
First map, and I'm looking on a map
that DRX isn't going to change theirs.
Is going to be able to help carry
But Secret, what do you do? What do you bring to the table?
I think this is going to be a lot closer this time around. Secret is definitely. I feel like they're a slow to start kind of team, except for that one.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that's the slight concern for me, is that Secret always has a slow start. So we'll see.
That was crazy. That was a crazy game for Secret. Yeah, I think it'll be a lot closer this time. If we looked at, you know, historically the 1 or 2 times that they played, they're both evenly matched. So yeah, I think it'll be pretty even.
I think this is also just another map where it's like it takes a lot more team coordination going into Lotus, given that you do have just the triple sites and everything like that. And I think that with you know, Bane coming into the mix, that's where things could be a little bit shakier for DRX. So while I do think that they still have the upper hand coming into this map,
When was dude? What? Why is this?
I also did ask Jen. She was lamenting our stage host that she never gets to do a pick, and I think she agreed with us actually. And
What was it? Raise Sky. Okay, yeah, I wanted to double check.
They like to play double controller on this map, understandably. So let's see what it is.
What's it gonna be? Probably just still playing. Yeah, Bane on Omen, right? Yeah.
Okay, Secret's just going to be sticking with the same stuff. Obviously, there's some change-ups in quotations for DRX because it's going to be Mako going over to the Viper, and then we get Bane here on the Omen, but Stax just gets to play.
I mean, this is, well, it's different from their last match, which that's when they switched over to the Cypher, but they're going back to the Killjoy, which I think is good. Secret's not changing it, really? They're keeping the Sky?
But I'm curious to see how improved this can look for them.
So something that I've seen, you know, DRX be very good in Lotus is just those link control plus that.
Especially with no refreshing guiding lights now?
That's such a strong point for them.
It's so hard to put fake pressure on one side of the map.
We are ready to go into map 2 Lotus. Quack and Paper Thin, what are your votes for the round differential?
Well, I think the problem is if you're going to do solo initiator, Sova really doesn't help you fight. So that's not great. But
I do think
But
this is going to be a close game.
I think it should be pretty
you learn the fade then if you want, or the I don't know, or the gecko.
as it was previously, then certainly you got to give a slight edge to them. They did some real damage.
I mean, I just feel like the macro that you can do with a solo Sky on this map ends up being so one-dimensional.
You guys remember, he's pretty darn good at Viper. Pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. You know, I think back to some of the way he would play Pearl on Viper, really kind of
Ratty,
yeah, and really ratty, and also saves his Viper's pits for retakes and things like that. So, kind of curious. That hasn't been the MO for them on this map so far this year, where they'll use those Viper pits early to take space and things like that. But you know, Mako's style a little bit different than some, but maybe more of a team idea. Just a tap of the spike.
Truly is
gonna be popping.
Is the 720 bearable for you guys, by the way?
Oh yeah.
Actually, I'm just gonna change
I forgot to switch it in the middle of that game, or in the middle of the break.
We don't have our ranks yet. We haven't gone for our placement, so I'm just gonna change my answer just to mess around with Victoria and say that I think this is gonna be a quick game. DRX is gonna take this really quickly. Bane is gonna start things off with an initial kill on the enemy. A hop over and he just clicks away. Stacks now with a bit of a double.
Fast kill from Foxy.
All of a sudden, it's gonna be Envy, who's not quite able to do all too much. Too many targets in front of him.
Yeah.
And, Team Secret,
I mean, I'm not exactly happy about it.
kind of got fumbled.
Yeah, and this is all three pistols so far going the way of DRX, and
Let me see if I can. Let's boot up the YouTube stream again.
Locking things down. Foxy continues to be very sharp, getting that one kill when that player barely showed their head. Just
Let me make it catch up, and then we'll switch it back over. I think it should be stable now.
Spectre and the Ghost for stacks, full classics for the side of Team Secret. No investment whatsoever. Trying to use this toxic screen, sneak up past Rubble. Door already.
Okay, making sure that there's no cross whatsoever with the door there. Bane just trying to pressure them. Now Team Secret takes a timing on it, but they sense nothing on C. They sense nothing on B. They see the smoke. This is pretty straightforward. It's just a spray down. Paranoia as well.
NDG even getting hit by the Paranoia now. He knows that he's going to be surrounded. Tries to swing
Huge.
around, but Bane makes quick work of him. 2-0.
Bane. What a
Let
phenomenal
me
way
swap these real quick.
here for DRX so far. And that, they've got a great
My YouTube's louder. I was wondering. We don't get 1080 anymore in Korea for Twitch because Twitch left. I can VPN, but that's always annoying.
Look at that snake bite. Just really making sure that if anybody pushes that corner.
But the YouTube was buffering in between the matches, so we switched off. But it looks like it's okay now.
Up on top.
This is
covering that A door. Yeah.
A being blocked off. That's right. Team Secret has to go through either B or C.
Dude, this bonus is it's strong. It's a strong one from DRX. Oh, fast anti as well. Oh, it is stuttering a little bit, but
He's coming in from stacks as well. Incredibly well timed. DRX are controlling the pace of this. Again, though, even with Team Secret's guns, so
let me keep it fixed at 1080. See if that makes it better. I was watching it at 1440 earlier. The 1440 is crisp.
the pace of this. Again, though, even with Team Secret's guns, now that Buzz has pulled away from A.
Ooh, I mean that's a lot of commitment to pressure on Jesse. I respect it. I respect it from Jesse, because that's the stuff you kind of need to do. You have to break that turret at some point. Oh, but just the coverage, man. And Stack sees him going over. They know it's 100% A site.
Secret to recover from that.
And you don't have any of that KJ utility online.
30 seconds left.
You lost NDG in that exchange to check for Mako's late.
Yeah, Envy just kind of has to go big, I think. You have to use the fact that DRX is going to expect you guys to be bunched up somewhere safe. They're actually gonna pretend that they're in tree because of the plant location, but look at this. Foxy still reads the possibility. He could run and gun if he wanted, but he's just gonna actually keep them split up.
runs up around the other side.
All right, they know one's above.
Instantly here to receive and help him out, Jesse Vash. Although he did get the first 2 kills,
Damn.
Foxy9 will put him in a coffin. It's just spectacular.
Do you play with fixed or rotating maps? This, I'm interested, chat. Do you play with fixed or rotating maps? I'll tell you my answer.
And they're just ready for it. And Foxy plays
Because I play with fixed.
he's got 2 players there. He doesn't get the initial spray to go.
But a big reason, well, I think it's 2 things. One thing is I've almost every game that's given me the option I've played with fixed. But 2,
I mean, you start
since when I cast it's fixed, I want to always be used to seeing what I'm going to be seeing when I cast.
If Team Secret ever wants to reapproach the A side,
Just in case it like messes with my brain.
they're able to take out Bane somehow, who is tucked away really safe.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Like Brim and like some of those, you know, other smokes. That's the other thing. Fixed helps with that a little bit.
However, Mako well timed on the toxic screen, just able to push them off, and he even gets
I like Foxy on Sentinel. I think it's good for him. You know, kind of the meteor route, right? Pick up the jet if your team ever needs a double, but some people are just used to rotating though. And I think it's because I think it depends also on how you calm and stuff. I think it's just, and maybe like how your brain works, because maybe it's because it's first person. I think some people like they want the map to be what you see, I guess. See, that's the thing. Even in COD, I think after a while, once they gave you the option, I started playing fixed. But the old CODs were all rotating, right? So like, I don't know. I don't know why I've always felt more natural with fixed, just because I also played a lot of COD back in the day.
Envy trying to play close contact, able to take down Mako. That's quick. Gets the angle on
That's big, and they kind of need it. Oh, Envy. Okay. Okay. 4K.
Entire team. Incredible decision making.
Do you play ranked? I do, but during the season I don't get to play much. I'm trying to keep to like a 1 ranked game a day routine during the season, just so I'm like consistently playing. But usually it's a little tough.
Pushes out front. Actually catches Foxy9.
Huge round from Envy.
Peeking out from stairs as well.
Oh, there he goes. Oh my dude, he almost punched NDG's fist, man.
I'm surprised he didn't say the other word that Asura was laughing at last time. We're going back into it. Next round, it's going to be DRX on a bit of a half buy.
And he's got a pit here on the back of that board.
Fast hit. They know it's an eco. There is a hero vandal and a showstopper. So Team Secret's not in the clear yet. Oh, Jeremy's coming online, baby. That's the Jeremy we know and love. Oh yeah. Get him fired up.
Not quite able to retake by himself.
Do you 5Q with the other VCT talent? We've done it a couple times in the past. It's been a while since we've played together, I think. But mostly because like during the season, a lot of us don't get to play much anyway. But back in the day when like Tasteless was still casting and it was just Challengers Korea, like all of us on the Korean cast, the Korean Challengers, we'd queue together. Sometimes I play 5 stacks with like the Korean casters, and then but with Pacific, the problem is a lot of us that started in Korea, our main accounts are Korea, but obviously the talent from SEA plays on Asia server, and I think now all of us have Asian accounts. I don't know if everyone can still play ranked. Like my Asian account just got cleared for ranked because of the level requirement, because I just was too lazy to level it up. But like none of my skins are there, etc. So we don't. So it's a bit of a hassle if we want to all play together. But I'm gonna. I told everyone, I was like, hey, we should like play some more this season because last year we didn't. Not too many times. But it's just good to bond. It's another fast hit. This time they have pit too. Okay, they popped all the nano swarms, etc. The thing is they don't have to rush into B, right? I like this. They leave the Jesse Vash. They leave Jesse Vash here so that they can still press into C. He could even go on the lurk and do. Jeremy is fired off. Oh, and Mako gets the read on Jesse. And Buzz doesn't press the issue. Very smart from DRX. Mako, I was so shocked by Jeremy's entry that I didn't see exactly what happened. I don't know how or why Mako got note of that.
Has to grab the spike and plant it immediately.
I have the spike.
Look at the player cam. Jeremy's eyes constantly shifting towards the map.
Dude, he took that risk. Oh, I think he wanted to just trying to get them to come in.
He just had to stick it. I mean, risk it, but he decides to go to see if they're going to try to push.
Is there a reason why Pacific has the same two people casting for the entire day?
Gamble there doesn't quite pay off.
Not quite.
That's actually an excellent question.
Buzz is dialed in. He's on one today, as usual.
As usual. And that's again the thing about DRX.
To be fair, like, I don't know, 2 matches I'm generally okay with. It's when it's the 3 best of 3s that it gets really tough. I mean, I'll still do it. Like, for me, it's not. I mean, it's just, first of all, it just does run the risk of getting very long. Whether I can do it or not is a separate question. But 2, while I can do it, oh my goodness. It is hard to keep up good quality in a match 3. I think 2 matches, I mean, obviously it's going to be much better if you only do 1, but...
Could be invested by DRX. I think they should. They might as well. Foxy's one away from a lockdown of his own.
You should run.
There's the initial lockdown coming here from Team Secret.
You can't clear that. Borkum, dude, coming from all the way afar. Foxy's going to wait for this for as long as possible. Lockdown ends. Okay, but that gives time for NDG. NDG has to do it here. Oof. Oh, dude, Envy is mad. Envy is so mad. And he's through the pit. They have no idea.
Jeremy working along with him. They bought
Dude, Envy and Jeremy, man.
Secret again. The younger players shine.
They're probably a little closer than you'd like, but you invest the ultimates, you get the win, you still got the showstopper. That's fine. Envy is unreal.
Honestly, yeah.
With how quick he is to react to stuff. Look at him. He is trying to keep Team Secret in these rounds. He is
dude
single-handedly doing it feels like.
The awareness that this guy has.
버즈도 지금 근데 약간 삘 탔어요 지금. 버즈랑 제레미랑 둘 다. Oof, oof. Okay, I mean, trade.
Allows for a bit of an initial kill, but because it's just pistols, Team Secret's still able to walk away with a kill. I think Jeremy meant to turn away from that one. But that's it. Spike goes down. It's only Foxy9 with the Stinger. Maybe stacks with the Sheriff.
I mean, just gotta go for like double teams, triple teams here. Whoa, dude, how does he get that?
Just a stinger for Foxy.
Okay, gets the tag.
Coming out from Jesse Vash too. Although Foxy did pick up the weapon, now playing around with positioning, just tapping that door, it makes him think. Foxy9 is starting to feel very uncomfortable in this position, and he walks.
Love the double stack.
The double stack. Team Secret tie things up 4-4.
Yeah.
What do I main? What's my main agent? These days I'm trying to figure out my new main agent. I don't in any game I've like never liked playing the most meta thing unless I really like the mechanics. Back in the day it used to be like Killjoy Viper. And then for a while Sky before she finally got nerfed. Raise a little bit, and then Yoru for a while. I've always liked Yoru, so started playing him again as we started to see hints of Yoru. Oh, here they go. That's a good push out, dude. Chases the Prowler. Oh, he gets... Oh, didn't get the double.
just a little bit overheated for a second.
Dude, looked like a
down, but Mako coming back in, asking Team Secret to take a seat, please.
damn.
Dude, Buzz, man, he's put up some huge multi-kills.
Dude,
for DRX.
I mean, Envy 14 and 6, Buzz 12 and 7. So yeah, these days I don't really have a main. Roll wise, when we 5-stack, I'm usually playing smokes
Playing with the timing off of it,
or duelist. If Seth is in the party, he usually plays duelist. But if he wants to play chamber, then I play duelist. Though I don't know, I don't think we've actually done like a ranked 5Q with the APAC crew. We've done like silly unrated games.
Buzz this time gonna be playing back with Bane, gonna show him a bit of a different look as this A push continues. Just Bane on site. Buzz gonna try to hold the door.
Because you got people just trying to hard carry each round back and forth.
Kind of pulls off all of a sudden. The contact maybe not as quick as they were expecting.
Dude, look at this though. How is Mako here for free this early in the round?
Gotta know that they're
Right?
they backed way off.
You have that. The alarm bot is still alive. I mean, these three know that this is an A-side hit. Dude, and everybody gets spotted. So they get chased in. So look at that lockdown. Prevents them from being able to take over B. Okay, he's coming out to break it. Okay. Does break it.
Look at Mako though.
But this turret's only watching forward. Dude, this is crazy. Yeah, dude, there's no way they knew about Mako coming from there. But you know that you don't have to watch your back because of the turret, so that's good. So they just have to. It's just that dude, NDG is under so much stress right now. His teammates like need to win out hard here. Actually. Oh.
Just to keep himself alive, but DRX
Rough.
takes them apart.
It's just again showing a different look. It's just been a aggression, right towards Rubble, just fighting for that space every single round. It felt like for DRX, and this time they pull back. This time they pull off, and it gives enough of a pause here for Team Secret that DRX can kind of put themselves into good positions, never really ceding control over B, and that's eventually where they try to make their way into. And Foxy9 not having any of it.
Dude, Foxy is looking good today.
Mako with a Viper's Pit and a Judge. Oh, this is scary, scary, scary. I think I'm really curious again if Mako's just.
I'm really happy for him.
Hold on to that Viper's Pit. And it looks like he is this time. This time, Team Secret's aware. They know what DRX is trying to do. They find that little angle.
Flight too.
Yep, that's sick.
Yeah, Foxy looks like he's enjoying the game finally, and he can kind of play. He can find his own pace within the team.
DRX knows that they shouldn't be pushing out too far.
Seems good.
Yeah, that pit now.
So you don't have A, you don't have C.
I mean, obviously, just one match, so we'll wait and see. But I mean, again, maybe it's also the fact that Sentinel it does maybe just suit him, right? Then rather than having to like switch all between these different things and having the pressure to do everything every time. And a swarms. The pit prevents a B to C easily. Prowler to delay just a bit. Dude, how does Stacks have the confidence to walk out there? Dude, the trust in Foxy and vice versa.
DRX picks up the 7th win. They've got 3 rounds in a row now.
It's just brilliant.
No, I think they are definitely committing Buzz to Duelist, and I think they should. Like, you know, the peak in terms of individual mechanics, sure, it might be Foxy, etc. Like, Buzz always likes to praise Foxy's, like, peak potential in terms of individual mechanics. But in terms of, like, entrying, Buzz is by far.
Which is like, let's go. That's what I think he said. But I wasn't listening very close.
Either way.
No, all those, so all those clips wherever, like, they're showing Foxy9, like, earlier there was a clip where he was like, yo, Buzz, like, my support was pretty good, right? And, like, I think here, too, he was like, yeah, like, that was pretty good, right? Like, the double peak. So I think Foxy's feeling that I think he's feeling it, that he's, like, ingrained into the system now, into the comms.
this just makes it so much easier for these rotates to come through for DRX, where they could swap sides of the map because they have so much pressure on one side or another. They know what's happening.
Pressure being felt up around A. Some shots being fired up around C as well.
Secret definitely wants this round though.
Fall back. Now they know that Bane is in a bit of
Yeah,
a
Envy
tough
was.
spot.
Oh, dude, he gets the second as well. I mean, he was ready for it, but
Takes down both Buzz and Bane.
damn.
So good. The way that Team Secret takes their time on this A hit this time.
Dude, take us to the third map.
Ready for where Buzz and Bane have been playing. One behind Rubble, one next to the door.
30 seconds left.
They're
Okay.
Envy's just so fast with that transfer too. It's absolutely insane.
I mean,
Spike planted.
Figured it out. Now DRX
trying to get in early. Not much else you could have done. So.
Walks right to welcome and open arms of Jeremy. Okay, Foxy9.
Dude, he looks so calm now.
With a bit of double. Team Secret knows where he's about to approach from. What are you gonna do? Drop your turrets? They're like just waiting for him to drop.
I mean, he knows he doesn't have much of an option. that was probably the best shot he had.
Borkum not fooled in the slightest by it. And we switch sides. A pretty exciting half. Good comeback here from Team Secret with what looked like it might be.
What do you think of Navi's comp on Lotus? Someone played only Brim comp in one. So I didn't get to watch it yet.
Their attacker side.
But
Yeah, I don't know. It could be. It's kind of like sometimes I think people forget that sometimes Pacific is
his fan sign said if the camera comes on me, I'll shout DRX fighting. So that's why he started screaming. But what was it? Brim and then Gecko? Brim Gecko Breach, right?
I mean, I think that if we can expect the same level of success for players like
I mean, it's
Bud,
wacky for sure.
then it would work out on the attacking side.
I'd have to see how it was played, but in my head,
And then, of course, you got Stacks with the exceptional calling today. Foxy9, you know, he's just doing incredible stuff because he's fundamentally mechanically that strong. But we are also starting to see Team Secret adapt to some of these things, where especially up around
in a weird way, I can kind of see it.
adapting to the timing of things. That round previously, Envy shut down both Bane and Buzz because of such reads.
It feels like about 3 of those rounds for Team Secret that they won were.
All right, if Secret gets the pistol, dude, Envy's buying so much time for the rest of them to come online, and like Jeremy's had a couple rounds, but then he immediately goes quiet the next round. But we gotta see a bit more from the rest of the team, man. Buzz at least has Foxy9 backing him up.
And make a meal of him. And he's so fun to watch. So looking at the guns, Jeremy looks like he's gonna go for a Sheriff. Goes for Jesse. 3 classics.
Paranoia right off the bat.
A little bit of utility. So Jesse.
No counter util, so Team Secret. They're kind of positioning to get ready for a B hit. And a swarm activated.
Yeah, and as usual, DRX.
Did he get hit by that or no? He dipped into his smoke.
Not yet. Okay, DRX.
I think he hadn't. I almost kind of wish he had, because that guiding light was to check, right? As soon as this gets broken, they want to check is it a fake or not.
DRX certainly with all these goes wouldn't mind a little bit of a longer range skirmish.
Either way, the screen helps him position. The Prowler, I mean, this is the thing, is that DRX can always extend the fight a bit longer if neither of you get contact early on. There's still 50 seconds. NDG or Foxy9 in a solid spot. You're still seeing, like, if anyone peeks out of here, Foxy9 probably starts to move in.
They're expecting some kind of trap to be sprung on them.
The smokes are still good. So now they're just going to go on B. They're going to pinch on B. The door should have put fake pressure on A. It's just that Team Secret never had the reason to move.
Sheriff shot fired off as well. Bane, pinpoint headshot coming in. Doesn't quite swap over to the Sheriff, and his right clicks will work out. Now picks up the Sheriff.
What?
He's going John Wick. Jesse Vash not quite able to fight back as Bane kills 3 men with a pencil.
And that's another
Dude, how does Bane get away with that for sure?
DRX today in terms of their round score on it. Haven't dropped a single one.
I mean, the thing is Envy did so much in the first half, you can't even hold that round against him, man.
They're just going all in
like it looked like they were really going to try to swing this game, try to end it, try to throw that knockout blow onto Team
Dude, with the Secret Classic as well, dude. Bane just playing gun game right now. Then playing Escalation on his own.
Getting into it, he's fired up. Yeah, 3 rifles and then a Sheriff and a Ghost for DRX. Really interesting purchase. You don't see this too often from them. Usually it's like Bulldogs and some other stuff. Feeling confident, feeling like they can close the door on this map.
I really wonder why.
Trap play setup for C.
Still want to respect Team
Right?
Secret. Never know.
Immediately open the door, Paranoia.
Of course, right now it's
Peek out together. You've still got 2 more people to peek out. You still got someone to watch behind you. You've still got B main control.
confident in their choices.
And Secret, sick of waiting, they go for it. The door opens. DRX hears all of this.
All of this delicious information right now.
Jesse somehow is able to hide all the way around the turret, taking an early timing. He's not aware that there's 2. But so Jesse wanted to slow down the sight hit, so I don't mind him going for that kill. At least he gets it right away.
Duelist Omen players do, but Borkham now comes back in for a bit of a right click.
Dude, pistols for pistols. Plant's good so far.
Mako still pretty much in control of it with his snake bites. Forces them off of the defuse.
No more snake bites.
Got Bane just here to support as well. Going for a bit of a tap.
The pings have to be careful.
All we got to do is just continue to spray.
To swing out for sure.
Peeked out at the right time. Good amount of weapons taken away from DRX though.
Yeah, this isn't the end of the world. They're able to keep 2 of the Vandals, but you know, Jesse.
Dude, classics used well are very, very powerful actually. It's actually great to practice, like not just right clicking, but like learning to be calm with your classic and trying to go for left clicks. Obviously, in this game we're seeing a lot of right clicks, but because that gives you a lot of options on pistols, or for certain agents where you can go for the half armor and still feel like you can win a lot of the fights. Oh, guiding light, bit of a whiff there. Didn't get across the wall. That's big.
Competitive for Team Secret. DRX looking to secure yet another bonus.
And if you push Team Secret off this round, they're on an eco. So you can see the methodology that DRX is working with in these anti-eco buys, and how they've been able to bank up even still a ton of money. And who knows, Bane's got a From the Shadows. You could play around with that potentially a little bit, try to get into
So the turret's down. DRX just wants to reclaim some areas, right? Because this is down, so we'll take over B. And then probably Mako will clear out Mound. They still have time, so they'll tinker with something on B, see if there's a reaction, and then look to maybe open the door into C. So right now the question is
Mako might just call for that C.
yeah, you start to creep in. Now he walks ahead of the group, clears out the nano. That's big.
Keep them at bay, but there's not much that he can
The timing at which he moved into it as well, right? Right as the door opens, so they don't suspect it, because you shouldn't have had the time. Bane, eyes trained onto that door opening.
But that's, you know, just a little bit of chip damage.
I'd love to see Bane TP behind them when they try to make the retake. I think that would be just so funny to watch.
Okay. Alright, a little bit of paranoia. Buzz on the other side. Watching
Oh, not checking the corners. A little too concerned about the outside fight.
Don't even need a TP. Just a solid hold by the guys on the site. Bane just watching the off angle to see if there's any lurkers, and there are not. This is just so clean.
Chat, I mean, DRX looks really solid, and I mean, Team Secret, the potential is there, but the consistency is not.
Cut noise, start to rotate over. Even if Team Secret gets a bit of a read, they make the quick move.
Yeah, I mean, they got shredded for sure.
Stax is making some really good calls here today. That decision to move off of B after they got the turret contact, and of course it helps that Mako's kind of taking a little bit of space as well, but still, the coordination, the communication looking really, really
They're
solid.
just gonna ditch it. I mean, the weaponry's not there. You got tagged. Team Secret's gonna leave. They're gonna try to now take over B main control to see if they can get the flank or at least cut off any rotations should this potentially be a A to B, right?
DRX Valorant styles.
Exactly.
The thing is without refreshing Guiding Lights, like how is Vash meant to put on the pressure? He gets one more turn with the Trailblazer, but
I mean, like holding crossfires, you know, putting your utility in the right places.
so it gets used. Nothing to delay any further now.
You know, been around the team long enough,
Smoke just barely fills the entire spot.
Okay. Vash able to keep them away for a second. Jeremy with the classic actually.
Big hold.
Borkum
Oh,
says,
dude.
You're not gonna go through Link. It'd be now with the Sheriff.
Wait,
Connection.
What happened on that blast pack?
That's gonna be the thrifty win for Team Secret. Something that we did not expect. I don't think DRX expected it either.
It's a massive thrifty for Team Secret. They desperately needed that. They're able to kind of bait DRX into these
Speaking,
close quarter battles.
right as chat is talking about, YouTube chat's talking about, you know, DRX just showing more experience. They just straight waltz through without checking the corner.
For Team Secret, let's see if they can get something rolling.
10-6, it's still doable.
3 rounds of the half were not great. Try to
I mean, dude, there's a lot of Guiding Light mistakes, right? That's the second team flash we've seen. It's not antied. Earlier, it just straight up didn't cross the wall that they wanted it to. Bit of a full send here for DRX.
Perfectly read. And then as we come back into it, it's gonna be Foxy9 going in for a couple more. They're relentlessly pushing forward into the seaside.
Dude, the timing from Bane, you see that? Dude, he waits until he hears him close and he immediately goes in to target the showstopper.
Now it's all down to Foxy9.
I mean, it's Jesse holding things down alongside Borkum, so good for Secret, but that was a good play by Bane. The fact that he's confident enough to do something like that, take the initiative, right? Because that's not something someone can be like, you hear the showstopper and be like, hey, you should come in here and like go in on a timing, etc., etc. Like that's just a decision you have to make.
change up the tempo. I don't mind this call at all from DRX, but it's just handled so well. You know, NDG on point, quick backup to help him out. Jesse there to clean up the job.
Things are looking better.
Certainly timeout warranted, I think, for DRX to try to reassess things.
Termy calls a timeout. Rejoice.
Just a skosh.
Do you think this DRX roster has more potential than it did with Zest and RB? Feels like the general consensus is that it will be worse. Well, I think the general consensus is that it will 100% be worse for, or it should be 100% worse for now. Does it have? It's probably Glow. Does it have legs? Like, does it have more potential? I mean, in theory, yes, but it's an unknown. It's not like proven potential, but mostly just because like rookies, like they can be molded, right? So in some ways, I think that gives them a lot of potential. Like I feel like the old DRX hit a cap, a very high cap, right? Consistently like top 3-4 in the world overall. I mean, obviously they've had worse tournaments, but
Really close to a couple ultimates.
That's right. Yeah.
so it's a very high cap, but it feels like it hit a cap. And at that point, you're going to need some change. You're going to want people who are even more cracked individually. Things like that. Kind of start anew on a new project. Just, TCR just didn't break that haunt.
Good idea on the pathing, but
Oh!
it's
Dude, Stacks has been...
a little bit more prepared for this one. Even with the game plan, even
Bane.
with the ecos, DRX not quite able to land their shots for now. The firepower still prevailing for Team Secret. Spike has been lost.
He's got from the shadows. They're still, yeah, they're swarming over the spike. They know what's going on. What's up, Lou?
I don't know if they can. They're a little worried that he's going to push that angle. They're just gonna kind of deny it. Yeah, try to deny it.
50 seconds.
And they're not going to stack it. See, so here Team Secret's being smart. They don't stack it, right? Because you don't know where he's going to come from, and you could just bunch up. So instead, looks like Team Secret's just going to try to position themselves to be able to rotate as a group.
He could just try to work this. Yeah.
The thing is Bane, even if he is able to get the spike, he wants at minimum 1v2, if not a 1v1. So he's going to try to catch someone off guard here.
It's clear so far. Jeremy spotted. Not quite able to get the initial duel. So that's it, yeah.
Not bad. Now they're starting to really feel it.
Didn't they hit that cap due to not practicing with the main roster? I don't necessarily think so. I mean, I'm not saying it was a hard cap. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, it would have been impossible for that squad to do anything higher, but...
Yeah, it took a while for Team Secret to figure it out, and I mean, this was an equal round, and DRX wasn't even really messing with it. Let's see if this time, though.
Yeah, it's a shame. Hopefully everything gets better for Flashback, no matter what's going on.
Attempted aggression, and there's just too much util for really DRX to do much about it anyway. Trying to make their way through towards C, trying to clear any of that util that they can. Get the alarm bot, but the Nano's still there.
So just the turret to watch for that. You've opened the door, so you can always go in through A to B. Seekers are being used.
The raises like to go.
It's just gonna... Okay. Oh, man. The fact that it dips into B main, that's a huge help for Team Secret. They still got these nanoswarms to buy time on C. And they know that they've now drawn the attention over to A, so they start rotating, shifting their weight over.
And you'd love to get ahead of DRX so they can't put these ultimates into play. Like, if you can do that, if you can shut the round down before it even really begins, that's why they go for a play like that there.
Don't let them set up and everything, but here comes the lockdown. For now.
Hello.
Bane setting up for that big push. Everyone from Team Secret is starting to respect
Dude,
this.
and the Nightfall. DRX really wants to try to get up to match point.
Patches and unsuspecting Jesse Vash forces him to take a seat as compared to the previous round.
And the pit, dude. DRX. I like this. Is new from this is a new look from DRX as well, right? Dumping their ults before the most perfect scenario to make sure you secure the round. Try to keep the lead. You've already let them catch up a little bit.
Mako just fires down. The one choke point catches onto all of them. Buzz and Bane chiming in as well.
Not much you can do in the pit though.
DRX securing yet another round.
Yeah, and this kind of becomes the problem for Team Secret now, is that the ult cycle kind of favors DRX a little bit, right? With this lead, they can invest a lot into that
Chat.
round and maybe
I'm gonna have to buy that window mounted AC soon. It's already getting so warm with the PC running. Like over the winter it was fine. It would actually keep the room at a nice temperature, but it's starting to get tired because it's so warm.
Scoreline, you know what I mean? Like, we're not too far away.
Okay. Keeps the door broken. Again, same default, more or less, from Team Secret. The difference is this time they have the op watching B main. Not going to push it because of the potential turret, but he just holds that. That allows him to shift the Viper over to A. You're still holding on to C and able to delay it on the escape for B as well with the Killjoy. So overall, pretty good. You got your own pit, you got your own lockdowns. You got retake potential, you got delay potential.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, especially with a showstopper, right?
Exactly.
Oh, right on. Welcome back. Is the patch on VCT the one where Viper Smoke got unintentionally nerfed too early? That's a good question. Oof.
Just clips Jesse in the back.
I don't think so.
Good combo play. Ooh, but Orcum,
What season? I mean, most people they try to wait until like late or like June, just because otherwise it's gonna get pricey. But I think I've consistently turned it on in May usually. But our room also gets so much sunlight that it gets pretty warm if you leave the PCs on, because even during the day the temperature is kind of maintained. Match point.
Stax shuts down the entirety of Team Secret along with Mako.
Yeah, the discipline here from DRX is just so good.
Yeah, I mean, Secret, sure, there's a couple of misses here and there. There's a little bit of overheating here and there, but a lot of it is just DRX is playing so clean. Again, nothing crazy, nothing like super revolutionary. Obviously, this map, I mean, both sides having great individual play, but aside from that, very, very just clean play from DRX.
That's just one of those where you just gotta shrug your shoulders.
It was more than 4 or less than 5.
You know, when they're reading the timings and reading the pace of the game that well.
Making use of those ultimates to down to it, 8-12. Team Secret in danger of losing this first matchup now.
I did not certainly expect this to be a 2-0 for DRX. We're one round away from it being the case.
Yeah, dude. I thought Secret would come out swinging harder.
I thought, really, in my head, I thought Team Secret.
I mean, DRX looks stronger than I thought as well, but
Because I thought they looked so good at the end of kickoff.
Secret.
I thought they kind of figured it all out. But it's yet again another slow start. That thing that Warbirds was so worried
yeah,
about.
golden retriever energy is a good way to put it.
Quite find their footing at the beginning of stage 1.
Because they've always been a team that, you know, does really well when they have.
Feels like Bane's got like golden retriever energy, and Foxy 9's got like
different plays now. You've got
like Chihuahua energy,
Bane up around Rebel.
but not like an angry Chihuahua, like a cute Chihuahua.
With Team Secret's aggression onto his Rebel. And we're watching it right now as Bane just sidesteps everything with a shrouded step in.
Dude, this
Jeremy, Mako and Buzz
the angles that they're holding, the util.
Envy so far has been the hero for Team Secret. Can he do it again? Only for
Oh
the
my
time
gosh.
until Foxy 9 and Mako arrive on the scene. 13-8 DRX.
Damn, dude, what a statement from DRX.
Against Team Secret.
And that's finally the round
Has to ingrain Bane into the starting 5 like for every map right away.
They come in and get a big win.
And they get it done.
Secret smiles and what a welcome to VZT for Bane. Had a very solid performance here today. A great performance.
I mean,
on Sunset. Solid on
dude, they
Lotus.
look so much cleaner than they did at kickoff. You know what I mean?
Seem to be missing much. Swapping in Bane
Foxy
here.
looks a lot more stable. Bane looks really good. The vibes look good. Like, damn, dude.
Just the way that they're going
And
into
like,
this, we were talking about it.
you can't help but think. Like, I don't want us to speculate too deep into this for obvious reasons, but like, you can't help but wonder. I wonder if there's a factor of
Wasn't really doing it much. I mean, he was, you know,
very solid, safe.
like much lighter pressure given the situation with the roster, right? The last minute changes. Can't help but I can't help but wonder if it's them knowing that if it goes sour, that's not much to it, right?
For DRX, even with a little bit of a shuffle on the roster, you cannot doubt these guys, and they're here to take their crown back.
No, they really are. And look, I got to catch up with Ken Young before, like right before this series began, and one of the things that he was saying to me is that after witnessing Genji's performance in Madrid, he was saying that the team was more motivated than they ever have been. They have now been surpassed by another Korean squad.
That's true. I never really considered that, but that's true.
They want to be the ones that get Pacific, get
That's true.
Korea.
DRX just hasn't really been put to the test for a long time, other than Paper X, but like in Korea, right? They've never really been pressured. So Genji lighting a fire under their ass is probably a huge portion as well. But and maybe watching Genji play inspired them a little bit too, to really just be able to take, you know, contact a bit stronger, like knowing that, hey, our util usage is good, just take contact off of it, right? Yeah, no, I think that's a big thing. And honestly, that's probably huge against a team like Team Secret.
I mean, DRX not really ever looking too concerned in this second map, even with it being a bit closer.
We've seen this.
Oh, did you? Thank you.
In general, where everyone is playing at such a high level, and yes, there
No,
are
GG's.
stats that
The
go
thing
into
is
this.
now I have to wonder. Like someone asked, do I think DRX can win Pacific? I think it's way too early to say that, right? Like Genji still looked really good, really strong towards the end of Masters Madrid. Paper X not only looked pretty darn strong at Masters Madrid, but now Jing is back. Like beating those two is a very tall order for DRX.
This is truly blossom, and there's so much
But
energy from the crowd as well. They see finally DRX, you know, showing what they really have, and Bane.
how good are they really? We'll have to wait and see.
Like, I believe that was Buzz. I was just giving a nice little.
Because we'll see. I mean, the thing is, a Secret. Here's what I'm getting from this game from Secret is that I think they're smack dab exactly at gatekeeper level. You know what I mean? Like it feels like if they played a weaker team, Secret would definitely beat them.
All of us had picked lesson 4 and
But
below.
it's like they just don't have that extra edge. They just didn't have enough of that extra edge,
So less than 5,
like
and it was
consistently, right?
on that mark.
Yeah.
You know, Secret, thank you. You got to round 8. You allow us.
아, DRX를 의심했던 제가 좀
Gold, but I guess for Asteroid, this
아쉽네요.
Yay. So I don't know if we're keeping these like day over day, or if we're resetting it every time. I'm assuming it's day over day.
Yeah.
So this, who knows how far you're going to be able to climb.
This is our season ranking. This is like a new battle pass season for
Okay.
us.
So we're going to keep this the entire.
Damn, dude, Asteroid's diamond already?
It's not.
Yeah.
Damn, high placement matches, unfair.
Right back on the horse. We got right back in there. We got back into gold, and now it's just upward from here.
Yes, and gain. What a title, man.
I got lucky.
Eventually be our carry.
You know
None
how
of us
we
put
play
DRX in our top 3, right?
The teams
On
that
the
I voted for
casters?
carried me here.
Well, they clearly did. And you know what? Lotus was close, but DRX, you know, every single one of their wins was really, really clean. It was undeniable.
Wait, did they all vote down?
Yeah. Now, one of the things
They
that
did
I'm
all
really
vote
curious
down.
about, and that we'll obviously be tracking as we go deeper into
Why
the
did they all
season
go
is
up?
How does the performance continue to evolve from DRX? Because it's not like we haven't seen teams come out, you know, with changes, new squad, etc., look hot and then immediately fall off. I mean, Talon is one of those teams that we saw just back in kickoff. I mean, what a huge explosive beginning for them. Governor dropping over, 30 kills. That Breeze just running people down on Neon.
Oh, let me message him.
Just kind of fizzling out as we got into the future series for that squad. So I'm curious to see if DRX is going to have something similar here with Bane, or if this actually is going to be a very solid, mainstay, performance from him, where he's going to.
I know, right? It's rigged, chat.
All of their series here in stage 1.
Let him know.
Being able to put numbers up like
Put it in the
this on that
production
second
chat.
roll.
Put it in our production group chat.
Have to wait and see a little bit more from the squad, but
I know exactly how they're gonna react. They're gonna be like, "Oh, you care so much about your rank," and I'm sitting here like, guys, I'm not even on the analyst desk until next week. I ain't gonna have a rank. I'm not part of this mini game.
This kind of result happened. Now, Buzz, of course, continues.
한국 중계진에 한 분은
Yeah, absolutely. We had
시크릿을 찍었나요?
play where he was
up down
super
down.
aggressive on Rubble, throws out the nade, 2 kills away from a showstopper.
DRX를 향한 믿음이 아직 굳건하시군요. Korean casters still having full faith in DRX. We were wrong, chat.
Throws from his own teammates. So you really see the coordination that DRX has. Again, let's just put aside that Bane is the new player. It looks like he just, again, has integrated himself well. This means that DRX...
Dude, Bane looks pretty good though. I'm actually really happy. Because honestly, for Bane, Secret is like the perfect first test. Team Secret is like the perfect first test. Bane overall looked really solid today. He just looked like he had been part of the team, quite frankly. Like, he had a couple smoke misses here and there, but like his smokes weren't perfect, but he's also not a smoker. He's not a controller, so
trying to pick up the steam alongside him. It was a really great performance from him, so I just had to shout that out.
Yeah, that's a really good shout out, actually. I'm really happy to see Mako back in his Viper form, because he was such a crazy Viper last year. He's famous for it, and I'm glad.
EDG versus JDG. I didn't re-clear clearance for co-streaming, and I would only be able to do it like 1 or 2 days. So I'll probably watch it on my own.
We were talking about vibes, and
Probably watch it on my own.
Secret a bit, and their vibes. I don't know.
We'll watch until the interview here, and then we'll probably sign off. For those of you who want to switch over to China, just a heads up, we will be co-streaming again Pacific tomorrow, so feel free to join us tomorrow. Should be more fun. And then afterwards on Monday, I'll be at the venue. So
come back, and that's exactly what happened at kickoff. Now let's talk to our winners. Jen is on standby with our MVP.
Is she on standby? Dude, Foxy 9 starting the season off with an MVP, man. What a statement.
Even with the sudden changes, you guys managed to 2-0 Team Secret. So now the first thing I want to ask you is, how's the team vibe like? And are you guys getting along? And how's the team coordination going? 팀워크랑 합이 어떤지
She
좀
forgot to
궁금합니다.
change
아무래도 이렇게 갑자기 변화가 생기기도 했지만
Foxy just stares at her.
연습할 시간이 많이 있진 않았을 것 같은데도 불구하고
I mean, I've done that too. I've done that before too.
팀워크나 합은 솔직히 이제 주어진 상황에서 저희는 굉장히 열심히 한다는 마인드라서 솔직히 분위기 같은 경우는 저희는 나쁘지 않습니다. 다들 좋은 상태이기 때문에 그거는 걱정하실 필요 없고 팀워크 같은 부분은 이제 시간이 해결해줄 문제라서 그리고 팀워크 솔직히 저희 팀에게는 뭐 다 잘해가지고 그런 건 시간 의미는 있는지 모르겠습니다.
Foxy gives good
Personally, in
interviews,
terms
man.
Of the teamwork, we're coming into this 5 players all with the same kind of mindset that we give it everything we got. And also, I think given time, our teamwork's just gonna keep on improving. And also, we have great 5 talented players, so I think the team synergy and the vibe is going pretty well. Well then, what can you tell us about what's been going on behind the scenes when it comes to who plays what, especially with you and Bane? 그러면 베인 선수와 이제
Ooh,
푸시나인 선수가
is he going to answer this? Will he tell us the secret? Is he going to be a Sentinel main forever?
이제 어떤 과정이 있었는지는 제대로 이야기는 하진 못하지만 이제 베인 선수는 이제 이번에 일부러 콜업되고 나서 지금 첫 경기이기 때문에 굉장히 긴장을 하고 있다는 생각하거든요. 근데 이 선수가 긴장 안 했을 때 샷적인 부분에서도 생각하는 부분에서도 진짜 정말 좋은 선수이기 때문에 앞으로도 많이 기대해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Well, I really can't tell you much about how we distributed our roles or what's been going on behind the scenes because I don't want to leak stuff. But Bane, today was his first day after he was being called up to the first year scene in VCT Pacific. And I think he was a little bit nervous.
Dude, fans of Bane, that's great to see.
I feel like with given more time and with him kind of warming up and feeling comfortable on the stage, I think he has more to surprise people with, and he has more to show.
I
He
hope
really does have great mechanics, and he also has a great understanding of how
I
to
do
interpret
hope
the game
that
and how to play
Foxy
the game. So
does really
I
well.
think you can expect a lot from Bane
Just because
in
it's
the
great
future.
to see this,
Well,
right?
last
Him
but not
going
least,
from
we saw you
being
on the
this like
Sentinels role cycle
nervous,
and
overly
Killjoy.
excited
How has
rookie
that transition been like for
to
you? And do you
being kind
personally
of this
enjoy
figure who
playing
can speak on behalf of his teammates.
푸시나인 선수는 또 감시자 역할을 오늘 굉장히 잘해줬는데 어떤 식으로 준비를 했고 또 감시자는 개인적으로 좀 잘 맞는 것 같은지 궁금합니다.
네, 개인적으로 저는 저번 키보크에서도 말했듯이 모든 역할을 다룰 수 있어가지고 솔직히 역할에 대해서는 저는 개인적으로 저에게 의미는 없는 것 같고 감시자 같은 경우는 랭크에서 많이 했지만 이제 연습 때 살짝 안 해본 감이 있긴 한데 그래도 이제 대회나 그런 거 보면서 많이 배웠고 그걸 토대로 대처한 것 같습니다.
Well, as I mentioned in kickoff interview, I can pretty much play all the agents there are, and I don't think, well, the champion pools or the roles can limit me. I kind of transcend the concept of roles. So when it comes to playing different agents, including the Sentinels, I'm feeling pretty confident.
Transcend.
And you know, I played a lot of Sentinels in ranked game as well. But when it came to practicing,
No, Foxy looks
with my
pretty
teammates
solid
and,
on Sentinel
kind of
though.
Bring it up to a form where I can play it in a pro level. It was a little bit of, there was a lack of experience. So I tried to make up for that by watching a lot of VODs and trying to learn a lot of lineups. And I just
Foxy
feel like
gives
I'm
good
having so
interviews.
much
I like
fun,
his
and
interviews.
I'm feeling confident with my new role. Well, thank you so much, Foxy9, for the interview, and best of luck in the future.
Thank you so much.
Well, that was Foxy9, everybody. And now, with the end of the interview, I'm going to toss it over to the desk.
Well, that's our vibes guy, Foxy9. And here are the standings now after today, day 1 for the Alpha and Omega groups. We got our 2 teams also winning their first championship points.
That we do.
That's true. Championship points. Yeah.
Taking that first step towards champs here in stage 1. So here's to see how everything is going to, continue.
Damn,
onward.
dude. GE.
We get to see.
GE has a way worse round differential because of that one-sided game on Sunset. But Team Secret still lost 2-0.
Yeah, so far there has to be some sort of answer from Alpha here because all of the losses are on the Alpha group.
Yeah, I wonder if there's going to be a little mini...
It's kind of funny, right? Because all of us kind of doubted, all of us were doubting DRX, so a lot of people thought that Alpha would be the...
All right, up
the kind of powerhouse group. Obviously, mostly because of Gen G T1, but we'll have to wait and see.
Talon. Of course, we got PaperX and T1.
Yeah, I mean, T1's Valorant team definitely, I'm sure, got affected because of the DDoS issues to their HQ, so...
I think the obvious choice is the second series in PRX versus T1, just because that's probably going to be expected to be, like, you know, super high level performance. It's the return of Jing, etc. But I'm actually more interested in the first series, just because, again, that's Zest coming back into the Pacific League. RB in his own right has been having a whale of a time over in China. So I'm curious to see how Zest is going to be.
We shall see.
So I think for me, that's the one I'm going to have my eyes on.
Well,
oh yeah, Bleed plays tomorrow, huh?
Thank you guys so much for joining me at the desk today. Asarai, Kilios, I'm Chubby Ninja. See you guys tomorrow for
I like this
more
desk.
VCT Pacific action.
It's like a little boulder. I like it. Oh, I like that we just show it in a lower third instead of sitting on a full screen graphic and talking over it for 5 minutes. That's sick too. Man, what do we all think, chat? First impressions of day 1 of Pacific. First impressions of Pacific Stage 1. What are your thoughts, chat? I mean, personally, I'm excited. I'm back to being excited for Zeta, but then again, that excitement didn't last long in kickoff, so I'm a little wary, but we'll see. And even GE, I'm like not excited, but I think it's worth still being hopeful for. And then Secret and DRX, I mean, I'm excited for Bane, man. I'm excited for Bane. Buzz seems to be gelling real well. Foxy seems to be doing solid. But the thing is DRX, I mean, it's too much. Even if let's say they keep on winning, let's say they become like top 2, top 3, and they go to Masters, it would still be too much to expect them to show us like crazy new things, right? Just because right now they're gonna have to be working on really perfecting everything from the ground up with Bane. But I think they look really good. They look a lot better than obviously any of us thought. And Secret, I mean, here's the thing: is Jeremy looked close to what I was hoping for, slightly more inconsistent, but I mean, it's just, and I'd have to go back and watch it, I guess, more closely, but overall it always feels like Secret, they have okay round to round calling, but their mid rounding kind of suffers, right? They always kind of go into if it looks like they go into the round with an idea and then they like execute on it, and then it's, you know, does it work or not? I'm not saying they full send it, but yo, no bad pause. Lou Hawk with the truth, man. That's the real first impression of Pacific. And short breaks, man. Dude, Challengers Korea, I can literally go out, eat a full dinner, chat with my wife, watch some TV, and then come back right as they get back into the venue. I'm also just happy to see DRX smiling so much, man. When's the last time we've seen that? Like, we've seen them chuckle and like joke around a little bit, but like today they were just like all smiles, all through and through. You know what I mean? It just felt like the pressure was off. So I'm happy for him on that front. Do you know a team needs to win minimum 2 games even if they're in the top 3? They won't be qualified. Yeah, as far as I assume, yes. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. I don't get how that can happen. Well, because they're playing cross group, right? Because it's not within their own group. Let me double check. I think we also got a separate heads up, but I haven't taken a close look at it because of, to be honest, because I'm not there. Yeah. So it is true. Okay, well, GG's. Thank you for all the new followers. Hope you guys enjoyed the game today. Honestly, I mean, I think it was kind of anticlimactic because I think we were all hoping for a much closer match 2. But match 1 delivered more than I had hoped for. So overall, all in all, not a bad first day of VCT Pacific. I think definitely Pacific overall is ranking up, so that's exciting. So that's gonna be it for today. If you're catching VCT China, maybe is anyone co-streaming that right now? Do we wanna join anybody here? Is good old Ryan? Ryan's not watching. I'm too lazy. I'll have a raid prepared for future days. Thanks for watching. We'll be back tomorrow. I will be co-streaming again tomorrow, so feel free to drop by. Hope you guys enjoy. If you haven't, definitely go check out the chat I had with Jake, right? Jake Sin, the head of basically VCT Pacific and everything Pacific, like challengers and stuff. It's on my YouTube channel, but it's long, so take it bit by bit. And I will see you all tomorrow at 5 p.m. KST, same time, same place. See ya.